Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха. Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха. Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха. Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха. Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Вече 15 години ние в Kaufland се грижим за качеството и свежестта на твоята трапеза. 15 години посветени на теб. Kaufland. Хубава седмица.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to this year's Innovation Explorer. Survive or thrive? Let's see how we do this under these extraordinary circumstances this year and from now on. As you can see, we meet under extraordinary circumstances. There's only a handful of people in this hall. Actually, I can count them on both hands. Most of you are joining us online via YouTube and other platforms. To all of you, a warm welcome, and let's try to make this a productive, useful, and fun day. I'm sure it's going to be this way because of the extraordinary lineup of inspirational speakers. My name is Venelin Petkov. I'm a journalist by trade and by calling. I've been a reporter, producer, documentary producer, news anchor, and news director for the past 25 years now. Now, people say reporting and journalism is a funny job. You go out there and you make jokes and people laugh and they turn on the TV and it's really funny. It's not. It's a serious profession. It's a crucial profession for the functioning of society. And you're going to meet today a lot of extremely important journalists who have contributed a lot to the development of Bulgarian society. And it's going to be my pleasure and my honor to introduce them as panelists and panel hosts. For the past 7 years, I was the news director of one of Bulgaria's largest and most influential television stations, BTV, part of BTV Media Group. So, as a reporter, news producer, documentary producer, I had to dodge barbed wire. I had to literally cross minefields. I had to evade hostile people with unknown intentions, basically trying to stay alive. And that's not funny. It could be fun, but it's not funny. As a news director, I had to do pretty much the same, only metaphorically speaking. I had to stand for editorial independence. I had to fight for budgets. And I had to fight for the rights and the privilege of my whole team to practice journalism in such crucial times that we've been living through in this country. However, in my more than quarter of a century of experience in journalism, and 7 years of experience as a manager, I have never seen or experienced anything as challenging as the COVID pandemic. Not because people got sick, not because of the masks we've been forced to wear, not because of the lockdowns or all kinds of restrictions that we had to face. No, It's been the most challenging year, the most challenging time of my life because of the revelations that I was forced to see and to accept. You see, COVID brought masks, obligatory masks on our faces. There's no way avoiding that. However, for some reason, somehow, this pandemic ripped off the masks off of people's hearts and people's souls. So you see a person with a mask. You work with a person with a mask. Sometimes people put 2 masks on. However, all of a sudden, you realize who these people really are, because fear, which COVID brought, fear forced them to take off the masks that they've been wearing all this time off of their hearts and off of their souls, so that they started acting accordingly, according to their inner impulses, according to their heart's desires, according to their soul fears. And that was the tough time. This is where the difficulties started coming from. Because fear, as a driving factor, started threatening teamwork. People acting out of fear, starting behaving in such a way that they subverted the work of the whole team. And this is especially true for large organizations. How many of you working for large organizations have faced this? Teams that froze, or almost froze because of fear. Teams that were so afraid to continue working that you actually had to almost stop producing whatever you're producing. That's why COVID and the COVID-inspired pandemic has been so challenging to all of us. It's been challenging to people in large organizations, in small teams, even to just one-man, one-person companies. And this is what we've had to face. So generally, COVID as a pandemic exposed issues that have been plaguing organizations for ages. However, during normal times, when you have such issues like teamwork issues, people not fully capable, not willing to do the job, or some financial issues, or whatever is out there kind of plaguing you but not really stopping your production and your process of working, what do? You kind of plaster over it. In normal times, you plaster over the issues with money. So when you have a team member who doesn't really want to do the job, who's not fully capable, or simply who doesn't care, what do? You hire someone on top to do the job that this same person doesn't want to do. You hire more people. You hire part-timers. You hire full-timers. You just plaster over the issue that you've actually refused to face. What do you do when your management refuses to accept the fact that you need to revolutionize your business? What do you do when you actually face a management which is so content with your results that it says, we don't need to innovate. We're fine with what we do. The results are okay. Our revenues are great. Just keep doing what you're doing. Actually, what we're going to do is bring consultants to help you smoothen the process, make your teamwork more efficient, make your work more efficient, basically doing the same thing that you're doing over and over and over again, but more efficiently. So we bring in consultants, pay them some money, job done, right? Not right. This past year, showed us this whole thing, this whole veil that we've been covering our faces with, this mask of complacency is stupid. It's destructive to the organizations that we've been working for. Why? Because when you're facing a COVID pandemic situation, your budgets are frozen. Your revenues might be suffering to the point where you have no money left to plaster over issues that you've faced before. So there's no money to hire a new person to do the job of this other person who just simply doesn't care. So you're stuck with this other person. And your whole team is stuck with this other person. The problem is half of the team is at home doing whatever you call home office work, and the other half is in the newsroom or in the office doing whatever you call it, real work or office work or journalism. And then what happens when this person who doesn't want to do the job is actually in the newsroom supposed to do journalism and cover up for everyone else who is home office? It doesn't work that way. You're faced with an empty slot in your schedule, an empty slot in your newscast, if you will. So what do? All of a sudden, your results start dropping. All of a sudden, you feel the need to do something to actually move forward, but there's no money to pay for it because, like I said, your budgets are frozen. All of a sudden, you realize that your complacency and your management's complacency over the past years, basically saying, you're doing a good job, you don't need to innovate, or just forget about it, we'll bring in consultants. All of a sudden, you realize this doesn't work anymore because your results are dropping and people are not interested in what you produce, what you show, what you offer them anymore. They have other interests and you've forgotten and you've missed the chance to address them. And something else too, the consultants, those consultants that everyone really loves to bring in to plaster over the issues, those guys cannot travel anymore because they're stuck in their home countries or hometowns. The airlines don't fly, the airports are closed, or simply they have COVID. So forget about consultants. So what do? You're stuck. So now is the time, I say now is the time for any organization, all organizations out there, regardless of whether they're big or small, whether they're businesses or government institutions. Now is the time to realize that crisis can be an opportunity to heal your team. Get rid of the people who don't want to do the job. Get rid of the people who don't care. Encourage those who do. Encourage and cherish the talented people in your team so that they start creating, they start innovating. Forget about consultants too. Forget about consultants and start innovating. Start thinking creatively. Start doing what you were supposed to be doing over all of these complacent years when pretty much everything was quite all right and your results were good. Forget about those results. Start innovating. So with this introduction, I'd really like to welcome all of you to the event today, hoping that it brings enlightenment to your thinking. It brings some vision to you, to your management, to your companies, so that you can start creating and use this crisis, this serious crisis, as an opportunity, a serious opportunity. So welcome and have a productive day. Thank you. So I would like to welcome on stage Venezia Angova, part of the Innovation Explorer team. They say she's the best singer out of the economists, so let's hear her sing.
Thank you.
An enchanted
Venezia, please stay on stage. And I would like to thank you for this beautiful rendition of this amazing song. And I would like to invite on stage the rest of the Explorer team. Eva and Leona, please come on up.
Thank you.
Leona Aslanova is the driving force behind this event for many years now. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Vanelline. I'm very, very excited and happy to be here today with my friends and partners and amazing colleagues, Veni with the huge voice and Eva with the huge heart. And of course, I want to greet Eva Kostadinova somewhere in Geneva, Switzerland, and Samuel Frances somewhere in Austria. This is our team, and I have very, very short welcome words. Our participants were very happy to organize this event for the 7th consecutive year in Bulgaria. I will paraphrase Fred Bradbury. We have to inject ourselves with a little bit of innovation every day so that reality doesn't kill us. Reflecting on past learnings for our future, we're now standing at the crossroads. Last year, I asked you to imagine a different Bulgaria, with excellent educational system, with futuristic buildings, with smiling people, the best social care in the world, the best child care, innovations at every corner. You laughed at me. This year, I will try a completely different approach. Please try to imagine and picture in your mind the most vulnerable person that you know. Feel the empathy and try to imagine you will decide on their future. Vote in their best interest on the next election day. Try to imagine you will meet this person 5 years from now and they will have a better life and thrive because of your actions today. Try to imagine that this vulnerable person is our society. And now you need to decide for all of us. A crisis forces people to see the world in a different way because it ruptures the assumptions of which everyday life proceeds and so creates a doorway into a different kind of world. A world in which people can improvise solutions inspired by generosity and empathy, goodwill and common endeavor, resilience and resourcefulness, all of which often lack during normal times. We need to inject ourselves with a little bit of innovation every day, standing at the crossroads on a better path for Bulgaria. In times of pandemic, recession, protests, elections, we are here to inject you with hope, with stories of radical innovation, good people, and moments of pure clarity that we will make you feel the spirit of change and the innovation today. I hope that after this year's election, the topic of corruption will never be the topic of Innovation Explorer Forum again. That we will choose to thrive, that we will live to thrive, and our future will bring the best to our society. Times changes us on the outside and people on the inside. I want to express our gratitude personally to all our amazing partners. UniCredit Bank, Kaufland Bulgaria, Aurubis Bulgaria, Sofijska Voda operated by Veolia, Schneider Electric Bulgaria, all of our media associated partners, bloggers, moderators, speakers, and my very special thank you goes to our amazing team, the Innovation Starter Agency team that makes this miracle called Innovation Explorer Forum, International Innovations Forum possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear humans striving for a better life and a better world. Dear Vanelline, thank you for the kind introduction. Dear Leona, thank you for the inspiration that you brought us today. My name is Venezia, as you heard, and I'm here on the front line of innovations with the Innovation Starters team. While thinking what to tell you today during the Innovation Explorer Forum 2021, a picture popped up in my mind. It had two parts. On the left side, there was a younger wolf. He was wounded. He had an arrow in his back, and he was lying down. He looked like a victim. And on the right side, there was another wolf. He was taller, he was more experienced, he was more mature. And he had not one, but 10 arrows in his back, and still he was standing tall, confident, with a hope for the future. So what does this tell us? This is exactly how I see progress. I see progress as honoring the struggle that we go through and standing tall and confident in going forward. It is not going to be easy, but we can do it. As individuals and organizations, we are now at a crossroads, either to be the victim, either to collapse in the face of difficulty, or to have the hope, the vision, the strategy and the skills to go forward. And I say we go forward, and we go together. Enjoy IX 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, girls. It is a pleasure and an honor to be on this side of the stage this year with the brightest minds all over the world gathered today. An Innovation Explorer is not just an event, it is an inspiration. And in times of uncertainty, this day today is the one certain thing that brings us together. And today we have gathered here to be inspired and to dream big. So from everything you hear today, every single talk, every moderator, every speaker, take your little piece, your own little piece, your own little ray of light, and use it for the next 365 days. So happy innovating.
Thank you, team. You've been great. The stage is great. The organization is bulletproof. And we go on with our schedule. I would like to invite on stage Daniel Dimitrov, the managing director of JTN, a leading marketing research agency, who is going to present to you a very important survey that he conducted over last year, COVID year. And I hope he's going to answer the questions that I kind of hinted at the beginning in my little speech. So, more of the same, plastering issues with money or no money, innovation, attitudes, positive or no attitudes at all towards innovation. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thanks for the kind introduction. My name is Daniel. Some of you may know me from the previous event last year, but this year we decided to do something different with the Innovation Explorer team. We put together this questionnaire and would go to a number of Bulgarian businesses and ask them about their year. Not just their regular year, but the actual impact it had on their business. So let me just quickly go through the presentation. Leona told me that you already received the data, and as you know, I'm happy to go in more detail with any one of you that would like to know more. I've decided to keep it brief, but hopefully informative. So let's begin. First of all, it was a brief few words about the methodology. What we did here was we used the Innovation Explorer business database to ask for mainly business owners, founders, and the top-level management, sole decision makers or combined share decision makers within the company, from companies of various sizes, mostly based, all of them actually based in Bulgaria. We managed to reach 200 companies, and let's see what they had to tell us. So what we wanted to test, as Venelin kindly mentioned beforehand, was were there any patterns in business behavior, or it was all for their own? Was there any adaptiveness coming into play, or it was just saving the sinking ship? Was there a sinking ship, actually? We also came up with this interesting methodology on defining on who was innovative, who was non-innovative in terms of their approach towards the crisis. As mentioned already in a brilliant way, the crisis is what brought up our real faces and who we really are. We couldn't plaster over the problems. So this is what we wanted to test. And also, how do you, as business owners and entrepreneurs, would see your road ahead. So let's go through the data. First of all, who are our leaders? Who are the people that we talk to, and how are they spread across industries and basic demographics? So here you see about 2/3 of them were male. I don't know whether that's something standard for the business, but definitely we see in the past years, at least from our own experience at JTN, quite a few women come into more and more high-profile positions and become bite the bullet, if you will, and then start their own business, which is more than admired. You would see a lot of that actually bringing significant benefit to the company later on in the presentation. So most of the people that we talk to are, I would say, middle-aged. I don't know where I qualify, but you would see that most of them were between 30 and 60 years old. And it was about 2/3 of them are small companies, which isn't something that's prerogative for Bulgaria only, but you know, most of the companies in the world are smaller. In terms of decision makers within the company, you could see there were either one or two, or more than 70% of the companies that we interviewed were led by one or two people, very rarely three or more, which is, of course, if you have I don't know if that translates directly into English, but that old Bulgarian saying about the multiple grannies and the single baby, maybe that's a part of the deal. So what they were doing, so most of them were in various industries. Business services is one of the main, apart from the various industries, one of the main other sector where we would interview. Okay, so the location of their headquarters or their main offices is mainly in Sofia, but I would say they were very well spread in terms of geography. About 40% of them are established companies of 15 or more years of experience. What's funny though is that about 9% of the company representatives that we interviewed mentioned that they started their company in the past 12 months, which is, I would say, quite impressive. People are brave, people find new opportunities, and this is why we're here for today. So, okay, well, you're in a crisis. What do you need? We would assume that first of all you would need some external finances to try and cope with anything that comes up. As again, if I can reference back to the amazing intro here, we would go to money, but as you can see here, about 60% of the people that we talked to actually decided against getting any external financing whatsoever. Which isn't surprising. People didn't want to, having in mind the uncertainty, people would prefer to rely on their own resources, their own strengths. Out of the companies that do get some external financing, most of them would go to another company. Of course, you can see here about 25% decided we weren't trustworthy enough to share with us, which is fair, I guess. But other companies and the EU and banks, and here you can see quite a few banks separated by a few percent. Again, we are happy to share even more data on the demographics, types of companies that use different types of external financing. Definitely let us know, let Leon and the team know, and we'd be happy to share even more information in depth on this or any other particular parameter of the survey. In terms of the size of the external financing, you can see about half of the people that we talked to didn't get more than 50,000 Bulgarian leva, which again comes to say that people are more cautious about using money from elsewhere, and if you don't have it in you as a company or as a person, regardless of the amounts of money that you have, you won't make it. So, okay. To the hot topic of being innovative and non-innovative. Well, if you ask people directly, are you innovative as a company? everybody would say yes, right? So it isn't the best way to approach this. So what we decided to do is actually come up with some I wouldn't say tricky, but more of the research science approach to actually ask people without actually directly asking them about this. And then we put together a very interesting method that would determine, in our terms, together with Leona and the team, what would we see as innovative and non-innovative in terms of a company. So, first of all, we wanted to see the extent of the damage that their company suffered, especially in the past 6 months, which was the second half of 2020. The data is quite clear. About 30%, it was just business as usual, or more or less business as usual. There were even some 17% that found it actually quite good. It was improving. Were these the people that were more innovative or not? It's yet to be seen. Of course, we cannot ignore the 49, almost half of the people that felt some impact. Later on in the presentation, I would share with you a bit more about where things got bad and where things weren't that bad. So when we came up with this methodology to determine innovative and non-innovative, we came up with a few major factors. First of all, how would they adapt? You can see here at the numbers, 61%, despite the COVID crisis, managed to get the most of their capacity and resources. About 47% of them, of the people, overall companies that we interviewed, managed to reorganize and achieve the same level of effectiveness. So they adapted quite well. Well, about 42%, however, say that in one way or another, the pandemic situation did limit their effectiveness into adapting. So let's see about that. In terms of flexibility, what really surprised me and actually gave me a lot of courage for the future is the fact that you can see 33%, so exactly 1/3 of everybody we talked to, said that they would, they have adapted, but they would come back to the old ways as they are more productive. So at first glance, you would say, well, that's not very future thinking and it's not that very adaptive, you would say. Well, I beg to differ, because whenever you can change gears as a company, this is where you actually thrive. And this is not, you're not only surviving. So the main things that we all know, about 30% of the people work from home. So that's not a huge surprise for anybody. But you can see 20% invested in training so people would adapt better to what we all call the new normal. About 10% decided to shift different portions of their operations or certain products to outsource them to another company. But partnerships were also quite popular, either in terms of just a new partnership or outsourcing or directly merging with another company to increase your market potential. Transformativeness, I'm not exactly sure whether that's a word, but sounds well, so I put it there on the slide. Here you can see it's quite not as clear as other results in the previous slides, where you had people very sure that they had to do this or that. So many of the companies, 31% to be exact, would say that they would keep the changes they made during the pandemic, so they came up with some good solutions. The same, about 31%, had to change something in their service or their products to adapt better to the situation. So they managed, first of all, to figure out what wasn't well adapted, and then they changed it. Again, what I'm saying here is that we have never asked directly, did you do this or did you do that? The way the whole questionnaire was structured was to actually bring up that information without directly asking people a yes or no question. About 29%, which is a bit surprising for me, say that the pandemic did not affect their company in any way, so no changes were needed. These are either people who are in, say, very dynamic, already a very dynamic industry, or the old proverb about the ostrich with their head in the sand. I don't know. Maybe that requires a bit more research, a bit more information about this, so that we can determine. But let's not put a stamp on these people. So moving on to innovation. Again, a vast majority, to 53%, managed to retain their production, their processes, and to actually maximize with what they had. 37% trained their teams further so that they can adapt better to the pandemic. Surprisingly for me, new business models, new processes that are completely new to the given industry were adopted by only 14%. So people played it safe more than anything. So, okay, enough with the data. Let's come up with some analysis on this. What's the comparison? Where do we draw the line between innovative and non-innovative? Let's see. So, in terms of key decision makers, depending on, of course, our own methodology that we devised for this particular survey, non-innovative company were mostly, 65% of them were led by mostly men. And you can see that, again, that also affects the total. What's actually more interesting, though, is that in teams or management teams where people would be a good mix between men and women, you would see a much better picture. So you would say that women are, in the management teams, are a trigger for innovation. And I can see that, and at least in our own company, JTN, we do have that mix, and definitely it's much better to have a wider worldview when you come up with these hard decisions in a crisis time. In terms of age, you can see that, not surprisingly, the youngest, under 30 years old, were the most innovative. However, there is also a very interesting trend where people that are middle-aged, 40 to 50 years old, they were also quite innovative. So what about the 30 to 40-year-olds? Why are they not that innovative? Well, I would say, considering the size of the companies and the whole pandemic situation, younger people, we have all been under 30, right? Some of you still are, which we all envy you about this, but younger people are obviously more driven towards being an explorer, being the person who changes everything. People in their 30s, they're a bit more cautious because they're probably starting families, so they rely on the business, they want to take a safer route. People in their 40s, however, they've passed through these family generation years, that you would say, and again are looking at with a much cooler eye on the situation and identifying innovative trends that they can follow. So this is my explanation here. There is much more to be said about the comparison between the two types of companies, and again, I would welcome everybody to contact me or the team, and we would happily share even more details about this. Pushing on, as I see that I don't have too much time and I don't want to stretch the time too much. So what we did and what happened after what we did, and what can we expect of the future? So in terms of being prepared with a crisis management strategy before the pandemic hit, in true Bulgarian style, we figured it out as we go. I don't have, unfortunately, that much in-depth information about other markets, but we know here in Bulgaria we all go towards figuring it on the go. What is actually interesting is that about 10%, as you can see here on this graph, have identified that there were negative effects because they didn't have a crisis strategy management plan. So these are people who identify something that they did wrong and they could improve on. In terms of having some sort of financial safety net or emergency fund, if you will, people, about 25% surprisingly, they had a safety net in terms of some money set aside, but they didn't need it. So they already knew how to reorganize their resources to cope with the new challenges. About 21% again partially used it, or the remaining 17% would use it completely, which again says that about 2/3 of the people had something in mind and figured out a way forward, which is again a great indicator of people being innovative and being pushed, challenged to come up with ideas. 14%, like the previous slide, identified that because they didn't have that money to plaster over, as we said before, they had problems. So was it because they didn't have the money, or was it because they decided against innovating? In terms of a crisis management team, almost half of the people we talked to said they don't have one and they don't need one. So especially having in mind that the majority of the companies we talk to are relatively smaller businesses, it's clear that you cannot have a dedicated team for everybody. So you need to be an orchestra in a way, being a business leader. So that doesn't come up as a surprise. So where was the impact felt the most? You can see revenues. 61% of the people mentioned that their revenues went down. Active client counts, and from my perspective, JTN, again, being a relatively small company of about 30 people, we also noticed that the active client count did reduce. People, other companies try to minimize their spending in every which way possible. What's actually quite encouraging is that 62% of the people mentioned that the number of employees did not change, or even with 9%, even hiring more people to do it, which is, I mean, goes against some of the things we hear on the news, but it's probably a much more accurate measurement. In terms of expectations for the future, in true fashion, people are optimistic rather than pessimistic. So in the next 3 to 9 to 12 months, you can see more than half of the people would say there's zero or very low risk of them going out of business, which is encouraging. People have already figured out a way to move forward. For the other companies, of course, we are doing better, but our competitors are not doing that great. So the perceived risk of going bankrupt is a bit larger. So yeah, I would like to just say a few words because I'm already over time and I apologize for this. So as I said before, reduction of company revenues was something that was felt very hard, but most of the problems that we faced were industry related rather than more general in terms of business. So what are the important takeaways? So about 60% never used external financing. So they managed to cope with what they had as resources and plow ahead. About a quarter of the people who use financing did not use more than 5,000 Bulgarian leva or 2,500 euro, which is relatively minimal. The pandemic had about 31% coming up with better processes that they will keep in the future. Gender balance would not surprisingly bring up better solutions and more innovation. And about 50% of the people decided that they didn't need a crisis management team, and they still managed to cope. Of course, as any person, we are all about the majority, at least about two-thirds of the people we interviewed are quite optimistic. So we are optimistic as well. So thank you very much, and I hope to answer any questions that you have later on. We'll be in touch with the colleagues from Innovation Explorer. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. This was a great presentation. I have a very brief question. I know we're running late. Does the size of a company come into play when it comes to innovating in times of crisis?
Yes. The smaller the company, as we saw in the data, unfortunately I wasn't able to display it here, but the smaller the company, the more flexible it is. The more it's willing to put itself into a corner and come up stronger.
I see. And so the challenge is bigger for the bigger companies.
I would say, yeah, challenge and also going with the flow effect. It's much harder to overcome for a bigger company.
Thank you very much,
Thank
and
you.
looking forward to continuing this discussion afterwards.
Thank you.
And we're going on with our schedule. This event would not have been possible without our general partners. You see them lined up on top of the board, and we're going to hear briefly from all of them. The first one would be Ms. Teodora Petkova. She's the CEO and chair of the management board of UniCredit Bank. She will be joining us via a video message, which we're going to play for you in a second. Gentlemen, please play the message.
Dear Innovation Explorers, hello and welcome to the 7th edition of the conference. It is great to be in a room, albeit virtual, full of dreamers, doers and high achievers, with people who make great things done, who are not here to merely survive, but to thrive, and to make other people thrive with them along the way. A room full of people who care. Care. This is exactly the reason why I'm here today. I'm Teddy, and I represent UniCredit Bank. Some may say we're the leading Bulgarian bank. Others may say we're a dinosaur, an incumbent. But frankly, I find both a bit obsolete. I prefer to think about us as a group of inspired and ambitious individuals who care so much to attract and empower other inspired and ambitious individuals, fintechs, educators, high-techs, government, and together, in a partnership, we help people meet their financial needs as simple and seamless as possible. We want to free people's minds from the topic of money so that they, you, can think about going to Mars, inventing the cure for deadly diseases, writing the next book for humanity. I'm here because I care about those things, and I believe so do you. Let's show it. Remember when you go to some websites and the sign appears, I'm not a robot. Let's show the world that we are not robots and that we have what robots don't have. We care. To show we are not robots, let's do the following. Make a screenshot now or later today of a moment from Innovation Explorer that you enjoyed or learned something new from. Post it on LinkedIn with the hashtag. Hashtag IX21ICare. I myself will do this on LinkedIn too in a few moments. But before I leave you to enjoy the rich content of Innovation Explorer 21, I want to show you 2 things in my office. Come with me. The first one is this. What is it? A computer? I would rather ask you, who is that? This is Archimus Prime, for short, Archie. Archie is a robot, one of the 60 robots who currently work in our bank. Archie can do in 2 minutes what used to take my colleagues more than 3 hours to do. A boring, tedious, and error-prone job of filling in financial statements in a system. Archie is one of the new type of helpers that we hire. We used such robots to help us help clients to get the different types of financial support because of the COVID-19 pandemics. We hired such helpers to make you get a loan in a quick, responsible, and completely paperless way through Bank Mobile. And I say hire because Archie and the other robots do not work for free. Fun fact, Archie's salary or the cost related to his monthly maintenance is around 900 euro. Is this the future of banking, you may ask? I will tell you my opinion in a minute. But before that, here comes the second item from my office that I want to show you. This is a rose, a beautiful eternal rose. I got this as a present from one of our branch managers, Ani. We met recently and discussed how to make our bank better, simpler and friendlier. This rose she sent me represents something that our robot colleagues like Archimus Prime, Archie, do not have. But Ani does. She cares. She cares so much for her work and the clients that she recently got this praise from one of her clients. He wrote, "I would like to thank you for the professional job related to a property I was about to purchase. You demonstrated an unbiased and honest attitude towards me. This helped me make my mind and make a decision listening to your opinion and advices. I quit the deal and I do not regret this decision despite being pressed by the seller and his agents. With clear mind and heart, I will turn to your team again." Why did Annie forgo a good deal? Because she cares. And this is the reason why you will not see robots meeting clients in the branches of UniCredit Bank. You will always see people, because people care. The robots in banking business, in any business, they will be our collaborators. They will help us do our job better, faster, and why not cheaper? Archie the robot saved 3 hours to Annie, our branch manager, and she can now dedicate these hours talking to you and finding the best solution for you, even if that solution is not to make a deal. And this is the future of banking, and this is the future of business as we know it. The common denominator of robots and people working together for a better future is care, human care. And if you care too, and I think you do, remember to make a screenshot of a moment now or later during Innovation Explorer, a moment that moved you or made you learn something new. Post it on LinkedIn with hashtag IX21Care. To show you my care, I will send to 10 of you one of those eternal roses as a present. And last but not least, dear Leona, remember when we were classmates? Has any of us ever dreamed about meeting on this prestigious stage? Me not. But I'm glad we meet here, and I'm glad we both dreamed big and cared a lot to help make this event happen. Thank you, Innovation Explorers, and have a great conference. And remember, hashtag IX21Care.
That was Ms. Teodora Petkova, the CEO of UniCredit Bank. Let's step away from the COVID gloom for just a little and go into something which everyone is aware of, newspapers. As you all know, newspapers have been on a sharp decline over the past decade or more, particularly so in Bulgaria. However, there has been one paper which has been thriving, particularly recently. It's thriving every week, especially when it gets closer to the weekend. People start talking about it, start discussing, start reading through it, to the point where it causes a frenzy. What I'm talking about is the Kaufland brochure. Actually, it's been so popular recently that if you add a crosswords puzzle to it, if you add also the weekly lineup of television programs, it will become a full-blooded newspaper. So, with these words, I would like to welcome on stage the CFO of Kaufland Bulgaria, Mr. Ivan Georgiev, who is joining us right now. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. My name is Ivan Georgiev, and I am CFO of Kaufland Bulgaria. For us, this is a third year in a row to be in this event, and I'm really glad to welcome you and to meet some of you in behalf of Kaufland Bulgaria. Last year, Innovation Explorer became one of the most important events in Bulgaria, and here I would like to thank the whole team of Innovation Explorer for the great organization they did even in pandemic times. We have a very special and meaningful day ahead for us, where our key topics of our discussion will be people, innovations, and different future. The conversation we start now is foretold by an unusual year we had in 2020. The year that challenged us or forced us to be brave innovators, quick game shifters, change agents, and also to share new vision for the future based on successful partnerships. Last year, we learned a lot in Kaufland, but who didn't? And now we open this conversation with the confidence of the company leader in retail, where for 15 years now, we have to carry and contribute to the agenda of tomorrow, the business agenda and society in general. The engine of our growth are people. We meet them every day in our stores. We know them, we discuss with them, we keep their interest, and they determine our forward thinking and actions. So let's our talks today be dedicated to what is to come for the people, supported by innovations in technology, as well as innovation in education, medicine, business, and trade. The future for all of us is here and now. This year, Kaufland celebrates 15 years anniversary on Bulgarian market, which makes this edition of Innovation Explorer very, very special for us. So here I would like to thank you for your attention and wish you a nice and meaningful day and conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Georgiev. This was Mr. Ivan Georgiev, the CFO of Kaufland, Bulgaria. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, representative of one of our general partners, with a little riddle. So here it goes. Can you use Sofia water without a pipe leading to your house and still have to pay for it? And the answer is yes, if you live in my house. And I would like to discuss this more with our next speaker afterwards, perhaps. This is Mr. Francois Duberg. He's the country officer, the country manager for Bulgaria and Serbia of Veolia. And Veolia operates Sofijska voda, Sofia water. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Dobro utro, dami i gospodo. Ja sam François Deberg, regionalni direktor za Veolia za Bulgarija. I mnogo se ravdam da vi porešna като партньори на днешното събитие. And if you allow myself now, I will switch to English because I did not innovate that much that my language skills take into account Bulgarian. I'm sorry for that. I'm really very happy to be here this morning with you guys because it's my first day after the 14 days quarantine. Keep it cool, I'm PCR negative this morning. During this 14 days, you can imagine I had a lot of time to think about what I'm going to say to you this morning. Innovation. My first and main point was, what would have it been 30 years ago if I had to go through that? How could I have keep on working, see my friends, family, the day-to-day life? In this very special moment, yes, you realize that innovation has helped us to overcome crises, challenges, big ones, but also to improve our day-to-day life without noticing it. Today in the panels, I really feel the emergency. Thrive or survive, breakthrough, bankrupt, or disrupt. The other one is hunger or revolution even. Yes, I agree there is emergency to innovate. We have to innovate because we have a lot of big challenges. Climate change, food security for a growing population, lack of resources, scarcity of these resources, pandemics, economical crises that come again and again. But I do see also innovation not only as this crisis tool solution, it is also a state of mind, a second nature, a kind of natural flow, a sixth sense that each and any of us should have to improve the day-to-day life and to contribute to human progress. I usually mention Veolia with a lot of humor, but also respect, as an old lady. She's almost 170 years, my company, but she's still agile and full of vitality. And why? Because innovation is at the core of our business, and it helps us to have this long-lasting history. We have used innovation to stay competitive. We have used innovation to go through the decades facing evolution, from time to time revolution of the water, and the waste, and the energy management. We used it also, obviously, to grow, to seize each and any opportunities that other innovation can bring. And we used it as well to obviously better serve our customers, to improve their experience. And last but not the least, we use it today in order to fulfill our mission, which is to resource the world, which means to preserve access to the resource, to replenish them, and to give access to the most of it. Here in Bulgaria, as our dear speaker mentioned, we are delivering what we call essential services: water, wastewater, heating, energy. We are a utility company. And yes, we innovate, we need to. We innovate today in the water management system. We invent some new system to make smart management of the resources, to limit the loss. We have smart tools in order to improve the efficiency of our operations, also to improve the customer experience. Right now, we have a partnership with one of Sofia University to build up a system to monitor COVID in the wastewater, so as to have a better mapping of the COVID spread in the city. I mentioned that partnership because collaboration is key in innovation. And I take the opportunity to thank Leona for that opportunity she gave us to be partner of the Innovation Starter Agency. Yes, partnership, collaboration is key because it enables to gather resources, capabilities, brains, finance to fuel that innovation process. In Veolia, we have a purpose which addresses the United Nations Sustainable Goals and could take into account all our stakeholders, obviously the common ones, employees, customers, shareholders, but also two other very important stakeholders, the planet and the society. And we need to address each and any needs of them through innovation. And that's why we have to gather as many as possible stakeholders, together with our research and innovation centers, and obviously our employees, who are the first source of innovation. Economics, scientists, associations, NGOs, municipalities. Everybody has to contribute and to create that innovation ecosystem that we want to collaborate with. And yes, innovation is not technological, by the way, what a lot of us may think. It's not only about technological breakthrough or science. It's also economical. It's also social. It's societal. For instance, if we want to save this issue with the climate impact, this emergency with the climate, this ecological transition that we have to do, for example, in Bulgaria, we'll have to address it through innovative and sustainable models that will take into account all these spheres, economical, scientific, social as well. I would like to conclude my intro speech with last topic, which it shows that innovation is crucial, it's critical in that period of time. But access to it is equally critical. We need to give access to the maximum extent possible globally these innovations, indifferent of the level of development of economic power of the countries, for instance. Our president usually say, I will paraphrase it, that a company is prosperous, successful, if it is useful, and not the other way around. And I do think that for innovation, it's exactly the same. The success of innovation is only based on its accessibility and its usefulness. Again, I warmly welcome you to that fantastic event. I'm very proud to be here today with you and to have this day amazing and inspirational speaker. I hope you will get a lot of good takeaways and you will raise your appetite for innovation. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time. Francois Duberg, the country manager for Veolia for Bulgaria and Serbia, and Veolia operates Sofijska voda. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
The insights. And last but not least, we're going to hear from Tim Kurth, who is the CEO of Aurubis Bulgaria. Aurubis is the largest copper producer in Europe and the largest copper recycler in the world. And Aurubis is one of our general partners. Gentlemen, please play the video.
Hello and welcome everybody. My name is Tim Kurt. I'm the CEO of Aurubis Bulgaria, which is situated in the Srednogorje region. It's in copper smelter. I welcome you very much to the Innovation Explorer Forum 2021 and I'm very happy that you are dialing in. Why is innovation such an important topic as well for Aurubis Bulgaria? I mean, if you're not going for any innovation, then you are sooner or later sooner going to stand still, and the market will just erase you from their platform. So therefore we at Aurubis, we are also focusing more and more on innovation. We are trying to involve each and everyone, so we have got different initiatives to foster innovation. We are trying to get everyone involved from the shop floor level up to the top management. We do have a continuous improvement program where everyone can buy in, get ideas in platforms, and we are also trying to communicate more and more closer and closer to our employees so that we can really catch each and every idea and nothing is left. So we also do believe that not the R&D department alone is responsible to go forward with innovation and to do it on their own, but as I already said, that everyone is getting involved and motivated. Motivation is also a very good point, because we do also believe that having an innovative culture in the company, it is very interesting to work for that company. So to get interesting people on board, to increase, to extend your network, not only inside the company but also outside the company. And I think therefore also Bulgaria especially is giving a very good example with a lot of startup, even community around. And so we also got in contact to some of them, and we gained already very good experiences, but also very good results. The point results is for sure also with innovation very important, because at the end of the story and of every idea you should get results, because if there's no business model behind, then every innovation is at the end not something what you can implement, right? So you have to have always the result and the business model in your head, so that you are not doing it just only for fun. For sure innovation should be also fun, but there's for sure also a lot of hard work included with and linked with innovation. If I have to give you, let's say, a last message over here, then the first one would be think and try to think out of the box. The second one would be always think about a business model behind, and the third one is that we are waiting for you.
That was Tim Kurt, the CEO of Aurubis Bulgaria. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our first panel of the day, Survive or Thrive. It's going to be hosted by Ms. Irina Nedeva, a longtime journalist with Bulgaria's national radio. She works at the Horizon channel for the radio, and also she's the president of the Association of European Journalists in Bulgaria. Please welcome on stage. I have a quick question to you regarding your position as president of AEJ. You've been very busy defending freedom of speech in this country, and you've been following closely the processes. Bulgaria takes the sad 111th place in the country index of Reporters Without Borders about media freedom, which is basically the lowest position of all EU countries. What do you foresee, and that was the ranking for 2020, what do you foresee for this year, 2021, which is the year following COVID, which is the year of our really important elections, parliamentary and presidential, and post-COVID developments?
Well, thank you for the question as well. I could say that the media situation in Bulgaria keeps us quite busy to cover what is going on, as you know. I don't think that 2020 would make a big difference to what we've experienced before, but maybe 2021 will be the year of the change, because there are some business developments in media ownership that should be observed quite carefully, and I can't engage to it good prognosis and forecasting, you know.
All right, I'll be watching closely what you come up with as president and with AJ. Now you have two very interesting speakers lined up in your panel. Please introduce them, and you have the floor.
Well, we will start with Rick Vera, and if you need an inspiration book, Rick Vera, it is never dull with him. These are the first reviews you will hit in the web when searching for Rick Vera. A business philosopher. Usually we think of philosophers as quite far away from business, but Rick Vera proves exactly the opposite. He proves what the philosopher could do in the field of business, from Dassault, Belgium, to Domo, through Microsoft, to Nextworks, the company that he co-founded. He urges the small, hidden philosopher in every entrepreneur to appear and to take the leading role in rethinking of and reinventing the grounds. He knows how to lead the thoughts and probably the emotions. I will ask him about this as well. As an inspirational and inspiring coach, Rick has helped numerous companies in Belgium and the Netherlands. His clients range from small family-owned companies to corporate internationals. Since 2013, he has worked closely with Microsoft's marketing, sales, and management teams. He also teaches in the Netherlands, and he is also a frequent lecturer at the London Business School. Trusted advisor. So please welcome Rick Vera.
Thank you.
Please, let's play the video, and after the video we will continue with live questions and answers.
Okay.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Hi there, my name is Rick, and I'm so delighted to be here, at least digitally, in Sofia for the Innovation Explorer Forum 2021. In 2004, I was a managing director at a manufacturing company, and I won a prize here in Sofia. I still got the trophy. I won a prize for a contribution to Bulgarian architecture. That prize was handed over to me in Sofia, but the day after we had a photo shoot, and we had a photo shoot in Golden Sands. Now, in 2004, traveling from Sofia to Golden Sands with the most crazy driver ever was a quite frightening journey. But it's going to be only half as frightening as the journey that you will have to make towards the day after tomorrow. Because you will need the magic formula. The magic formula, and I'm going to tell you everything about the magic formula for the day after tomorrow, because you will need it. The day after tomorrow will be so different that you will have the feeling that it has turned your world upside down. No, And it's not because of the virus. The virus did not break the system. The system was already broken. We knew that the way we were making profit was not good for people and planet. But it's more. The mayor were right. The mayor said that the world would end on the 21st of December in 2012, and it happened. That was the end of the old normal. Another virus came on planet Earth in 2012, and that broke the system. The reason for that virus was a combination of the internet, then social media, and then the platform economy, and that all led us into, in 2012, that the world became mobile. We went mobile all the time, and we turned into zombies. That was the virus, the zombie virus. We became smartphone zombies. People that lead their lives out of their smartphones. So if you ran out of battery power, you ran out of life. And if you, as a business manager, wonder, where are my customers? I can tell you, your customers are in this upside down world. They are in the zombie world. And that keeps you awake at night, just like this guy, Jamie Dimon. Jamie Dimon is the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, and in 2015 he wrote a letter to his shareholders saying, I lay awake at night. Because of the startups in Silicon Valley, the startups in Silicon Valley are eating my lunch and Wall Street's lunch. We've underestimated the impact of digital. We've underestimated the new customer. We've underestimated the speed of change. It is happening way faster than we could ever imagine. And Jack Welch already said that if the rate of change on the outside exceeds the rate of change on the inside, the end is near. And he's absolutely right. So, hey, stop to party like it's 1999. If your business model is still more or less what it was in 1999, that's not a good idea. You have to get out of the beach chair syndrome. Just imagine that your business model is putting and renting beach chairs on this overcrowded beach. Golden Sands. What do? You do every day what you did yesterday. You wake up a little bit earlier than competition and you steal an extra row and you increase your market share. But then for the rest of your day, the only thing you can do is operational excellence. Smaller chairs, put them closer together, buy them in China, they're cheaper. You do it every day, and tomorrow you're going to do what you did today, just a little bit better. And then there is a tsunami on the way. What happens when a tsunami is on the way? Your beach gets wider. What is your brain going to tell you to do? Oh, opportunity, you're going to put more beach chairs on the beach. You're going to look up and you're going to see that small wave on the horizon, and your brain is going to minimize the wave. Yeah, it's not that big and the impact is not going to be that huge. You know what? I'll deal with that digital wave when it happens. I don't think so. Because when the tsunami is hitting your beach, and you're still on the beach, the only thing you can do is scream and run. You don't want that. So the question that you need to ask is not what is the future? Are you asking me? I don't know what the future is going to be. The only thing I know is that the old normal is dying and that the new normal is not born yet, and that we are entering the twilight 20s, the zone in between the old normal and the new normal, a VUCA zone. And in a VUCA zone, you cannot run an organization based on assumptions. Assumptions kill. And what is the perfect antidote for assumptions? The perfect antidote for assumptions is passionate curiosity. So you have to develop a new KPI in your organizations, the net curiosity score. And you need to enhance the net curiosity score because that is going to help you to survive the twilight 20s and to come out as a winner. You need to be passionate, you're curious about your customer because it's the customer that defines whether your company is going to survive or not. And your customer doesn't like broken conversations. He wants you to recognize him. He wants you to avoid poor experiences. And he wants to be the center of the universe. Your customers are looking for damn good sex. With a C, customer experience. You don't want your customers to say that with you guys I had bad sex. You didn't meet my customer expectations. Most companies, unfortunately, are happy with boring sex. I expect something, you give it to me, I pay for it, so what? What every customer is looking for is exciting sex. That is, exceeding my customer expectations just a little bit. Make me smile. Make me say, thank you, I had a good time. Give me the right product, the right service at the right moment, using the right channel, even using the right tone of voice, or I kick you out. Start with the customer expectations and start with the customer experience. Make me the center of what you do. Not the result, but the center, the starting point. Recognize me, listen to me, help me, share stuff with me, motivate me, inspire me, change me, and leave me alone when I'm going to be left alone. Know me better than you know yourself. That is your biggest challenge. And then companies say, yeah, Rick, we understand it, but we have 1 million customers. Does it mean that we need to build 1 million companies around every single customer? The answer is no, you don't have to. Because there is this magic thing, technology. You have to become a technology-first company. You will be able to solve that issue. What is the next wave of technology? The next wave of technology is the Holy Trinity. The combination of big data, artificial intelligence, and robotization. And that's not even the future. It's already in your daily lives. Think about it. The combination of big data, artificial intelligence, and robotization. And it's going to help you to run a better business, because every part of your business that's very complex will be solved by using big data, artificial intelligence, and robotization. Even putting the customer in the center of the universe and create segments of one. Create a segment for every single customer. Maybe you're on Spotify, I'm on Spotify. Your Spotify is different than my Spotify. How come? Spotify uses big data. And those big data feed the central brain. And that central brain is capable to create your and my specific music. Connect to many and engage individuals. That is the magic formula for the day after tomorrow. Connect to many and engage individuals at the same time. If you're able to do that, you can never be disrupted. But I've got bad news. Because the bad news is this. Every business will do exactly the same in the future. Collecting, processing, and activating data. To do what? To create mass personalization. To put you and me in the center of the universe. All business doing the same. That means that all industry lines are going to disappear and all industries are going to melt down into one gigantic bloody red ocean. And in that bloody red ocean, there's full of sharks and swordfish and piranhas that are already there and waiting to eat your company. In the future, it's no longer the big that eat the small, but the fast ones that eat the slow ones. So think big, start small, but move extremely fast. I would love to call that the red ocean strategy. Why? Because blue ocean strategy, forget about it. Because there are no blue oceans left anymore. And what is the red ocean strategy? Start with your existing customers and hunt their frustrations like crazy. Do not fall in love with the solution like Kodak did, because it kills you. But fall in love with the original problem. Think about the interface. Kodak was killed by a crap product, digital camera. But the interface of that crap product was better. It was faster, it was easier, it was more accessible, it was simpler, and it was more tempting. Turn everything that you do with your customer into a feast. And use technology to do that, because technology is going to help you to do it just a little bit better, but do it 10x better. And then you get engaged customers. And don't underestimate the power of engaged customers, because every customer is connected to all other customers. Every customer can be your patient zero and spread the good virus. Elon Musk knows all about it. His engaged customers become his sales and marketing army. So the formula of exponential growth is simple. It's technology first, red ocean strategy, engage customers, and use the power of networks, use the power of ecosystems. Ecosystems, I'm writing a book about it, because I don't want you to wait for it to happen. Make it happen. Become part of ecosystems and be an ecosystem. Now, what is an ecosystem? Just imagine. I take this glass of water, But this glass of water, I didn't know that, is boiling hot. Luckily, my fingers have sensors. But my sensors are stupid. They send data to my brain. And my brain transforms those data into information. And then that information travels back to my hand using my nervous system. And now my hand becomes an application. My hand lets go. And it has to happen as fast in a short feedback loop, because otherwise I burn my fingers. That's an ecosystem. You need an infrastructure, like my body. You need sensors. You need a central brain, a platform. You need a network to make sure that the data and the information can travel fast. And you need applications between you and the outside world. It's as simple as that. So try to imagine how your business would look on this smart ecosystem canvas. But there's a couple of rules of an ecosystem. The first rule is that an ecosystem is only there for the survival of the ecosystem. So that means that within an ecosystem there are no winners and no losers. Everybody needs to contribute to the very survival of the ecosystem. And what makes an ecosystem run is data, data, data. Ecosystem is all about data. That's why I love to call it smart ecosystems. Smart as in good for people and planet, but also smart as in extremely data-driven. And now I come with the good news. The good news is that every company is able to crack the magic formula and to survive the twilight 20s. Look at it like an open market with no specialists yet, full of low-hanging fruit, your customers. And the entry costs are low because the entry cost is only about data. And your future money, your future oil, your future gold are data. And you're lucky because everything that you do in your existing business is not only making you money, but is also creating data. Start to collect data like crazy. Every day that you collect data, you get richer. And every day that you miss collecting data, data is a day lost. And why do you need to collect data? For your customers. Because your customers do not remember what you say or what you do, but they will remember how you make them feel. So ask yourself the most important question ever. What would your customers miss if you would not be there? Think about it. You need to become an honest company, an ethical company. You need to be authentic. You need to be responsible. And you need to be transparent. Show your heart. No, we're not completely at the end. Because this is not a tsunami. This is just a great wave. And I want you to adapt the mindset of a surfer. Love the big waves. Work hard to get on top. Once you're on top, don't give up and surf it all the way down. And you can only learn how to surf while you are surfing. And remember this important force, the net curiosity score. Be passionately curious. Don't just follow your dreams. Chase your dreams. But don't be afraid to follow me. My name was Rick, and I hope you enjoyed the ride. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Thank you for the exciting sex when the first letter is not S, but is C,
yeah, exactly.
the customer experience that is in the center.
It's a good way to make sure that everybody remembers it. Nobody will forget it now. It's all about customer experience.
It's absolutely great, and you're the best in this, how to realize how important is the customer experience as the center of the business innovation. But I would like to ask you, Rick, do you surf, and could you imagine doing this, surfing with somebody on your shoulders? Because it might be your curiosity cat, but it might be also your previous success, the success of your company, the stability of your company. will you advise the entrepreneurs here in the audience to risk their success on their background, on their shoulders,
yeah,
and
I
to do
think that
something
most
with this?
companies have to realize how rich they are. If you think about what you need to do to provide good customer experience and to serve those waves of digitization, what you need to have is, you need to have customers, you need to know the customers, the customers need to know you, you need people. I saw a number of the videos before me. It's all about people in the end, because people make the difference. And digital is just the base camp that you need to be able to do that. And if you are a pure internet player, what you miss is people. And it's so difficult when you're a pure internet player to adapt that to people. But when you have people, it's way easier, and we've seen this during the pandemic, to combine this with digitization. Digitization is not that difficult. We've always made it way bigger than it actually was. And if you combine that digitization with your humans that you have in your company, you create what I love to call augmented intelligence. That is, and what one of the previous speakers was absolutely right. She said, we're going to see the artificial intelligence, the robots, as colleagues. And that's exactly what they do. They're going to do the stupid work, and then humans can do the real human work. And as I said in one of the slides, what your customers remember is not what you do, not what you say, but how you make them feel. And computers will never be able to do that. So, hey, companies, your building blocks, that's your board, that's your surfboard. The wave are the ones and zeros of digitization. The direction that you have to wave is extremely customer centric. And the only thing that you need to do is start with small waves, then you learn how to save, to surf, and then you can go for a bigger wave and a bigger wave and a bigger wave, and you get better in doing that. And every company can do that. I'm absolutely convinced about that. They don't have to be on my shoulders. The only thing I have to do is to tell them, you can do it.
Okay, but you are the author of this very famous book, Day After Tomorrow, The Day After Tomorrow. And you are saying that the day after tomorrow for me differs from yours.
Yeah.
If we all have uniquely different days after tomorrow, and you are urging all the entrepreneurs to think about these differences, really you need an internet surveillance, big data, in order to reveal what are the customers' dreams. That's right.
Yeah.
But what if in the future, that we don't know, the customers decide to hide their desires? If there is an urge to, let's say, anti-consumerism, no desires, no consumption, what to do in this moment? Is there?
I would even recommend companies to already think that consumers can hide their personal data. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure that we will hide our personal data to those companies that we do not trust with our data. In the future, the owners of the data is me, you, and you. We will be the owner of our very own data, and we will grant access to companies to our data or not. Mm-hmm. So if we don't trust a company with our data, that is, you get our data, then give me something back that's of value to me, we will not grant companies their data, our data. And that's the reason that I say companies should develop a heart, not in the future, but right now, to be ready for the future. Be honest, be ethical, be authentic, take your responsibility. If you don't take your responsibility, I don't trust you. And be transparent. It's not about providing me information, because you can provide me with whatever information. Why would I believe you? But be transparent. and also be transparent what you do with my data. So, and it's not something of the future. If you only start to do that once you are obliged by the circumstances to do that, you're too late. So I urge every company to already start doing that. Don't think that you just have access to data. Today you still have, but in the very near future, and beware, 5 years, 10 years time is the near future. I always ask people, okay, what about 2030? And then they look at me, you say, yeah, 2030, you know what? That's in the future. And then I ask them, financial crisis of 2008, and then they say, yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday. But that is 12 years ago, even close to 13 years ago. 2030 is 10 years from now, it's 9 years from now. 2035 is 14 years from now. So it'll be here very soon. And so you need to prepare today to be ready. Hard, honest, ethical, authentic, responsible, and transparent.
It's great because you are saying that ethical approach will be the core of the new business models, that the companies should not lie, should not deceive their customers, and that they will not be able to account or the distance or on the largeness of their size, basically. They have to be personal and to speak to customers person to person. Something like this?
Absolutely. And treat every person not like a customer, but like a person. If you treat somebody like a person, then he might become a customer. But if you look at everybody as a customer, then I don't feel treated like a person. And I most probably will not become your customer. So, and that's difficult because we are trained to look at customers like customers, but you have to look at customers like people. They are real people and they want to be treated like an individual, and that is the future. And that's why I say every future will be different, because it's no longer about the company, it's about the customer, and every customer is a person and every person is different.
Great lesson. Focus on your customer, not to your product. At the end, we have 2 minutes left. Rick, I want to ask you a more personal question. Is this idea of crowded beaches you showed us as an inspirational idea how to think about the wave that could generally destroy all this business model? Did it come from your experience with one of the Bulgarian sea resorts?
Yeah, I was there in 2004. I still got this reward. It was given to me by Stefka Kostadinova, by the way. We traveled to Golden Beach, Golden Sands. It was not that crowded. But it's my worst nightmare, you know, a crowded beach is my worst nightmare. The picture was taken in Rimini, Italy. And that inspired me. I saw everybody busy with those beach chairs. And that's what they do, day in, day out, every time the same. And that is something that companies need to avoid. From time to time you have, and that's why I call myself a business philosopher. From time to time, you need to get out of your business and hover above your business like a helicopter and overlook, what am I doing? Why am I doing it? And what's happening in the outside world? Please.
Thank you very much, Rick, for this message. And once again, the gratitude of our big audience to you, Rick Vera.
No, thank you for having me.
And now I will move to our next speaker, now our next distinguished guest, Julia Stark. Julia Stark is a woman, and she is also a president of European Women Association and founder of FAP Academy. FAP comes for Femininity and business. And she's also a woman who wants to make bridges between East and West, probably like a bridge between business and femininity. And I would like to introduce her with some information that she has started her corporate career as an investment banker, working in Brussels, Geneva, Luxembourg, founded Business Bridge International, building business relationships between East and West Europe, worked with trade agencies, helping Belgian companies start up abroad, and the list of her partnerships and presentations is quite long, so just a glimpse of it. That, of course, but also I have to mention that Julia is a multiple award-winning speaker at Women Economic Forum, partnerships with giants like Google, MasterCard, Facebook, Deloitte, NatWest, before taking part in Innovation Explorer right now. She spoke at House of Lords in London on gender equality and entrepreneurship. So, welcome, Julia Stark. We will start with playing the video she pre-recorded, and later on we will ask our questions to Julia.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
All right. Hello from rainy Belgium. Guys, my name is Julia Stark. I'm the president of the European Women Association. And today I'm not speaking about female empowerment, about gender equality or networking. No, today I'm so happy to share with you one of the most close subject to me, and I'm so passionate about, is actually the innovation, or let's go a step further, the science behind innovation. And I'm so humbled to be here with you, because I've seen the lineup and it's just extraordinary, and I'm happy to be here with you on this online forum. I'm sorry we cannot see each other offline, but guys, just again, thank you so much for having me here. I have prepared a few slides as we don't have that much time together, so I hope you will enjoy the process. But let's talk about the science behind innovation and how to thrive in a complex and ambiguous market like we are experiencing it right now. Well, Innovation Explorer Forum 2021 in Sofia, Bulgaria. I actually look forward to see you all in person, but today it is happening thanks to technology online. Well, I will share with you some very cool stuff about how to get into the innovative state. I will share with you all the practical stuff around the flow and creativity. And please remember, 700%. Well, before we dive into the now and in the future, let's just first go back and look what happened 300 years ago, because that actually was the basis of our innovative world like we know it ourselves. So the first industrial revolution, when the steam trains were happening. And by the way, this slide was inspired by the World Economic Forum. Second industrial revolution, we had the electricity. 100 years later, finally we have the internet. And we remember the days, suddenly you and I were connected. And maybe we have people here on the call who are don't even imagine living in the world with no internet, but yes, it was real. And then followed by fourth industrial revolution of biotech, robotics, artificial intelligence, so the age of intelligence. Well, according to Normal Research Institute, it's not really about the intelligence. We are speaking here about the creative age, because impact happens through innovation. So innovation isn't something that you choose to be or not to be. This is something that is so imperative for the most of us. First of all, the reason why, well, competitive markets. I mean, there's very short shelf life of the products, right, and the goods. Fast evolving technologies, again, it's so disruptive. Look what happened in the last 12 months. It's just unimaginable, right? And then we had overloaded consumers, like literally too much information coming in. The focus is narrowed and people feel like they are overwhelmed. So let me move my camera. Well, so creativity is skill of the future. According to different researchers, according even the IBM survey that conducted over 1,500 other top executives in 60 different countries, they all agreed creativity is the answer. Well, I hope you agree. If not, I'm curious to have this conversation in the Q&A. According to Stephen Kotler, who's the founder of the Flow Genome Project in US, he's saying, well, listen, guys, creativity isn't a skill. This is actually state of mind. And why? Well, different companies have tried to get their teams into creative state of mind, to get them into innovation, but many of them have failed. So what we're seeing right now, that we actually have to have another approach and tap into our minds so that we get maximum out of our teams and ourselves. Well, what is creativity? Simply said, we've got the old idea, old experience, we got the new insight, and ta-bam, we have a creative solution. Well, it's been researched and shown that flow massively triggers creativity. So managing your mental state becomes a massive differentiator. So think about it, like optimal state of consciousness. This is what, according to science, flow actually means. Optimal state of your consciousness. It's actually your ultimate competitive edge in entrepreneurship, in business. So again, guys, I hope you're with me on this subject. You all have experienced flow, certain moment. That's a feeling of selflessness, when time actually flies or go very, very slowly, when everything happens so easy and you're like in a tunnel vision, and you make connections, neural connections, much more faster. So think about your best ideas. I mean, they did not happen while you were watching a Zoom session or you were researching something. Most of the time that happens when you are working out, when you do something you love, maybe when you are singing in the shower. It doesn't really matter. But the reason that happens literally most of the time at these moments is because you calm your mind and you're free from all distractions of the world and all the noises, and things become so much clearer. Well, the Flow Research Collective, subjects from different fields, like people from entrepreneurs to scientists to writers, and they reported that they have been 7 times much more creative in the state of flow. Let me repeat that. When you are in the state of flow, you're 700 times more creative, like 700%, I'm sorry, 7 times more creative. So being in that state helps you to make a difference in the market. Well, another Harvard institute, they actually discovered that you are more creative in the flow at the moment itself, but also the day after. So suggesting that flow doesn't just heighten creativity in the moment itself, but it actually happens on longer time as well. So being in the flow actually trains us to be more creative. I hope it makes sense what I'm saying. According to Forbes, they are saying, listen, flow state percentage is one of the 5 new management metrics for new managers and leaders. Then, well, how does it look like, the flow? In short, we don't have that much time, but this is when your happy hormones are firing and you feel this connection to others, you have this endorphins flowing, and the brain activity slows down. And this is when you tap into the mental state of flow. What does trigger flow? Well, maybe very strange to hear that, but risk. Yes, risk. When you have deadlines, when you're jumping from the airplane, when you're doing cool new adventurous stuff, you are actually tapping into flow. concentration, clarity, time blocks, all these things happen to get you focused and get into that state of flow. By the way, they've researched it's maximum 90 minutes maximum that you can be in a state of flow. All right, so be nice to yourself. Don't expect to be always in a state of flow. That's what I'm saying. And then meditation. Let me just shortly tap into that. Different researchers have shown that if you meditate for 4 days, just 4 days, it already shows beautiful results for when you tap into that creativity or innovation. So after 4 days, you will already see the results. You get into the clarity through connection to imagination, and in other words, like how to imagine the unimaginable. Why? Well, you are trying to figure out things that have never been figured out before. Another two very interesting researchers have said that if you tap into your imagination much more often with your team, you will actually activate parts of the brain that will help you and serve you to get to these results you are envisioning. In other words, piano study, maybe you've seen about that, when people, their brain activity would be measured when they would imagine playing the piano, and the same parts would be lit as if they would actually play the piano. Another research institute in Cleveland, they proved that imagining lifting your finger will actually improve the muscles in the finger with 30%. So quite important research for rehabilitation as well. Few flow busters, you know about that. We are all guilty is when we've got too much stress, too many notifications, social media, emails, but also too many distractions and not passion or purpose to something that you are doing. So if you're guilty about that, guys, please work on that. In other words, if you want to get into that dance of flow triggers creativity, innovation, and then we go back to flow. Being more physically active also helps to improve the flow states. Now, this is a short picture of our team, innovation team. I hope one day we'll be able to be working with you, as we've been working with the most and the biggest brands out there. But again, this is something you can do yourself. So I hope this short presentation inspired you to get into flow, to explore different ways of becoming more creative and innovative. Please connect on LinkedIn and remember the wise words of Socrates, the philosopher. The secret of change is to focus all of your energy, not to fighting the old, but building the new. I truly thank you for being with me on this short keynote about the science behind innovation. You know what? I am ready for Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Welcome to our forum, and thank you for opening the window to the science behind innovation, science that basically shows us how important are the emotions. And I want to ask you, well, how did it happen in your life to realize that innovation is a must, as you said?
Well, thank you for that question. I think first of the time, I think it's when the stress, or when you're challenged, and when your old models are failing. This is the moment in my case, for sure, when I realized, all right, I need to revise. I remember even last year, all our business was actually built on offline, conferences, trainings, workshops, networking. And suddenly all of that stops, and you are forced to think differently. You are forced to sit down or often isolate yourself and revise. And like Rick just said, like take that helicopter view and ask yourself, is that sustainable? So that's what we did, for example, last year. We sat down, we made a mind map, and we moved all our business to online. And it even grew much faster, because when you integrate these tools of innovation, this is when you see the things as they are, not as you want them to see. So I think the problem and the challenges are the moments.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I'd like to ask you about the risks and about the challenges. You're saying how important it is to realize that you are challenged and that you have to get out of the challenge. The risks and adventures. I just wonder, is this why you jump with parachutes, Julia? why you swim with dolphins? And do you basically advise all the CEOs and executives who are watching you at the moment to do this in order to get in the flow, to jump in the flow?
Well, a very good question. First of all, I think it's the personality type. I love adventure. But later, when I delve deeper into the science of flow, I realized that the risk, or with other words, when you can change your state of mind into that adrenaline rush, that actually triggers part of your brains that build new neural connections to come up with new solutions. So honestly, when I work with teams, I do advise them, let's do something crazy. Let's go outside. Let's not sit here in the office and think about the new creative solution for the challenge you are in. Now, let's go outside, let's get crazy, let's connect, let's bond, and only then we can go into the solution-driven thinking. You don't have to jump from parachute, I'm not saying that, but please be more adventurous and bond with your teams, because that will lead to much more interesting insights. For example, we do that through design thinking, and it's been quite challenging to do that through online workshops. So I look forward when we can physically meet and go to woods or travel somewhere and come up with the most extraordinary solutions.
Yes, we are all dreaming of getting back to the old normal somehow, or recreate it. But the creativity, you're saying how important is the creativity. At the same time, let's say in a company, if one instrument works fine, provides good results, why should this instrument be changed just because of the push for creativity? I'm wondering, is this push to creativity for its own sake is justified? Convince us that it is needed. If everything is smooth and working fine, why should companies take care about creativity?
Different research has shown that creativity isn't something you just can activate from today to tomorrow. There are different companies, especially in Silicon Valley, who are in normal, like in daily activities, they train that. This is something you need to train. So when crisis happens, and I'm an investment banker, so I remember 2008 very well, many banks literally just failed and closed the doors. And this is a bit too late to sit down and let's brainstorm about the solution. Because to tap into the creativity, you need so many different tools around it. The safety, the authenticity, the boldness, time and budgets. So this is something you need to cultivate in a smaller pieces, maybe in different departments. It's not because it's out of the sake of it. It's often for the survival of your own being as a company or a business owner. So we've seen it last year in my business community. I've seen many companies fail. And then they would call us, say, Julia, let's do a design thinking strategy workshop. Let's go outside. Let's be creative. And often it's too late. So it's not just to be creative. It's not a hype. It's a must in every company, because we are living in a very, very fast changing environment because of technology. So you really have to think so many steps ahead, and we cannot not know now what we'll need in 2030, like Rick said. But what we need to do now is train our brain when that happens, when you need to pivot fast, your team and your company is ready to do so.
I was astonished to see that you talked about selflessness, forgetting our ego. Is it easy to do? Is it an easy thing to do?
Good question. You know, the selflessness often happens in teams when you feel safe, first of all, when you feel recognized as well, so the ego part is there. But when you blend in, and the research that often is connected to that selflessness is
the Navy SEAL trainings, when in the United States they would actually train the teams because they're so expensive to train. So United States, the government, they will invest so much money in flow, in connection, so to make these individuals selfless, so that when there is a risk, that you can be tapped and connected to each other and move as a team through different challenges. So selflessness normally comes automatically when you have this flow of happy hormones, when you feel safe and connected, and when certain parts of your brain get less active, the ego part, the front lobe, get less active, and when you feel, okay, I'm part of something bigger. So when I work with companies, we often look into how can we make companies, the teams within the companies, selfless, so that we can move towards something bigger. And that helps when you can connect to a bigger vision. So it's not about you as a sales manager or a CEO, as ICT department. It's really about us making an impact, making a difference. And that's what we are as leaders need to find a way, find the key. How can we help our teams to feel selfless and move as a team and still get that recognition when you achieve certain goals?
Thank you. A key word of team is appearing here. And my last question is about concentration, Julia. Do you have a good advice on how and how often people here should clear their mind from all the noise, from all the distraction, because this is an informational distraction that we need. How to do this concentration?
Well, actually, you don't have to be a guru. You don't have to meditate daily. Actually, they're just practical tools you can use. You've seen around your community probably that we are so zoomed out. We are so locked behind our computers. And it feels like you're from meeting to meeting, you're going on and not much is being done by the end of the day. Often that says that you've been multitasking a lot, that you haven't been concentrating, you don't have a clear vision towards where you're going. So interesting latest research was shown that you cannot be longer than 19 minutes in a concentrational state. So don't expect yourself to work from 9 to 10 hours behind your laptop and be performing like crazy. It's not realistic, it's not our biology. So few little things, what I often do, I will take alarm on my cell phone and I will, put in like every 45 minutes to an hour, I will just have an alarm to interrupt what I'm doing. And maybe it feels counterintuitive, but it does help. But you don't go and watch TV or whatever, or go to your social media when you have that break. What you need to do is get your heart rate up. And it's just for 2-3 minutes. You can jump, you can pump, you can do whatever you want, preferably outside, or open your window if you're in the office. It looks strange, but it does reset your brain to go back to that same task where you will perform much better. So in these moments of breaks, you need to shut off your brain and do something physical to pump your blood, all right? So it's not that difficult, everybody can do that. And often key to clarity lies in hormones. And that's very interesting. What I advise my clients often to do, it's maybe a bit soft, but at the end of the day, please think about things you're grateful for. And not for the sake of it, but actually you will trigger certain happy hormones, endorphins, serotonin, that will help you to low down the cortisol, the stress hormone. And that will lead to more clarity, creativity, and innovation.
Thank you so much, Julia. Julia Stark, and I'm going now to jump and to breathe in the break for me. Thanks a lot. Do the same, Julia. Thank you.
ще поема на български, но пък ние сме в България. С Венелин бяхме колеги 13 години в BTV новините и така се случи да се видим сега за първи път от 6 години насам. Последно бяхме в ефир, когато Венелин Петков като водещ на новините, заедно с Гена, отразявахме един много дълъг протест преди 7 години. От тогава до сега нещата се влошиха. Вен, ти си, както се казва.
Здравейте отново. Мисля, че... Мира, остани, моля те.
Тук съм.
Защото аз се чудих как да те представя. We actually switched to Bulgarian, so bear with us. I hope we have translation going on. Така че продължаваме на български. С Мира се познаваме от 2000-та година, т.е. повече от 20 години, 21 години вече. Повечето от вас я познават изключително добре. За онези от вас, които ни гледат от чужбина, не са от България. Нека да кажа следното. Миролюба Бенатова е един от най-силните, най-смелите, най-талантливите и най-влиятелни журналисти в България за последните 20 и повече години. И това го казвам съвсем откровено. И както се случва с, за съжаление, доста от журналистите като нея в последните няколко години, тя беше внезапно освободена от една от мейнстрим медиите, Нова телевизия, и изведнъж остана без работа. Както казвах, това се случи и на други колеги. Тя започна да кара...
Неотдавна и на теб.
Неотдавна, да, на мен и на още няколко колеги от друга мейнстрим медия, BTV. Тя започна да кара, Миролюба започна да кара такси. Нали,
което
така?
беше част от посланието. То не беше за хляба, беше за да се покаже, че имат професии, които са поръчкови. Това е таксиметровата, но журналистиката не е сред тях. Всъщност това беше посланието на моето преквалифициране. Да остана журналист.
Радвам се, че те виждам сега в алтернативата. Едно не мейнстрим предаване, нишово, което обаче се развива в YouTube, има растяща аудитория.
Заповядай.
С най-голямо удоволствие. С това нека да приключим представянето, за да можем да се фокусираме върху твоите събеседници и твой панел. Заповядай.
Благодаря ти, Венелин. Да, виж, това не съм го казвала наистина от 2013 година. Вен към теб. Всъщност, това беше и връзката, която аз исках да направя, че всъщност ние се виждаме в време, което България все още, както и ти спомена, е на 111-то място по свобода на словото. И пак, както ти каза, всъщност COVID свали маските и стана много по-ясно или може би по-видимо за публиката кой е, какви са мотивите му и какво всъщност движи процесите в нашата държава. Ние сложихме физическите маски, но иначе откъм процеси всичко стана по-прозрачно. И в този смисъл и ти като доскоро ръководител в новините знаеш, че част от несвободата е всъщност кои теми може и кои теми не може да бъдат засягани.
Искам да те прекъсна само и да се върна пак на това, което казах в началото. Страхът. COVID донесе много страх и страхът е невероятен фактор, разкриващ същността на човешката душа и човешкото сърце. Това, което ни накара да сложим маски, беше страхът, но в същото време същия този страх освободи по някакъв начин сърцата на хората да бъдат това, което действително са. Тоест там маските паднаха заради страха. Невероятен фактор, разкриващ човешкото поведение.
И пак да върна, всъщност темите, които се засягат в големите медии, които, както отбелязахме, с голямо наше съжаление, че са превзети, всъщност темите за същинската корупция, за корупцията, която е завладяла кръвоносната система на нашата държава, за нея не става дума в големите медии. Те са пълни с дребнотемия, с малки случаи, с несъществени неща, пълни с шум. Има имитативни теми, но не е по същество. Защо казвам всичко това? Защото с моите събеседници, Филип Гунев е един от тях, който е председател на управителния съвет на Антикорупционния фонд, една неправителствена организация, чиято работа е всъщност да се занимава с сигнали за корупция и с разследвания по тези сигнали. С него и с Димитър Бечев, който е един изключително сериозен международен анализатор, ще говорим именно за това, за корупцията, която пречи на иновацията и на развитието ни във всяко едно ниво. Нека видим сега интервюто с Филип Гунев, което заснехме по-рано. След това тук на място ще имаме въпроси и отговори.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Здравейте, ще си говорим за иновации и корупция. Мой събеседник е доктор Филип Гунев. Той е водещ експерт в областите антикорупция и вътрешни работи на Европейския съюз. Между 2013 и 2017 доктор Гунев е заместник министър на вътрешните работи в 3 поредни правителства и отговаря за разработването на антикорупционната стратегия на България. Негов ресор е и учредяването на Координационния съвет за борба с корупцията към Министерство на вътрешните работи. Кариерата на доктор Гунев започва в Центъра за изследване на демокрацията, където за 10 години успява да оглави аналитичната дейност в сферата на сигурността и вътрешните работи. От 2011 година до 2014 е член на експертната група по корупция към Европейската комисия. Съавтор е на труда "Корупция и организирана престъпност в Европа. Незаконни партньорства". Доктор Гунев има докторска степен по социология от Лондонското училище по икономика и политически науки, магистърска степен по международни отношения от Колумбийския университет. В момента е консултант на европейски институции в сферата върховенство на закона и вътрешни работи. Здравейте, както казах, корупция и иновации. И някак си така веднага ми идва мисълта за българското електронно правителство и електронно управление, което така и все още не се е състояло, въпреки че вече има потънали около 2 милиарда. Заради корупция или заради некадърност, според вас?
Според мен е комбинация от двете. Със сигурност е комбинация от двете. Дълги години липса на визия, но в немалка степен и така една плеяда от фирми, които установиха, че това е един много добър начин да се вземат пари, без да се търсят конкретни резултати, когато хората им знаят, че се дават пари за магистрала, те очакват да видят магистрала. Когато се дават пари за нещо, което е невидимо, както голяма част от електронното правителство, е много лесно те да бъдат откраднати, без да има реални резултати. И за съжаление това е една от областите, където тази плеяда от дежурни фирми, ако някой така си направи труда да види кои са фирмите, които са спечели търговете, ще види, че това не са фирмите, които България се хвали международни, че са завзели международни пазари, че са стартирани от venture capital фондове, че се продават. Това са една друга така плеяда от фирми, където особени иновации няма. Там има черпене на средства. Така, може би, наскоро една такава фирма гледахме, която работи в изпълнителна агенция автомобилна администрация. И тази фирма, която всеки може да види на сайта, тя е една от фирмите, която е създала един от основните регистри на тази агенция, но ако отидеш на сайта ѝ, разбираш първо, че е регистрирана на адреса на агенцията. Това е защото тя е някаква стара държавна фирма, която е приватизирана от някакъв немски гражданин. Второ, разбираш, че фирмата има и химическо чистене, което седи на хоумпейджа на фирмата. И това е пример за една IT технологична фирма.
Иновация.
Да, иновация в химическото чистене, която от години е един от основните доставчици на така електронни услуги за фирмите от пътническия, от автомобилния транспорт.
Всъщност тази фирма с химическото чистене направила на ДАИ всичките програми за изпити, за шофьорски
Не.
книжки.
Тази е по-малка фирма. Тя се занимава с... така малък ресурс черпи, но тя е една от фирмичките, които така се е закачила. Но иначе в различни агенции виждаме така абонирани фирми, които по един или друг начин успяват да или заобикаляйки обществени поръчки, или някакси добирайки се до... нали, типичният вариант е, когато има много кандидати, нали, повечето да бъдат отхвърлени и да спечели, нали, фирмата, така, предпочитаната и която след това някой се опитва да оспорва, но когато, нали, има надежда, че ще има шанса. Има много обществени поръчки, където просто не се явяват фирми, защото знаят, че там изборът е предопределен от години, парите ще бъдат наляти за разни дейности на дадената агенция и различните агенции така се оборудвали с различни фирми и министерства, нали, които да ги обслужват.
И в този сектор ли се знае, че обществените поръчки се пишат за определен кандидат?
Да, аз съм виждал много по различни начини, дали чрез изискване на разни ISO сертификати или различни сертификати, които са абсолютно ненужни и безсмислени, нали, се стеснява кръга. Преди това избраната фирма си извадила точно такъв сертификат, където пише, че тя може да прави освен IT услуги и 3 други неща, които нямат нищо общо с IT услуги. Дали защото е толкова неясно написана процедурата, че само този, който има вътрешно знание, знае, че нали, се е разбрал как точно ще
бъде. За него става въпрос.
Да, как точно ще бъде обслужен, защото за една външна фирма, която вижда едно техническо задание, което може да е и за 50 хиляди и за 5 милиона, за нея това е риск, защото тя няма как да се хвърли в нещо толкова неясно, но ако някой предварително се е разбрал, едно неясно техническо задание е добре дошло, защото отблъсква конкуренцията.
Всъщност аз точно това щях да кажа, че по принцип IT сектора, особено успешните фирми, те са независими от държавата, именно защото не участват в такива обществени поръчки. И има такъв един балон малко технологичен, който страни от държавата. Това обаче ще запази ли сектора? Това вариант ли е просто да не участваш?
Това ограничава възможностите. Аз така давах пример миналата година по време на едни return ивенти, които бяха организирани в Българската Venture Capital асоциация в Ню Йорк, Вашингтон и Бостън. Нали, с гордост се показваше така, един слайд с българските екзити, с, нали, фирмите, които са продадени, които са успешните инвестиции. На този слайд нямаше фирми, които печелят обществени поръчки в България. На този слайд имаше наистина иновативни български фирми, които най-вероятно участват и в днешния форум. Но съвсем малка част от другите фирми, които са обичайните за подозрени в печелене на поръчки, нали, създават добавена стойност и могат да бъдат конкурентни дори извън България.
Всъщност, да, държавата очевидно е лицемерна в заявката. Ние имаме нужда от вас, дори, нали, към българи, които са успели в чужбина. Елате си, тук ще ползваме вашия ресурс, вашето знание. Не става така.
Да, не става и то почва още от начина, по който се отглеждат тези фирми в България. Нали, освен Venture Capital фондовете, които подкрепят стартиращи иновативни български фирми, другият така основен държавен източник е програмата за иновации и конкурентоспособност. Преди това беше, нали, програма конкурентоспособност.
Кой успява да вземе пари от тези програми?
И вече близо 10 години тези програми са монополизирани под някаква форма от един наръч от консултантски фирми, които практически предварително одобряват и се разбират с Министерството, кои ще бъдат избраните фирми. огромна част от този ресурс, който се раздава през тия програми, потъва в комисионни за тези фирми. Най-вероятно голяма част от тия комисионни отиват и за подкупи.
Връщат се.
Да, те се връщат, но така или иначе ние съвместно с Центъра за изследване на демокрацията работихме миналата година по един анализ точно за организираната престъпност в еврофондовете. Там съвсем реалистично е да се каже, че може би 30 до 40% от тази програма се използват абсолютно неефективно и отиват именно в такива комисионни подкупи и...
Може ли в абсолютно число да кажете? За какви пари говорим?
Ами да кажем, че са десетки милиони от програмата. Тя мисля, че беше, предходната беше около 100 милиона, нали, 30-40 милиона сигурно отиват в подобни неефективни дейности. Затова и ако погледнете дали от тази програма са излезли някакви велики български иновации, с които се или така успешни фирми, с които се хвалят по същия начин, по който се хвалят Venture Capital фондовете българските, дали тази програма може да се похвали с същия успех, с който Venture Capital фондовете, ще видите, че почти липсват такива.
Тоест, в крайна сметка, европейските пари, които така се изливат с добро намерение, те наистина от години са изключителен генератор на голяма корупция.
Една част, друга част отиват през фондовете, през голяма част от Venture Capital фондовете в България, различните нива също се финансират от европейски фондове, но там вече има частен интерес, частно съучастие се търси обикновено от истински инвеститори и затова там риска е по-малък.
На този тип участници правят ли им се спънки юридически? Има ли хватки за рекет?
И затова специално в тая програма на конкурентоспособност и иновации основната причина даже тези консултантски компании често да участват е не само, че спечелиш, и това, че ти не можеш да се оправиш въобще в програмата, че те могат дори да си спечелил по честен начин, след това могат да почнат да те рекетират, като не ти признават различни разходи, което отказва много от участниците.
Тоест те ти казват, ние сме твой човек, ние ще те преведем през сложната документация.
Да.
Ти без нас не можеш да се оправиш.
И се прави, да. Те действително, нали, чуват се така, много хора се отказват да участват, защото някой си е направил труда сам да участва в тези програми и е бил изложен на риска да не му признаят разходи, да му бъдат забавени плащания с месеци, защото там принципът е, че ти първо правиш разходите, след това ти ги възстановяват. Нали, това всичко са дребни методи за рекет, ако случайно си се решил сам да се пробваш. Те така те насочват по един естествен начин към тези консултанти, които да ти помогнат. Това за мен нали, са пари, които са загубени, една възможност, която България от години всъщност хвърля на вятъра. Там има много нива на корупция. Там има нива на корупция, където самите хора, работещи в програмата, нали, някаква част от тях правят опити да заработват на страна. Но там има винаги и политическо едно ниво, което се опитва да се намесва. И различните партии, които през последните 10 години, защото това министерство не винаги, не задължително е било в ресора на управляващата партия. Дали беше на ДПС, дали на Атака, нали, различни партии.
За кое министерство?
За което е Министерство на икономиката, което управлява тази програма.
ДПС през Атака.
Да. Там има най-различни такива и оттам са финансирани, включително и медии се финансираха, нали, се закупуваха, програмата се нагласеше така, че да може вместо истински иновации да се финансират медии.
В интерес на един депутат от ДПС ли?
Да, така се знаеше, да. Но това нали, практически изхвърли тези пари на вятъра, финансирайки частни интереси на иновации.
Всички партии ли са отговорни за това ниво на корупция и за това разхищение на европейски пари?
Ами, да ви кажа, нали, има много държави в Европа, където се разхищават пари от европейства. Това са лесни пари, държавите трудно така, слагат нужните мерки, но моето впечатление е, че който се е добрал до европейски фондове, е търсил някакъв начин да се възползва от тях. Не мога да кажа дали всички партии. Всички партии, които знам, че последните 10 години са отговаряли за това министерство по един друг начин, не са успели да прекършат корупцията. Там дори политически да не е винаги да е на върха да е стоял някой, който се е възползвал от това, но не се е преборил с това там да има една смислена програма, която действително да финансира иновации.
Последен въпрос. Според вас правят ли се опити на политическо и на експертно ниво нещо да се промени от това, за което говорихме до сега?
От една страна, дребната корупция, тя изисква, как примерно в една такава програма, ти да промениш и да направиш по такъв начин правилата, така че дребният човек, там служителят, да не може да заработва на страна. Това обикновено е сложно и такъв тип административни реформи се изискват в много министерства, за да се прекрати корупцията, но българските правителства не са рядко правят опити да инвестират. Това се изисква и експертен потенциал, за да мога да направиш едни такива административни реформи. А другото е въпрос на политическа воля, вече и желание и принципи, дали ти политическата корупция, нали, ти решаваш да заработваш от такъв фонд. Знам партии, специално от тази програма, са си искали, нали, 20% от всеки един даден грант да отива към нас. Нали, партии, които са управлявали за министерството в определени години. Това вече не мога да го пред. Това е въпрос на това кой си избрал и колко са корумпирани.
Но май няма много жалби.
Това е един от видовете невидима корупция, където самите нали, липсата на прозрачност или начина, по който се управляват тези ресурси, самите фирми не могат да разберат, че са жертва винаги на корупция. За дребната административна корупция винаги има съдилища и те винаги могат да ходят и да се борят или да подават сигнали. За нея има начини да се оправиш. И това не бива, на нея фирмите не бива да се подават. Когато се срещнат или усетят, че от другата страна има дребна такава, някой се мъчи да ги рекетира, да ги разработи, срещу това българските институции се ангажират. Това, което нали, трудно може да се бори, е голямата политическа корупция, където, за съжаление, нали, прокуратурата е показала, че в повечето случаи няма желание да я бори. Затова единствено, което остава е да ОЛАФ, Европейската агенция за борба с измамите, по някакъв начин да помага. Затова, ако се усети така фирма, че има ползва европейски фондове и е обект на корупционен натиск и има политическо участие, единствения може би начин е ОЛАФ, медиите, организации като
медиите, другите, които са останали.
Част от медиите или организации неправителствени, като тази, която аз представлявам.
Надяваме се да излезем от този омагьосен кръг. Благодаря ви.
Да, благодаря и аз.
Ние се надяваме да излезем от този магиосен кръг, обаче очевидно не сме излезли. Сега казвам добър ден на Филип Гунев, с когото успяхте да видите нашето интервю. 2 месеца по-късно мисля, че не сме излезли от омагиосения кръг. Направи ми впечатление вчера. Агенцията за държавна финансова инспекция приключи 116 финансови проверки за последното 3 месече на 2020 година. Търсейки нарушения по обществени поръчки, оказва се открили такива за няколко десетки милиона лева, като едно от тях, става дума за повече от 5 милиона лева, се отнасят за една обществена поръчка към Българската агенция за безопасност на храните и става дума за едно разследване на Генка Шикерова, което мина и през антикорупционния фонд, война на трупове, ако си спомняте. Всъщност държавата отне и около 1,5 година да открие, че има нарушение за 5,4 милиона лева. И това е само един от случаите. А ние си говорим за иновации. Очевидно, може би има иновации в корупционните практики, в друго.
Това за мен е... Това работи. Да, предполагам. За мен тези опити, в смисъл това, какво следва, ние не знаем. Това, което обикновено следва, е дълги години разследвания, без никакъв резултат. Накрая няма осъден, няма затворен. Ако са европейски пари, ги връщаме, ако са и ги плащаме от джоба си. В много случаи виждаме, имаше един добър, пак едно друго разследване, което се прави за една златна локва, така наречената по турска граница, където още преди години, може би при 7-8 години, BTV тогава прави разследване, което показва как се събират едни пари от едни фирми, свързани с различни мафиотски структури по турската граница. И тогава набързо уволняват шефа на, мисля, че пак на същата агенция за безопасност на храните, или която отговаря за златната локва. Назначават нов шеф и схемата продължава следващите 10 години, докато ние правим поредното разследване, пак малко шум и така. Тъй, че едни такива цикли с публична имитация на някаква дейност и на някакви противодействия на държавата, трябва внимателно да се вглеждаме и да слушаме дали нещо ще последва от тях.
Смятате ли, че кризата COVID се превръща в някакъв вид маска отново за корупционни практики, този път обаче в сферата на здравеопазването, която обикновено е много трудна за разследване?
Със сигурност, то най-малко има огромен ръст на разходите и на средствата за здравеопазване. И това, което и вие показахте в алтернативата преди съвсем наскоро, нито е изключение, нито не мисля, че е и ново, но със сигурност COVID е стимулирала подобен тип източване на здравни средства и корупционни практики.
Къде е изхода? Защото ние реално с вас така доста мрачна картина очертахме. Виждате ли някакъв път, пътечка, лъч, по който може да се тръгне и да е за добро? С обществените пари, държавните пари, нашите.
Гледайки изборните прогнози, не виждам много светлина, тъй като докато няма така ясна промяна в политическия модел, където някой да дойде с решителност да премахне тези зависимости, те ще продължат. И въпреки че много партии се опитват да се позиционират, липсва им възможността да убедят избирателите, че те наистина го искат. Никой от тях не го е показал, че го може. И всъщност даже изследванията показват, че много хора смятат, че сегашните управляващи са най-способните да водят корупцията, което единствено я възпроизвежда на всеки няколко години.
Да, ние живеем в света на думите, в света на вярванията, които думите създават, така че изобщо не е лишено от логика това, което казвате, че много хора вярват, че настоящето е най-доброто, което може да им се случи. То е въпрос на формиране на вярвания. Другия събеседник, с когото също говорихме преди няколко месеца, той е международен анализатор, изключителен познавач на света, на процесите в света, Димитър Бечев. Предполагам, че вече е на линия. Ако не е, сигурно след малко ще бъде, а ние имаме възможност, също вярвам, да чуем това, което поговорихме с него преди няколко месеца. След това ще развием разговора си и тук.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
За България в контекст. За това ще говорим с Димитър Бечев, който е директор на Института за европейски политики. Това е център за анализи, който е базиран в София. Събеседникът ми е защитил докторантура в Оксфорд. След това е бил на висока позиция в Европейския съвет за външни отношения. Неговата книга «Русия се завръща на Балканите» изследва геополитическата роля на Русия на Балканите, Гърция, Кипър и Турция. Здравейте, доктор Бечев.
Здравейте.
Къде ви намирам?
В Оксфорд отново. В Великобритания, която в момента е отделена от Европа, дори физически, защото освен новия щам на COVID-19, наближава и края на преходния период за Брексит и последните няколко дена гледаме опашки от камиони по магистралите и прекъсване на връзката с Франция и тунела.
Доста размирни, странни времена, никой не можеше да ги предвиди, ми се струва, но все пак, как на вас ви изглежда като експерт по международни отношения, как ви изглежда България в контекста на Балканите, на Европа?
България зависи от коя гледна точка се гледа. Ако се гледа от гледна точка на нейните съседи в Западните Балкани, тя в последните десетина години се справя не зле. В крайна сметка по-добре да си в Европейския съюз, отколкото си отвън. Нашите приятели от Македония добре знаят за какво говоря. Парите от Европейския съюз, за които малко по-късно може би ще говорим в дълбочина, все пак един спасителен пояс в трудни години, както сега COVID-19, така и преди едно десетилетие, когато България и останалата част на Европа беше изправена пред дълбоката рецесия в резултат на банковия срив и после кризата в еврозоната. За българските граждани членството значи много възможности, не на последно място да пътуват. Знам, че звучи малко така иронично тези времена, когато това право е ограничено. Всеки си спомня какво беше през 90-те години. Но от друга страна, песимистът би казал, че пред нашата страна имаше много по-големи възможности, ако се сравним с други посткомунистически общества в Централна Европа, в Прибалтика, виждаме колко не сме успели. Дори съседна Румъния, ако щете, колко не сме успели да използваме икономическите и политическите възможности, които ни дава членството. България и Естония са били горе-долу в една отправна точка преди 30 години, а сега разликата от земята до небето същото важи и за България и Словакия, да речем.
Дори само ако вземем електронното правителство, в което България и Естония през 2011 година тръгнаха от едно и също място, България може да се похвали, че потънаха 2 милиарда, но няма електронно правителство, докато Естония вече е забравила този въпрос отдавна.
Да, именно и предполагам, че другите ваши събеседници ще разгледат този проблем в много по-голяма дълбочина. Това е един пример за неща, за които само се говори, но като че ли чисто по модела на отчетничеството ние правим някакви действия, отчитаме се пред Брюксел или пред разни други органи, усвояваме средства, но резултатът накрая е минимален, ако ще го има.
Превърнаха ли се европейските средства в механизъм за утвърждаване на голяма корупция?
За съжаление, това е точно така. Те се носят с две остриета, имат много благотворно влияние. Пак да напомня трудните години в началото на миналото десетилетие, когато ни започваше много по-сериозна рецесия. Те бяха спасителен пояс. Но от друга страна и тук много финансисти и икономисти, които знаят повече по темата от мен, са отбелязвали, че техният ефект върху институциите, също така и върху бизнес средата, дългосрочно може би е негативен. Конкретен пример, ако обиколите в България по села и паланки има инфраструктурни обекти, които нямат никакво значение. Ако тези средства бяха инвестирани в инициативи с по-висока възвръщаемост, да речем електронно управление или повишаване на образователните стандарти, може би икономическия и развойния ефект ще е много по-голям. Тук влизаме малко в темата за иновациите също. Тоест, вместо да се строят обекти, които нямат особено значение, да речем стадион в село с затихващи функции, инвестирането в други области. Тук може би пазара е по-добър механизъм, отколкото държавното разпределение. Ще има по-благотворен ефект, но тук е фактора корупция, защото трябва да се запитаме какъв част тези средства отива в правилните хора. И в момента, разбира се, в Европейския съюз тече много сериозен дебат. Бяха взети решения във връзка с възстановителния фонд по COVID-19 за обвързване на тези трансфери с стандарти. Унгария и Полша се бориха до край, като че ли, защото мислиха, че това е някакво вмешателство във вътрешните работи. За съжаление, България също е в групата на проблематичните страни. И така, по дълъг, по заобиколен начин да ви отговоря на въпроса, да, наистина е така. Европейските средства подхранват корупцията в България. Те не се създали, но може би е ясно, че задълбочават проблема.
А как всъщност може ли да видим сянката на Русия, или Русия е обичайният заподозрян и вече в ролята на демонизирания враг? Защото като споменахте Унгария и Полша, подозира се влияние на Русия за различни процеси, които се развиват именно в тези постсоциалистически държави и не само.
Русия се възползва от тези проблеми в обществата и в политически системи, в икономиката на страните по източната и югоизточната периферия на Европейския съюз, защото тя е по-слаба позиция от Запада, не разполага с такива ресурси, не разполага с толкова мека сила, потребим термин от международния жаргон, но успява да се внедри, да използва корупционните практики, пролуките в институциите, недоверието сред обществата спрямо политиците или политическите елити. Но от друга страна, въпреки че Русия играе с тази карта, в България много критици на Москва пресилват нещата, тъй като в крайна сметка не Русия е генерирала корупцията у нас. Това са домашни проблеми, които външни сили, в това число и Русия, експлоатират, но ако сме сериозни и искаме да сме уязвими спрямо външно въздействие, трябва първо да си оправим нашия отбор. Медиите да има прозрачност, да речем, спрямо собствеността, да има журналистически стандарти, да има прозрачност в енергийния сектор, разпределението на публичните средства. И вече след това да гледаме къде Русия се намесва, не е някакси да използваме като универсално оправдание и всички въпроси да се свеждат до уж противопоставянето на Русия и Запада. Напротив, в крайна сметка, българските дела са работа на българските граждани, според мен.
Как изглежда през вашите очи подписания меморандум с щатите в областта на комуникационните технологии неотдавна? Какво означава, до какво ще доведе?
Нека да правя първо една оговорка, че не съм специалист по комуникационни технологии. Тук предполагам, че има хора, които могат да се изкажат много по-компетентно за 5G технологията и съперничеството между Китай и Запада. Това, което мен ми изглежда, че всъщност дългосрочно за американската външна политика Китай е по-голямото предизвикателство. И Китай последните години успя да набере много скорост в влиянието си сред бившите комунистически страни на Балканите и в Източна Европа. И на базата на това, че разполага с финансов ресурс. Тук, между другото, една голяма разлика с Русия, тъй като Русия не разполага с такива финансови средства. Нейната икономика е много по-малка спрямо китайската и амбициите съответно. Дали тези американски инициативи ще успеят да изолират Китай от пазара на високи технологии в Европа, трудно да се каже. Защото все пак топката е в терена на големите европейски държави, като Германия, като Франция и Великобритания. Дори тук в Великобритания дълго време се колебаеха относно 5G стандартите и някакси се опитваха да изместят, да се противопоставят на американския натиск. България, изправена пред американски натиск, предполагам, че ще вземе страната на Вашингтон. Този избор е логичен. Но доколко от това ще последват някакви законодателни и политически мерки, това мен ме съмнява. Инстинкта на българските управляващи е да играят на всички станове и да се опитат както да удовлетворят Запада, т.е. Америка в този случай, така и да не затворят вратичките си към Китай, да имат достъп до различни видове механизми за сътрудничество, финансови потоци и така нататък. Така че не очаквам България да в предните редове на тази битка с Китай, напротив ще се снешим отново и ще се опитаме да не понесем някакви удари от този сблъсък.
В международен план обаче сега доста анализатори казват, че времето на Европа като фактор и на Щатите също като фактор в международен план вече изтича и всъщност следва времето на Азия. За вас как звучи тази прогноза?
В относителни категории Запада наистина е изгубил влияние спрямо новите глобални сили. Това може обективно да го покажем, като видим какъв дял от световния вътрешен продукт е взимал Китай преди 10-15 години, какъв сега. Скока е много, много сериозен. Също така Китай последно време опитва да инструментализира и дали да трансформира тези финансови и икономически средства в военна мощ. Макар че неговите военни способности не са от калибъра на американските, Китай няма възможност да проектира сила далеч от своите граници, все пак гледа на себе си като регионална сила. Това значи, че може би наистина е така дългосрочно, но в краткосрочен план едва ли нещо ще се промени радикално тук при нас в Европа. От една страна имаме Запада, от друга страна имаме няколко конкурентни центъра на власт, Русия и Турция най-главно, които ще се опитват да изградят някакви мрежи на влияние. Но не очаквам някакъв сериозен прелом поне в следващите 5-10 години, което ще доведе и до пренастройване на българската външна политика. Да, генерално стратегически план, да, но конкретно в така нашето малко ъгълче на Европа няма да има сериозни сътресения по тази линия.
На България, ако пак трябва така малко по-глобален и последен въпрос, не е ли времето на кибервойните?
О, да, разбира се, в последните години видяхме какво значение има това поле на противопоставяне. Тук надпреварата е много по-различна по своя характер, отколкото в класическия тип военно-политическа надпревара, защото много често атаките срещу една държава не могат да бъдат свързани с друга държава. Съответно, методите на сплашване, на задържане, които са на лице във военната област, да речем, ако ти имаш противник с ядрено оръжие, това, че ти разполагаш с твое ядрено оръжие, някак си възпираш фактор за другата страна да не го използва. Този механизъм не важи в киберсредата. Ако ти имаш нападателни средства, ти да инфилтрираш другите мрежи и да ги увредиш по някакъв начин, това по никакъв начин, поне това показват изследванията, не разубеждава твоя съперник да използва тези методи. Не знам дали следите тази тема, но в Америка гърми още скандал за мащабна хакерска атака последните месеци. Която най-вероятно е свързана с Русия и свързана с най-вероятно възможността на външното разузнаване на Москва да буквално да вземе данни от ред агенции, пък и частни фирми в целия свят, но най-вече в Америка. Което значи дори по-слаб противник като Русия има възможност да не бъде възпрян по никакъв начин, въпреки че вероятно Америка има по-сериозни способности в кибер областта и има стимул да използва подобен тип вмешателство. С други думи, ще виждаме все повече и повече такива случаи и ще ги обсъждаме. Но за сега, поне в моята област, международните отношения, някакси учените, експертите догонват, не могат да измислят теории и концепции, които да опишат това, което сме се изправили. Тоест света е доста шарен, доста бързо развиващ се и понякога експертната среда не може да отреагира на това, което наблюдаваме.
Да, така е. Реалността е такава каквато е и очевидно настоящето никакви анализи май не можаха да го предвидят. Много ви благодаря за този разговор. Той, разбира се, е разговор с продължение.
Благодаря за поканата още веднъж.
Сега казвам здравейте на Димитър Бечев отново. Вероятно пак се включвате от Великобритания. Здравейте. Няколко месеца по-късно.
Да, здравейте, приятно ми да съм отново с вас.
Ще продължим разговора всъщност, точно така както обещах, че е разговор с продължение. Всъщност, борбата с COVID-19 ли е новото поле в битката за надмощие, така погледнато пак от вашата призма на анализатор на международните отношения?
Да, очевидно имаме такава надпревара на няколко нива, на първо място между Китай и Запада, но също така виждаме, че дори в рамките на Европа има състезание. Ето, например, Великобритания използва победата си, така наречената, в набавянето на ваксини, вакцинирането на населението, за да извлече някакви дивиденти. Дали чисто символни пиар или по същество спрямо Европейския съюз. Но трябва да гледаме по-общия план. В крайна сметка това е глобална заплаха и ако ти си успял да преодолееш, а твой съсед не, и тук под съсед може да е съседна страна, може да е съседен регион, крайният резултат за всички е негативен. И COVID е типичен пример, защо в някои области, дори в условията на съперничество, трябва да се развиват механизми за сътрудничество. И дори ако видите външнополитическите речи на новата администрация в САЩ, както на Байден, така и на държавния секретар Блинкен, те настояват, че Китай, въпреки че е съперник в области като COVID, глобалното здравеопазване, също така и в областта на промяната на климата е партньор.
Точно това искам да вметна, извинявайте, че ви прекъсвам, но всъщност така прочетох неотдавна един такъв термин дипломация на вакцинацията и в този анализ, който прочетох, всъщност ставаше дума за това, че Русия и Китай всъщност се възползват от хаоса, създаден с доставките на територията на Европейския съюз и в общи линии успяват да прокарат своя интерес, участвайки като доставчик на ваксини в останалата част от света. Вие как гледате на този тип ново оръжие, нов тип инвазия през ваксини към влияние?
Съвсем логично. Всяка една държава използва всякакви възможности, за да постигне надмощие. Това е феномен, който в международните отношения не е от вчера. Но пак мисълта ми е, че има изподелен интерес. Въпреки така, точките, които тази или онази столица може да извлече в конкретна ситуация, в крайна сметка общо човешкия интерес е тази пандемия да бъде удържана. Тя вероятно ще си остане, няма как да бъде премахнат този вирус, но да бъде задържана в определени граници. И това може да стане само посредством сътрудничество между големите държави, защото сигурността в случая е неделима. Не случайно в момента тече и дискусия за Африка, кой трябва да даде помощ там. И под въпрос, поне за европейците, не е само за да получат надмощие спрямо Китай или спрямо Русия и така нататък, да гарантират своя си интерес, защото в един момент, когато се развие нов щам в Южна Африка или не знам къде, той неминуемо ще дойде тук. Тази взаимозависимост, продукт на глобализацията, е фактор, който променя логиката на международната политика в някакъв степен.
Опитът да се ограничи заразата на COVID-19 всъщност не доведе ли до някакъв тип анулиране на Европейския съюз, поне що се отнася до свободното движение на стоки и хора, особено на хора? Всъщност появата на COVID изведнъж анулира, върна границите, върна стари правила.
Ами, това са такива всъщност правила, които са част от системата. Когато има извънредно положение, например в рамките на шенгенската система, винаги могат да бъдат върнати граничните проверки. Така се случи, ако си спомняте, дори в рамките на бежанската криза 2015-2016.
Да, но тук все пак става въпрос за въздушно-капкова инфекция, която може ли с затваряне на граници да бъде спряна? Смисъл?
Тя не може да бъде спряна, но тези мерки бяха взети, за да се ограничи ръста на случаите, което пък от друга страна да намали натиска върху системите за здравеопазване. Тоест една система на отворени граници винаги трябва да има някакъв институционален баланс, такъв метод за понижаване на риска в кризисна ситуация. И това в Европейския съюз го има. Сега, Европейския съюз е малко сложна батерия, защото понякога очакванията са много големи към него, той да изпълни всичко. И той, разбира се проваля, когато летвата е сложена много високо. Но от друга страна пък всички тези предвиждания, че едва ли не Европа е на път да рухне, както Съветския съюз преди 30 години, на които сме свидетели вече едно десетилетие още от финансовата криза, не се сбъдват. Някакси без да получава топ оценките, доста шестици вкъщи, образно казано. Европейския съюз като тройка, четворка джия продължава напред, не се разпада, защото все пак отговаря на някакви потребности на обществата, дава някаква допълнителна стойност. И тук е парадокса, че нито имаме провал, нито имаме някакъв, кой знае какъв грандиозен успех. А пак за страни като България, както казахме в предишния разговор, Европейския съюз е необходимост, защото твърде сме малки, за да устоим на тези глобални на глобалния натиск, на глобалните рискове. Европейския съюз по някакъв начин е гарант за сигурността ни.
Вие как виждате Великобритания от днешна гледна точка? Мисля, че се видяхме малко след Брекзит, реално предния път. Сега мерките дават ли резултат? Новата реалност там каква е от вашата гледна точка на човек, който живее там?
Да, дават резултат, но това е главна функция не толкова на Брекзит, макар че разбира се така някои го изтъкнаха, че с решителните си действия, необременена от този сложен механизъм за вземане на решения, Великобритания е била в някаква по-добра позиция. В крайна сметка това, което обяснява защо случаите бяха ограничени, горе-долу да се постига някакъв успех, а също така и с вакцинацията, е наличието на функционираща здравна служба. Тук паралелите с България, която между другото на времето заимства здравната каса от британски модел на някаква степен. Пак да отворя една скоба, че не съм специалист, има други, които може би ще изкажат повече. Но така контраста, това, което постигна в България спрямо вакцинацията, ограничаването на случаите и това, което постигна Великобритания, е поучителен според мен.
За кого?
Ще се случи. Трябва да кажем отвъд COVID, че това търговско споразумение, което се постигна, е твърде с естествен периметър на действие, то обхваща само индустриалните стоки. Те първо ще се договарят режим за услугите. Разбира се, финансовите услуги са така там, където е заровено кучето, така да се каже. И тук ще има много преговори, договаряне. Европейския съюз ще използва това, че е в по-изгодна позиция, тъй като е по-голям пазар, за да наложи някакви свои условия. Доколко Великобритания ще ги приеме, е интересен въпрос. Но мисълта ми е, че Брексит не е приключил. Тепърва ще е сюжет с продължение.
Аз много ви благодаря за това наше продължение на разговора. Надявам се да сте добре, да имаме поводи и за други срещи. А аз сега предавам топката отново на Венелин Петков, който е основният водещ на събитието. От мен благодаря и довиждане.
Благодаря, Мира, от сърце. Надявам се да можем да се срещаме по-често и да работим нашата професия, която е, както казах преди малко, ключова в този изключително съдбовен етап от развитието на нашата страна.
Да си пожелавам до нови срещи. От мен довиждане.
Благодаря ти още веднъж. Thank you and We continue with the same panel with the next moderator, Mr. Dian Vasilev, who is the CEO and founder of moitepari.bg, the leading financial comparison portal in Bulgaria. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Venelin. I'm really glad to be a part of today's forum, and what an amazing panel of speakers so far. Without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Daniel Laurer, who is managing partner of Brightcap Ventures. It's interesting for me and for us to hear his take, the take of a venture capitalist on the issues of hunger, revolution, and innovation. So if we can hear his video and then comment on it.
Let's take a look.
Let's take a look.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Hello everyone. I'm so glad to be at Innovation Explorer again. 1 year from now, we spoke about economics, and today we continue from the previous speaker, from foreign policy into economic policies. This time, we're going to focus on growth-led institutions. Now, before we start, I'd like to spend an emotional moment about last year. It's been a very difficult year for the entire world. In fact, 2020 was the year when the modern man met death again. We've seen a lot of dear friends of ours go through sickness and pass away. Let's remember them and think of all the hardships that the world has been through. Many of those friends are not going to be with us. They're not going to pick up the phone. But I'd like to start my lecture with a message of hope, actually, human hope. And this message is centered about the story of my grandma. Now, Grandma spent last year lockdowns together with us. We took her in with our family because she's all alone. She's 92. And we had a lot of time talking to her. And we asked her, Grandma, what is it that you remember about World War II? What's the most dear memory that you hold? Now, you got to know, she spent actually pretty horrible time during World War II. As part of the Holocaust, she was deported. Her family members were in camps working, toil. She had to toil to feed the family. She was barely a teenager then. She was cramped in a school with many other families living together, barely making a living for years. We asked her, Grandma, what is it that you really remember about those years of hardship? Because, last year lockdowns kind of reminded us of those times. You notice what is the one thing that she vividly remembers 70 years later on? It's only love. In those years, she met her teenage love, and it was this pure emotion that kept her going. She not only survived, she thrived, and she actually, helped by this true love of her heart, found the real love of her life, which was science and research and innovation. She grew to become a professor in molecular biology and spent her life in research and innovation for the next part of 70 years. Now, this is the story of my grandma. And here we are talking about growth, economic growth. Last year we spoke a lot about growth from exactly the same research and innovation that she fostered all her life. Now, research and innovation is one of the drivers of growth, along with capital and labor. Now, 2020 has been a difficult year for the whole world economically. But make no mistake, growth is coming back. In fact, growth is coming back big time. According to the latest EU research, growth is going to be double the EU average next year. We're talking north of 4%. And that's fantastic news. How do we make use of that? How do we sustain this growth? That is the question. Getting back into growth mode is not an easy task. Now, economists have created an alphabetic soup of models how recovery takes place. We might have a V-shaped recovery, similar to what we see in China, where you fall and then you recover pretty quickly back to the same levels of economic activity. You might have U-shaped recovery, where you linger at the bottom a little bit longer and then you take off. God forbid, we might be in a Nike-shaped recovery, where we linger at the bottom pretty long and then we take a long time to recover the economic activity to where it used to be. Even more sadly, economists have designed also K-shaped recovery, where some parts of the world recover fast, others recover slow. Rich thrive, poor survive. The question is, where do we want to be as a society, as a country? Now, how does growth come about? Last year we spoke about it. It's going to come from ideas and innovation. That's one of the drivers of growth. And this year's pandemic has shown us what type of innovation is going to drive growth globally. It's technology and biology. There is no doubt that biotech is where the future of the biggest innovation is going to happen. We're going to see internet levels of accelerated growth in everything that has to do with biology, medical, pharmaceutics. The speed of development of the new vaccine is just the first example of what we are about to witness in the coming decade in terms of biotech innovation. Again, innovation is one engine of growth. This time around, innovation is going to be led by government. Governments are going to spend enormous amounts of money popping up the economies of the world. And there is no doubt about it. In April, developed countries had already spent nearly 5% of their GDPs trying to prop up their economies. And as of October, we see double-digit numbers, not only in developed economies, but also in developing economies. So like it or not, we're going to see a lot of government spending on the economy. When I say like it or not, it's a bit of a euphemism because we know for sure that people like it. The EBRD survey that you see behind me shows clearly that, perhaps a bit surprisingly, populations in high-income economies are very supportive of government interventions when they have experienced economic hardships in their formative years. In other words, we expect that the young generations of today will be supportive of government-led interventions in the economy for some time to come. Now, is government intervention good or bad? If you look at the same EBRD report, you'll see that there are positives to it. It stabilizes employment, for example, but there are also negatives. The question is how capable government administration is to lead massive investments. Is it capacity, skill sets, or plain corruption that can hamper the efficiency of such government-led efforts? There's been a lot of research actually in the economic history that government-led investment into the economy is not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, some of that research shows that it actually promotes openness of the economies. And in fact, it's not so much about whether or not it's big state and a lot of spending, but it's the quality of the government spending that matters to the economic growth generation. At this point, perhaps let's spend a minute trying to define what is good government spending in purely economic terms. Perhaps the cleanest definition that we can put today is government spending is good when it generates growth, and particularly long-term growth. Therefore, we need government agencies, institutions that are focused on long-term growth rather than political cycles. Political cycles are shorter than economic cycles, and therefore we need institutions with a long horizon of their vision, where we want to be. Is that even possible? Are there places where institutions have such long-term vision? What needs to be achieved? Well, let's bring out two examples. Example number one, Israel. 2019, Israel has attracted $8.3 billion of venture investment in its innovation economy. Now let's try to bring that into perspective. Israel has attracted 8 billion of investment for innovation, whereas Germany, 10 times bigger economy, has attracted about 7 billion. France, again, more than 10 times the size of the economy, 4 billion. So what's special about Israel? Why is a small economy, 10 times smaller than France's or Germany's, able to attract more capital into its innovation? What is it there? Well, in fact, it's simple. There are a lot more startups in Israel than in those countries. How come? Why there are so many startups in Israel? Well, there are many startups in Israel because there have been a lot of startups in Israel. Already during the dot-com era, in the boom times, Israel hosted more startups than anywhere else than the Silicon Valley. So how come Israel has so many startups for already 20 years? Well, it has because Israeli governments spend money fostering venture capital culture over many, many years. Already in the 90s, there were not one, not two, not three, but 4 different government programs incubating venture capital, trying to bring private equity into the country to stimulate the birth of startups. And it did bring fruits. It did generate massive investments already then. So you would say, okay, they had a lot of startups during the 2000s and they invested a lot of government money to create venture capital in the 90s. But why did this money come in the 90s? Well, it came because 20 years earlier, Israel started investing government funds into research and development. And those government funds won in the single digits, and then the double digits, and then the triple digits. And they initially attracted no foreign investment, and then it slowly started to add up the private sector. In other words, we're talking about growth institutions that recognized how important research is for decades, and they kept putting the government money into those strategic interests. Today, as a result of that, Israel continues to spend double the EU average on research and development. So, as we might guess, it will continue to lead in terms of attracting foreign investment for innovation. Another example, perhaps closer to our European hearts, is Estonia. Estonia spends about 1.2% of its GDP on e-government. For a small country, that results in mere 100 and something million euros. Now, what do they actually get for these 130 million euros? Well, they have electronic customs, they have electronic signature, they have electronic taxes, they even have electronic voting, for God's sakes. And they have it for the past 20 years. In other words, Estonian institutions have had the foresight, the tenacity, and the vision to sustain spending and build these services for the good part of 2 decades already. This is why Estonia today is widely recognized as the digital leader in Europe. Not too complicated. Have your institution spend long enough on a certain goal and you will achieve those results. Let's have a look what we do here. Here in our country, we have the Fund of Funds. It's a 700 million effort, a very sizable budget, and it has been around for more than 5 years. Can we see tangible results of what the Fund of Funds have achieved? Only now, after 5 years, some signs are starting to come up. But certainly, the numbers do not match the expectations that the leaders in the world have already set for us. We now have the new effort, the Innovation Agency, another 800 million that is going to be spent on innovation. It's time for us to rise up and demand that these institutions focus on the long-term growth of innovation in our country. Thank you very much.
I will go on stage, and since Mr. Laurier that was a recorded session, maybe we could discuss a bit what we just heard.
Yes, I just also learned that Daniel will not be able to attend the question and answer session. So, Venelin, let's innovate and make it an answer and answer session.
Answer and answer, yes. What I saw sounded very logical, and perhaps that hypothesis that we're going to see a lot of government spending, which is going to make the difference in the economies of Western Europe, perhaps, and the United States. But that sends shivers down my spine.
Did it?
Yes.
Welcome.
Because government spending, translated in Bulgarian terms, means this smells of corruption.
Misspending.
Misspending and corruption, and I really insist on calling it that. If you just remember what Miraluba and her and Mr. Gunev, her first guest, discussed, that there's a history of public misspending in this country, and there's a history of really bad governance of public funds. So in this country, there's no guarantee whatsoever that whatever the government spends is going to go to the right place, the right people, that will bring about change and
So what you're saying is that this money can buy a lot of plaster, right?
It could buy a very specific type of plaster. It's going to disappear in specific people's pockets. I don't think it's going to fund innovation, and least of all, it's going to fund innovation in biotech and these fields that Mr. Laurier is specifically mentioned.
Let me try to give my take, and I'm with you. I also, when I had the privilege to view this video in advance in order to prepare for the Q&A, and I had not seen ever and not heard about such an innovation agency. It's our fault, my fault. But actually the budget that is allocated, 800 million euro from the European Union, combining former programs where money has not been spent, plus about 300 million euro from the Bulgarian government. So the total budget that is going to be spent on innovation and scientific research is actually about 1 billion euro, Venelin. And here the interesting thing is that the fact that I had not heard about it speaks a lot about how the government is about to manage this. But you were very emotional today in your opening speech. Together with Miruluba, it feels like a gathering convention of the outcast journalists. I'm coming from business, although I guess Leona invited me here also because I was one of the people who co-founded the initiative Justice for All, Initiativa Правосъдие за всеки, where a couple of crazy heads, we have been demanding reform in the judicial system, where I personally for a long time see the huge problem, and I'm thinking about the solution, where we need really working, efficient, objective, impartial judiciary and chief prosecutor office. And here today, what is happening before my eyes is two ecosystems. I see two ecosystems, which you could see in the morning. Rick Vera, Julia Stark, we get in the flow, we start becoming innovative. There is an ecosystem of startups in Bulgaria. There is these IT companies which are doing huge successes, exporting IT know-how abroad. On the other hand, the second part of the panel, we talked about the ecosystem of the cancer cells, I would call it so. The really organized groups who are in power, who are taking 30 to 40% of money and are making themselves rich, basically through stealing. In my mind, if somebody is involved in corruption, even tempted by it, the moment you take such money, you stop thinking about innovation, you stop thinking about the public interest. What is in your mind is how to cover your tracks, how to blackmail people, how to extort more money, how to set the next schemes. 1 billion spent for e-government, nothing. Estonia, 130 million euro only, and they have e-vote even since 20 years. We have the Bulgarian IT Employer Association. I don't know if you have heard the news. It was big last year. They wanted to be on the board to discuss with the government this innovative sector, to be together with the other employer associations, to have a seat in the government representing 8% of the GDP and 150,000 IT workers in Bulgaria. Guess what? They were denied. So what I can say based on Rick Vera's dual ecosystem, today I think we have a challenge ourselves. There is not a clash of the ecosystems, they exist parallelly, because what I hear from many businesses actually is that they are successful despite of the government. They don't care for European Union funds, they just innovate, and as long as the government is not in the way, as long as they're not extorted, they're happy. But also there is this parallel living of the cancer cells and the white blood cells who are supposed to innovate and cure and fight the other guys. But there is a mixing. Your reality clashed. Your conscience couldn't take any longer the compromises. But vanillin, it is not you only. You don't have a monopoly of being conscientious. And here, what I would like to say in my remaining couple of minutes is, I think we as businesses also, you're coming from your bubble as journalists, Miroljuba, very good, but think about how many people there who are angered by what's happening. It is below their dignity to see so much embezzlement. I mean, Leona, look at her, she's fighting such cases herself. So it's not only up to journalists, the anti-corruption fund, to point to these things and for us to be negative. There is ways for us to organize, to innovate as an ecosystem. And here the responsibility is for everyone, because just as you saw colleagues who had their masks off, I have a lot of, I wouldn't call them friends, but people I communicate them from these venture capital funds who have received money from government, who naturally, when you expect money from somebody, you cannot criticize them loudly. And in order for them to get the money, they're trying to stay very politically correct. But what is the cost of being too politically correct, of being silent, of not speaking out against these guys who embezzle? So everybody, the venture capital guys, the startups, the entrepreneurs, the big companies, UniCredit, Kaufland, Sofijska voda, Aurubis, just like there is corporate social responsibility for cleaning the environment, doing initiative for health, the United Nations has an initiative on corporate accountable government, anti-corruption, and I believe that Bulgarian corporations, the startup community, should be more vocal about it, should be more organized. The people who talk about corruption shouldn't be considered some desperate Don Quixote who don't know how to get laid, who don't know how to have sex. On the contrary, there is a clash of these two ecosystems coming, and we make government as accountable as we want it to be. You have done a tremendous amount of things. My small speech today is about my colleagues in business who I have been talking through the years also. The chief prosecutor, he's a stooge for the top politicians. He's covering them. There is the 8 dwarfs investigations. There is so many things going unreported. We have an innovation on the top coming from a jeep in fields of rice. That's what's happening now. Of course, I don't want to be only negative, and I would like to finish that transparency. If we organize enough, €1 billion is coming. Let's organize a little bit better. Let's monitor what's happening. Let's together put public pressure. Let it not be only your or Leona's effort. Everybody put 5% of your time as a business of your corporation and do something about it. Blow the whistle. We could do a lot, actually. We have a lot of power, and let's stop only bitching.
Yeah, I don't want to turn this into a political event, even though it's very easy, just because we're talking about a huge amount of money, we're talking about public governance. I don't want to turn this into a political event. I, as a journalist, you as a businessman, and everyone around here as conscientious citizens, we need to see that red flag. €1 billion coming. We need to monitor how this is spent, and we need to make sure it's spent appropriately and it goes to the right people doing the right work, supporting talent, supporting innovation in fields, not necessarily biotech and biology or chemistry, but the money needs to go in the right places so that this country can actually begin to thrive.
Exactly.
This is what we need to do, and this is what the fellow journalists watching this live stream and participating here in the event, they would need to basically take it up and follow through
Yeah.
Start asking questions, start demanding documentations, and start seeing, actually, with the means at their disposal, how this money is going to be spent. And we as citizens, we need to put pressure on the government to actually be transparent and show that the money goes where it actually has to go.
Amen.
Amen.
Let's do that.
So, thank you very much for your participation and for your insights.
Let's keep rocking. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is actually a very good tease to our next panel. And it's also part of Survive and Thrive. It's part of the same motto. And I would like to welcome Irina Obustarova, founder and CEO of The Recursive. And you brand your company as a community-born media for innovation in Southeast Europe. And we can take up on what we just discussed here and continue to the level of startups, young entrepreneurs, 1 or 2, 3 people companies. How do they fit into this picture? Remember, it's 1 billion euros coming, and it's supposed to be distributed by the government. How are your friends and associates who you cover in your online media going to benefit from this? Can you see that?
I can definitely see that. At this point, I believe that maybe there is so much capital that should be distributed that maybe we don't even have enough startups. So I believe that at this point, we really need to switch to an entrepreneurial mindset and maybe found even more companies and think about even more innovative ways of how to adapt to the new world. Maybe there is no new normal, but to the new world.
Okay. You have a series of inspirational speakers lined up, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's also a huge pleasure for me to present you our next guest. I had the occasion to speak to her, I think 2 months ago, or at least a while ago. We have recorded the conversation. Please present it.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Hello everyone on the other side of the screen, and thank you for joining us at the Innovation Explorer 2021. My name is Irina Obustarova, an innovation journalist and a co-founder of The Recursive, a new generation media for the new economy in Southeast Europe. I'm very excited to welcome our guest from Brussels today, Sabine Evraat. Sabine has been part of Coca-Cola since 1995, and over the last 25 years, she held various IT management roles in the company. In 2016, she was appointed CIO for the EMEA region. Currently, her focus is on digitizing the enterprise. This is an EMEA-wide program that aims to drive productivity, collaboration, and engagement. But the focus of the digital transformation of Coca-Cola is primarily on digitizing with the consumer, supported by advanced analytics. What's even more exciting is that this EMEA-wide program and value delivery happens mainly through an in-sourced and continuously growing regional delivery center here in Sofia. Sabine graduated as business engineer from the Catholic University of Leuven, and in 2011 she was awarded CAO of the Year in Belgium. Later on, she was also named one of the top 50 most inspirational women in technology in Europe. And moreover, she is a passionate supporter of women in IT and leadership. Between 2013 and 2018, she chaired the Coca-Cola European Leadership Council. But she is active also in several external networks to support the advancement of women in their career in IT. During our conversation, I encourage you all to send us your questions over the website of the event and also post them on in the Facebook as a comment. I would be happy to include them at the end of our Q&A session with Sabine. Dear Sabine, welcome.
Thank you.
My first question is, of course, in relation to the current situation which we have been observing over the past year globally. We're going currently through an intense period of transformation in so many aspects. How is this affecting the business of Coca-Cola, and is it surviving or is it thriving?
That's a very good question. And I guess it could be an easy answer. We can say that we're thriving, but I guess to thrive, what you really need to do is to make sure that you continuously transform your company. So if you would look at what we were doing even before the pandemic, the top leaders, they are talking to each other every year at the beginning of the year, and we build transformation plans to be ready to any change in the world. So looking at that, our goal has been to be part of the top quartile growth companies anyway, and the consumer has always been at the heart of everything we defined. Obviously, the pandemic came and then things changed a bit. So certain things of our transformation plan were actually accelerated by the pandemic, and other things actually were put on hold. And I think that's what a company needs to look at and prioritize. Now, it's clear that from a business perspective, with the lockdown and the closure of all the bars and the restaurants, that had a significant impact on our business. We see a serious decrease in sales in the channel away from home, so HoReCa, but we see obviously an increase in sales in the at-home channel, as we call it, which is supermarkets, etc. Now, one doesn't compensate the other from a revenue perspective, because typically the margins in the HoReCa are slightly higher than the margins in the at-home channel. So from a financial perspective, it truly impacted us. And what we tried to do actually was build foundational support programs where we helped in communities, even financially, all these businesses that went bankrupt, or not went bankrupt, but actually that were in difficulty, I would say. But not just financially, actually, we've built a sort of advertising where we allowed, from a technology perspective, all these businesses to build, to generate advertising for their own business based on our campaigns. So we've all built that from a technology perspective. So we were trying to help the business that was impacted from that perspective. Now, if you look at the consumer, her or himself, what we have noticed is that they go back to basic products as well. So that was one of the triggers, but not the only one actually, to rationalize our portfolio. So we are seriously looking at the number of brands we have. We used to have 400 brands, and we've brought it down now over the last months to 200 brands. And I think that's definitely been accelerated with COVID. Now, the company has a huge program in place to emerge stronger. We're still targeting to be a top quartile growth company, and therefore we are transforming to a true network organization that is able to work in an agile fashion, cross-functional, innovative, etc.
So you're basically growing with the businesses that you're providing.
Absolutely.
This is interesting because you mentioned also innovation. Well-established businesses are currently challenged to innovate and to disrupt themselves in order to sustain their competitive advantage. How do you drive innovation in a traditional multinational company such as Coca-Cola?
Yeah, I think there are maybe some prejudgments in the question when you talk about a traditional multinational company. And I think there is, to a great extent, there is tradition in the way we operate, absolutely. That does not mean as a big company that we're trying to reinvent ourselves as well. So when we talk about innovation, I think the core thing is that you start from understanding what business problem you're trying to solve, whether you are a startup, whether you are a big company, a small company, etc. So bringing the people together in a room, brainstorm on a business problem that has the consumer or the customer always at the center is a core prerequisite to start thinking about innovation. And obviously, we have the agile methodology, design thinking, building these minimum viable products, failing fast. Scaling is important because we have like a bit of the non-invented here syndrome still available in certain parts of our company. That is important. And even as a big company, if you put the right capability and the right people in place, you can do that. Now, there are some interesting things happening in our company as well, which does not make us the traditional multinational. So we have acquired brands in the past, like Innocent, which is a smoothie brand. We have acquired Costa Coffee. We have acquired actually a technology company in Latin America as well that does digital commerce. And when you look at these businesses, we are not really integrating them in our traditional business, but what we're trying to do is keep them as separate startups within the bigger company and giving them the opportunity to operate as a startup. And I must admit, Irina, I was in another conference not long ago where someone was stating that big corporations might become a consolidation of startups. And I think what you will see in the future is that there will be pockets of startups in these bigger companies as well that have the, the empowerment to operate and function really like a startup with the seed funds and all of that. Yeah. So that's an important one we're trying to achieve.
That's an exciting perspective of how we can see corporations in the future. Well, but this kind of setup and also innovation require a certain type of mindset and also leadership. How do you manage to attract, but also to retain the right talents with the right mindset for these endeavors of Coca-Cola?
Yeah, I guess retention is first of all, you need to make sure you have the right mindset in place, and then you can talk about retention, right? So if you look at the target of our company to be part of the top quartile growth companies, it's asking a very, very big growth mindset. And what our company has done is we have defined what we call growth behaviors. And it's quite interesting because when you look at these 4 growth behaviors that we have put in place, all 4 are actually tying to innovation. So the first one is around inclusion. And, we all talk about diversity, inclusion, but the core of inclusion is to take very different perspectives to the table. And as such, you will be more innovative. Yeah. The second growth behavior we have in place is agility. Typically in an innovation environment, you're trying very quickly, building minimum viable products. If you fail, you stop, and then or you take something that has been successful, you expand it, you scale it, etc. So inclusion, agility. The third one is empowerment, which is very typical for these cross-functional teams that you put in place to solve a business problem. And the fourth one is around curiosity. So these 4 growth behaviors are absolutely crucial. They have been in place for multiple years now. And whenever we evaluate people at the end of the year, when we look at the potential of the people, or when we hire people, this is on the list of criteria that we're checking people against, right? So it's not just hiring people because of their experience, their expertise, what they've done in the past, but really getting that growth mindset in place with these 4 growth behaviors is something that we are checking very, very seriously. So one of the other things I've seen in terms of mindset is, and we've been lucky in Sofia because we've been able to hire a lot of people that have, really good agile experience, etc. The complexity, I think, in traditional companies is that you see the younger generations that are coming from other companies as well with the skill of building products and doing that in an agile manner, not just the methodology, but also with the mindset. What is crucial is that your leadership takes the same mindset. So you can't have an agile cross-functional team working on a program and then leaders asking to report the budget every 2 days in an Excel spreadsheet and all of that. You need to make sure that when you give and when you empower these people to work in an agile way, that you truly understand as a leader, how do you contribute, how do you support teams in an agile environment without being the older-fashioned, I would say, controlling leader. I'm not stating we are the controlling leaders, but the balance between, the old way of working and then really embedding the new ways of working, you see the difference in generations and you see the difference in seniority of leaders as well. So that's an important one. I guess one of the other elements is a mindset of rapid scaling and not making it perfect for everyone, but making sure that you standardize to the extent possible so you can scale it broader. That's a very, very crucial thing. So it's balancing more the bottom-up innovation with the top-down innovation, and making sure, you know, you find the middle ground, and really getting rid of the non-invented here syndrome. And that's a very, very, very complicated one in a creative company like Coca-Cola. And I guess the last element I would want to say around mindset of innovation is innovation in a company like Coke initially was really innovating, getting new brands, innovating products, etc. The world is moving. All companies are looking at their core business, innovating in the core of their business, but then people start looking at adjacent businesses, and they start looking at services they deliver internally. They might digitize it, and then they might provide the service to even a competitor, etc. So the example I was giving about the Latin American company we have bought, they are providing a marketplace actually for digital commerce that is helping traditional trade to digitize their business. So it's not for the big supermarkets, but it's for the smaller stores. So we provide the digital platform, and it's not just for our products. We provide the platform even for our competitors and for all manufacturers actually that are selling goods into a traditional store. Before, we would have thought about, we do e-commerce, so we sell our product Coke or any of the other brands. Now we're looking more at the trends in the market, and you know, you work in an ecosystem, you build partnerships, you're looking at the broader marketplace and see what role you can play there. So innovation is way beyond looking at new products, looking at emerging technology. It's really, really only interesting if it can drive growth when you look at interesting new business models, new revenue streams, etc. So that mindset is extremely important.
Can you elaborate also, maybe shortly, how is the team in Sofia contributing to these innovation efforts?
Yeah, I think you mentioned it in the introduction. We're obviously very proud to have a very big team in Sofia. We started building a team in 2017, and before 2017, we had a clear sourcing strategy that was based on outsourced people, right? I think the good news is in 2017, we have revised that strategy because we firmly believe that with all the changes in technology, mainly in the space that is touching the relationship with our consumer and our customer, is building competitive advantage versus the past. And by the fact you can build competitive advantage in digitizing your relationship with your consumer, with your customer, and then really becoming a data-driven company and do advanced analytics, build algorithms in very, very different domains, we've come to the conclusion that we have to build it internally and have the knowledge and the capability with us, right? And we're not just doing it for the Coca-Cola company, we're working together with our 200 bottling partners in the world as well, and making sure that whatever we build is easily shareable. So we were very happy to hire people. The good news is we took quite young people. We have some more senior people as well, but we have quite a lot of hands-on people, and we have them all over, the whole suite of technology, I would say. And when you look at the typical roles they play, we have the solution architects, we have the scrum masters, we have, end user experience specialists, and adoption managers and change managers, all of that. Visualization people, we have data scientists, all of these capabilities, we have been able to hire them. It's actually been very interesting because we could hire people with expertise externally that would have taken most probably quite some time to build internally from the existing base of IT people we had before. So we've been very happy in hiring all these people in Sofia. I think they're doing a lot of effort as well in Sofia in terms of building technology capabilities, etc. Now, obviously, one of the things we're feeling is that there starts to be a serious war for talent as well, which not necessarily making things easier, but that is a trend that's happening in different countries and different locations.
Sabine, as leaders, we often are expected to be confident, to have answered to often complex situations and be able sometimes to do tough decisions. But in my personal experience, sometimes there is also those difficult moments when we doubt ourselves, our capabilities, our decisions, our ideas. how do you deal with self-doubt? And is there a mantra that you tell yourself when you're in a situation like that?
I actually firmly believe in visualization techniques that are used in meditation. You set very clear goals with purpose and meaning. You become extremely obsessive about it, and then any decision you take will get you there. So the mantra, my mantra would be, energy flows where attention goes.
And Sabine, advancing to a leadership position in a male-dominated field as IT must be challenging, I would expect. Would you agree that this is changing now for the women in leadership which are yet to come, of the new generation? And what is the role of women leadership in the age of digital?
Yeah, I think first of all, at Coke, we've done a lot of effort in terms of increasing women in leadership positions. So I think you've mentioned it in the introduction as well. I've been chairing the European Women Leadership Council and represented Europe in the Global Council, actually. So we've done a lot of work, and everyone knows it makes business sense to do so. It's proven to drive innovation, to drive performance, etc. Now, women in tech is yet another problem, right? So women in leadership is one thing, but women in tech, we all know that the pipeline actually is far too small. And I think I looked at statistics, and they're a bit old, maybe, end of 2018. It's amazing, but Bulgaria has, when you look at the STEM degrees in Bulgaria, 40% of the STEM degrees are females. It's the highest in Europe. It's amazing. The second highest is Belgium, which is quite funny. Now, knowing that we're here with Sofia, Bulgarian people and maybe some people from Belgium as well. The second one is Belgium. But what Bulgaria is capable of doing is actually deploying, if I can say so, all these women in technology roles, whilst in Belgium, half of the people would go in other roles. So I think there is somewhere something magic or something that is stimulating for the people locally in Bulgaria that is really helping women to thrive actually in a technology role. And that's absolutely important. We all know that there's going to be a war for talent. We don't have sufficient women. We don't have sufficient people in technology. So we absolutely need women to join us in that journey. Now, what do we need to do? The women that have lots of experience, I think our role is to be a true role model and inspire women to become part of that community. That's what we really need to do. And that's one of the reasons I'm actually quite vocal on some of these conferences, to explain what a role in IT can be and how interesting it can be. And it's not just the programming side, but it's the way you interact with the business and all of that. But that role modeling is something we have to do very, very intentionally with the younger generation.
It's been such a pleasure to have you here. And I'm now going to open the questions also from the audience. So stay here with me. We will be back in short.
Thank you.
So that has been the conversation that we had with Sabine some months ago, and I hope right now that she's also live with us here on the main stage in Sofia. Do we have a connection? Sabine.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, Sabine. Welcome. I'm so happy that I don't have this virtual background anymore from the last conversation. It's so much prettier here. I would like to refer a bit to the conference that and the sessions that we have seen today. I don't know if you managed to jump in some of them, but in the previous session, Daniel Laurer spoke about governments who will be the new agencies that are going to thrive innovation in the future. But as we all know, also corporates like Coca-Cola have a lot of experience in working with startups as part of your corporate innovation strategy. Can you share a bit more about this experience? And can you also tell us what kind of startups are you looking at? You mentioned in our previous conversations that you already acquired some of them.
Yeah, so I think multiple things. I guess from the presentation from Daniel, I guess the point that came out after COVID is that the support of government will be important. And I was quite excited by the discussion afterwards. I guess I need to deep dive a bit on what's happening there in Bulgaria, but it's an interesting concept, and our company always has been looking at the triangle of corporate, society, and government to make things happen as well. Yeah, so that's a very important one, but it's not just important in the space of startups, I would say. So, and I guess it's tied to the conversation before as well. The example was given of Israel, and our company is actually mainly working with companies either in Silicon Valley, but even more so in Israel. And the way we go about that is, and it's been in place for more than 7 years now, the way we go about that is on a yearly basis, we try to select out of more than 100 applicants, we try to select about 7, 8, 9, maximum 10 startups. And then we are actually working with them. They have a chance to be exposed to our business, so to the Coca-Cola company, but also the bottlers. It's quite a very, very, very big business. And in return, as we work with them, what we want to give them is our sales and marketing experience as well. So we help the startups to become better in pitching their product and pitching their services. And at the same time, we're trying to understand where it applies best to some of our business problems. But that said, before we select the 8, we're clearly going through kind of I'm not stating it's a design thinking process, but we're clearly focused on a number of business problems we're trying to solve, and then we match the startups against that. And we've had some successes. Obviously, it's not always evident to make it sustainable because it needs to be, an affordable play as well when you start scaling in 200 countries. And that's often where there is a problem actually. But definitely in the space of understanding shopper behavior, online behavior, virtual reality tools to ensure that our bottlers or our customers actually can, for example, see how a cooler placed in their outlet would look like. All these type of things we've been doing with the Israeli startups.
Have you been also looking maybe at the new emerging markets like Southeast Europe, for instance?
What do you mean? I can tell you that our bottler that is active in Eastern Europe. So it's not just the South, but Eastern Europe, and it's Coca-Cola Hellenic, and they're active in Bulgaria as well. They're most probably taking most of the advantage of the Innovation Starter Program in Israel. And most of the examples that we're giving are things that have been implemented in Eastern Europe, and they have a big IT center as well, and they have a big outsourcing agreement with Atos, as some of you might know. So a lot of the integration of the startup technology in the core foundational technology we have in place is actually happening in Sofia.
I want to refer also to another question that we had before. Julia Stark spoke about it, how important or how the lack of purpose at the workplace is diminishing our ability to innovate, to be creative. And in this sense, I have a special question for you. What is your purpose, and what is the impact that you would like to have as a CEO for EMEA in Coca-Cola?
Yeah, I guess we have a very important purpose on the company side as well. So everything is related to wanting to refresh the world, but leave the world better behind. So there is a whole important agenda around sustainability, but also from society perspective, we're trying to help local communities, help women in the world as well. And I'm very tied to that purpose as well. But when you look really at your own purpose, I've said it before in the interview. I'm a heavy meditator, so I think that ties really well with the story that Julia was bringing this morning. Being very focused on the goal and what you're trying to achieve is extremely important. And for me, it all comes down to, having impact on the business, having impact on the planet, having impact on society. That's what it is in the end. And if I can achieve that either through a corporate role or a board seat in a company or a keynote speech or whatever, that's really what we need to do.
I think this is the privilege and also the responsibility that we have as leaders, exactly the fact that we can have this impact. Thank you for being here with us, Sabine, today, and I wish you well.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you all. Bye.
And now I'm just going to give back the stage to Venelin.
Thank you, and these were great interviews, both the recorded one and the live one, and I find, just a very short note from me, I find the words of Miss Everett very inspirational because, and I find these really strange parallels between television and Coca-Cola, because television is by now a legacy product. A legacy product meaning something that's so old and so traditional that a lot of people are turning away from. How many people do you know who say, I don't watch television anymore, I just threw my TV set out of the window or out of the balcony, whatever. Coca-Cola has been around for more than 130 years, and it's a legacy product. It's such a traditional product that most people take it for granted. My childhood romantic memories of Coca-Cola bottles during communism, most people don't even have these anymore. I'm sure you don't. This old product is still strong, and the company is growing, and it's apparently extremely strong worldwide. And our speaker here basically said how they're doing it and why they're continuing to grow. I think everyone's business needs to take heed and take good lessons from what we just saw. Because if you're doing a legacy business, if you're producing a traditional product which has been around for a couple of decades maybe, chances are that you're going to disappear very soon because the people are tired of it. They want new things. So Coca-Cola apparently is doing just that. They're reinventing itself. Last but not least, I spent 2 years in Atlanta, Georgia, which is the birthplace of Coca-Cola, and I spent hours in the Coca-Cola Museum. So I really have a soft spot for that drink and that company. So thank you once again. You were great interviews, and let's keep on with our schedule. I would like to invite Yuri Velkovsky on stage. He's the last host of this panel before our lunch break. He's an experienced professional in the field of project management and training and education. Currently, he's the Reach of Change country manager for Bulgaria. And in 2014, he established the most successful accelerator and incubator for social entrepreneurs in Bulgaria. Also in 2014, you were declared in the top 40 index of the young European leaders under 40.
Yes.
How old are you now?
46.
46. So you're in the next age category. I'm 48, so pretty much the same. How does it look from the 40s perspective? Any difference from what you were doing in
No, I'm still part of this network of young European leaders, and it's quite impressive to see this energy and to combine people from business, art, and politics from all around Europe. It's this unity of Europe that we missed many times.
We had these very interesting insights here. So that the big money coming from the EU, which is supposed to be distributed by the local governments, the legacy product, which is reinventing itself and has been reinventing itself by basically diversifying into other completely different businesses. How does that fit in your vision and your dealings with young entrepreneurs and young leaders?
We are talking about the social innovation, and the discussion and the conversation I will have after a while with Marie-Louise Haritsu will be about the social innovation, because there is a lot of challenges to be addressed, right? And in Bulgaria and in Europe. And in one hand, we have these big questions about the corruptions and how we spend the best possible way the money from the European Union and what is happening with the policy. But on the other hand, we have the micro questions about inequality, about poverty, about what is happening in the smaller places in Bulgaria and not only also in Europe. So we as an organization, we are trying also to use the capacity, the potential of the young entrepreneurs to address these issues too. Because when we do not address poverty, then sometimes it's hard to address even to high-tech innovation issues.
All right, the floor is yours. You have an interesting speaker lined up, so enjoy.
Yeah, I will have a chance to speak after a while with Marie-Louise Haritsu. Marie-Louise is a partnership director of Reach for Change. Reach for Change is an international non-for-profit organization which has a footprint in 18 countries on 3 continents, and Marie-Louise is a very strong professional with experience in social innovation and social entrepreneurship, but also impact investing and also development of the ecosystem of the social economy. So first we'll see a short video of Reach for Change, then Marie-Louise's presentation, and then we'll have the chance to speak with her.
Ask yourself, what lies behind every great movement? A seized opportunity, a moment that in turn inspires others to act. And with action comes change. Mankind faces many challenges: poverty, inequality, climate change. We need change. And we need people with ideas driven by moments of bravery. People who are not afraid to fail, who do not shy away from the uncomfortable. Change makers that challenge the broken system and the status quo in the world. We exist to help these people. For a decade, we have supported and pushed movements of change forward. We have empowered passionate doers to transform thoughts into actions, to turn ideas into businesses, to create movements out of moments. Our ambitions are high. We want to reach 30 million children and youth by 2030. We will build a global movement that transforms problems into solutions through innovation and the creation of social businesses for children and youth. To reach for change. Join us.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure being here with you today at Innovation Explorer Forum 2021 in Sofia. For the next 15 minutes, I will talk about moments of change and social entrepreneurship, what social entrepreneurship is and what we can learn from it and how it can inspire us to find our moments of change. My name is Marie-Louise Haritsu, and my moment of change started 15 years ago when I moved to Southeast Asia with my husband, a newborn and a toddler. Singapore, aka Asia for beginners. This said, coming from Scandinavia and a structured, mature welfare system, which basically meant that I was accustomed to someone else handling the problems faced by society and citizens. Today, as a side note, the welfare system in Scandinavia, as you know, very mature, very structured, but yet definitely under pressure. Coming back to my life in Singapore, you all know there's a difference in travel and living, meaning I have traveled Asia before, and I wasn't completely unaware of the structure of society, though settling down and making a living for yourself and your family is a completely different thing. So basically, if you experience a social problem and wanted to see some change, you needed to get engaged. So my philanthropic journey began. After a while, I also became an entrepreneur, and I set up my own company, and basically to begin with producing and selling a purely commercial product. So I was working at these two paths for a while with two very different sets of value creation, though both with a passion. At some point, I came across social enterprise, empowering women with skills training and work opportunities. And that was probably my moment of change. The realization of the impact potential in approaching societal issues in a social entrepreneurial way, bridging the work of the sectors and challenging their old perception of what their purpose are and what the value they are to create. So long story short, back in 2021, I'm partnership director for Reach for Change. And please connect on LinkedIn if you want to continue the dialogue. So Reach for Change in brief. We are an international nonprofit organization with the mission to unleash the power of social innovation and entrepreneurship to create a world where more children and youth get the opportunity to reach their full potential. And our core products are innovation labs, incubators, and scaling readiness accelerator programs for social entrepreneurs working with children and youth. And beside our core programs, we also develop and run projects and programs with other implementing partners, enabling social innovation and impact. We were founded in 2010 in Sweden, and we have since then had more than 1,000 social entrepreneurs through our portfolio, and they have created an impact for more than 5 million children and youth in the 18 markets across Europe and Africa, where we have a impact footprint. So 10 years ago, Reach for Change was founded by a social entrepreneur, and we do support social entrepreneurs working with children and youth. We support them in 5 distinct areas, which is to help them achieve proven social impact, to become financially sustainable, to build their leadership and team, to scale, and to system change. But what is social entrepreneurship? Well, in short, it's solving societal problems through social innovation. It's identifying and solving a social, environmental, or cultural problem in a new way through innovative products and services, often both user and beneficiary inclusive and developed. Also in an unexplored and often risk-willing way. It's built on cross-sector partnerships and operating on market terms, and thereby influenced by market mechanisms. This is actually a bit of a paradox because you can say, who is the owner of the problems that social entrepreneurs seek to solve? Well, that is the state. And now we add the dimension of the state-market relations and the structural issues and barriers that also bring in. But not too overcomplicated, leaving that aside for now, and just looking at social entrepreneurship in its core. So what can we learn from social entrepreneurship? Well, it begins with a purpose, a passion, a cause, a desire to solve a problem and to create change. Purpose is definitely spreading and it's becoming a buzzword, but nevertheless still highly relevant and important. Purpose might be trending in these years, and in the years to come, but it's not a quick fix. It's a long-term investment for people and planet. Any private sector, corporate company or company need to understand its purpose and impact if it wants to be in business 10 years from now. It'll be a demand from investors and customers. They can glance to social entrepreneurship for inspiration. The public sector can adapt a more entrepreneurial mindset, be more visionary, and untackle the structural barriers preventing them from investing strategically and long-term. Social entrepreneurs might be social innovators, but not all social innovators are social entrepreneurs running fourth sector organizations like social enterprises, impact startups, NGOs, or nonprofits. Social innovators exist in all sectors, which support the adoption of purpose. We can also even take a broader term where it's not about occupation, but it's about a choice. We can all create change and be change makers, inspiring others to be the same, it being in a close or broader community or context. So with this, I only have left to ask, what will be your moment of change? Thank you.
Marie-Louise, happy to be here with you on this conversation. You were talking about moments of change. You were talking about social innovators, social entrepreneurs, but it's not only about their own moment of change, their personal moment of change, right? It is the social entrepreneurship is much more about the moment of change they created for the other people, right? So my first question to you is, can you give us a few examples of the social entrepreneurs who have created moments of change for a larger group, for the society?
Absolutely. Hi, Yuri. Pleasure to be here with you. Just to begin with, can you hear me properly?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Yes, I can give you some examples, definitely. But I think first I would just like to frame why I actually today have chosen to talk about moments of change and purpose in relation to entrepreneurship and also social entrepreneurship. Because I can imagine today there's a lot of participants out there listening in that are aspiring entrepreneurs. And in shaping a business of today and tomorrow, inspiring entrepreneurs need to understand their company's impact on society. So society meaning people and planet, and understanding their purpose as a first step. Of course, understanding your purpose is not enough. It also needs to be anchored in the company's what and the how. It being the product or the service itself, or through a sustainable supply chain, or through your diversity or inclusiveness in your employment force. Simply having anchored a sustainable responsibility strategy is becoming basic hygiene. There's no way around it. So that is what you need if you want to be in business for the future. And here there's a lot of inspirations and learnings that we can find from social entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurs. To give a few examples and maybe also tech connected, a lot of the social entrepreneurs that we meet both in our portfolio, but also in our network in general. They work either within the tech field industry, or they use tech as an enabler. An enabler for dyslexia training and support for inclusiveness of disabled children and youth, for bridging the gender gap, which were also discussed just before, the gender gap within tech and STEM. And it's also being brought as a platform for community building and for mental health, and so on and so on. So with tech, we have a lot of powerful opportunities for impact and scale. To be a bit more concrete, I can give an example of one of our social entrepreneurs, alumni social entrepreneurs from Bulgaria, and that's Vratsa Software, an amazing company started by two amazing social entrepreneurs. And they were actually our very first winner of our Priamata competition that we have successfully run for many years now with Nova Broadcasting. And their mission is actually quite broad, because they want to establish an IT society which through quality education gives people in Vratsa an opportunity to work both a challenging but also a well-paid job within their hometown. And they have a very impressive impact. Not only do they have growing numbers of participants who have taken some of their courses, they also have a growing numbers of participants in many of their inspirational events. And through this, they have actually also influenced the broader community because since there is, we talked about the supply and demand also before, more software companies has actually opened up in Vratsa because there are qualified labor. So that's one of one of the social entrepreneurs in our portfolio that we are extremely proud of and have done really well.
I'm very happy, Marie-Louise, that you mentioned Vratsa Software. And for those of our audience who are not from Bulgaria, it's probably important to say that Vratsa is in the center of the poorest region of European Union. Yeah, it's not the poorest region of Bulgaria, but it's the poorest region of European Union. And it's quite important what they're doing, yeah, creating a software industry in Vratsa, because I remember 6-7 years ago when they said on the first pitching that they will make Vratsa the Silicon Valley of Bulgaria, we were all laughing, yeah, but now they're creating something, and I couldn't resist to add one more sentence about this, because of course, we were asked why we call them social entrepreneurs, yeah, because they have their business part, but there are also other organizations who organize IT courses around the country. But what was very important in their case was their focus on the vulnerable communities also. And I remember that they started to work in schools with low profile and not with the elitist schools in the Vratsa, and I asked them why. And they said, because the children in these elite schools, they all go after that in Sofia or abroad, and we want to focus on these kids and these youngsters who are staying in Vratsa, yeah, and could create a community. Thank you.
True.
Thank you.
Can I actually just add to
please.
that? I think I was very, I was actually, I've been very inspired by listening to some of the former speakers. And I was, actually I didn't know, but Sabine Everett from Coca-Cola mentioned that 40% of the STEM degrees taken in Bulgaria are women. I'm impressed. And also she said it's not just having a degree, they're actually being employed also. So this is basically about system change, right? This is what we want to aim at in the end. And that is also what we have seen here, creating what our social entrepreneurs have created here with a systemic change, creating a change in the broader community, and also definitely influencing, no doubt about it, these impressive numbers as we see in Bulgaria. So I do believe that there are quite an opportunity for the future within tech in Bulgaria.
Absolutely, and Vratsa Software is also an example. They have some of their teachers who are women, and then they also run this Rails Girls initiative in Vratsa, so it's something that they are trying to build on. But let me ask you something a little bit different. Do you think that these kind of social entrepreneurs, they could be attractive also for the investors? yeah, because there is this growing trend to talk about the impact investors. Yeah, some people are talking, what does it mean? And as well as many people are asking what the social business mean. And I always remember a funny phrase from the famous film director Woody Allen, who once said in one of the movies that bisexuality makes immediately doubles your chances for a date in Saturday evening. Sometimes I'm thinking that maybe the social businesses are in the similar situation, right? They could apply, they could look for funding from the foundations or from the government, claiming that they're social, but on the other hand, they could go to the investor and to say we're a business. Yeah? Would you subscribe under this quite, let's say, optimistic hypothesis?
Yes, absolutely. I think your hypothesis is valid and also actually validated when we look into the investment market right now. I think being an impact startup, social entrepreneur, establishing a social enterprise, brings on definitely a broader scope of investment opportunities. Because you both have the more traditional venture philanthropy moving towards business angels and the impact VCs that are very interested in impact startups. And beyond that, we of course also have institutional funding opportunities. So there is a lot more investments to be found if you are an impact startup and if you understand your purpose. But one thing is understanding purpose. You also need to understand your impact, and you need to be able to measure it. That is for sure, because social washing, greenwashing, it's a term that's here to stay, and there will be more focus on this going forward too. But of course, being a startup also means that it's a matter of job creation, growth, potential export. So it's both, right? And that is really difficult as a startup, as an entrepreneur, to develop both sides. So recommendation is to get all the help you can get, right? Use the support system, use the ecosystem, use the supply side of intermediaries, offering incubators and accelerators, and expand your network. And you can actually say, if you do work with both social and business, your network has become significantly broader, which will help your path as a social entrepreneur. But I think also one thing is that there's a lot of investments opportunities. This is actually not enough. We still need to broaden the scope of financing opportunities. And that is also why we Reach for Change in Bulgaria. We have come together with some of our trusted partners, and we are being funded by EU funding in EASY funded project we just launched together with the UniCredit Bulk Bank and the Business Institute, Forbes, and the Municipal Guarantee Fund for SMEs and ING Bank. And this project is all about developing new financial instruments for early growth social enterprises, because there are, of course, times in your development lifespan from being early stage and seed towards early growth and scaling. There are different needs for financing. So this is what we are working on right now. Yeah, that's definitely a need, though a lot of investments out there.
So it was very important that to emphasize on that the social entrepreneurship is not just about being enthusiastic about solving social problems, but really being a real business. So I think it's a good final for this conversation, unless you have something else you want to add. But I believe that it's very optimistic to see about the different opportunities which the social entrepreneurs could grasp, and in the same time to talk about how they could solve some of the most important social challenges. Thank you very much, Marie-Louise, for this conversation. It was a pleasure.
Welcome.
Thank you once again. It's a pleasure to have you as a host, and we'll see you back in about half an hour on stage. And this concludes the first part of today's Innovation Explorer. Our lunch break pretty much melted from 1 hour to half an hour. So we'll see you back at 2 o'clock. For those of you joining us online, we'll start at 2 p.m. For those of you who are here, we'll have lunch, water, sanitizer outside. So please remember to wear your masks, and we'll reconvene in half an hour. See you back at 2.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Да избереш кога да обуеш новите маратонки. Не е лесно. Да избереш как да ги изплащаш. Лесно е. С шопинг карта ти решаваш. Само определяш вноските по покупката си и лесно разсрочваш всеки разход за избран от теб период от 3 до 36 месеца. Заяви на unicreditbullbank.bg с възможност за доставка на картата до удобен за теб адрес. От UniCredit Bullbank. Банка за важните неща.
Вече 15 години ние в Kaufland се грижим за качеството и свежестта на твоята трапеза. 15 години, посветени на теб. Kaufland. Хубава седмица.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Да избереш кога да обуеш новите маратонки. Не е лесно. Да избереш как да ги изплащаш. Лесно е. С шопинг карта ти решаваш. Само определяш вноските по покупката си и лесно разсрочваш всеки разход за избран от теб период от 3 до 36 месеца. Заяви на unicreditbullbank.bg с възможност за доставка на картата до удобен за теб адрес. От UniCredit Bullbank. Банка за важните неща.
Вече 15 години ние в Kaufland се грижим за качеството и свежестта на твоята трапеза. 15 години, посветени на теб. Kaufland. Хубава седмица.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Да избереш кога да обуеш новите маратонки. Не е лесно. Да избереш как да ги изплащаш. Лесно е. С шопинг карта ти решаваш. Само определяш вноските по покупката си и лесно разсрочваш всеки разход за избран от теб период от 3 до 36 месеца. Заяви на unicreditbulbank.bg с възможност за доставка на картата до удобен за теб адрес. От UniCredit Bulbank. Банка за важните неща.
Вече 15 години ние в Kaufland се грижим за качеството и свежестта на твоята трапеза. 15 години, посветени на теб. Kaufland. Хубава седмица.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Да избереш кога да обуеш новите маратонки. Не е лесно. Да избереш как да ги изплащаш. Лесно е. С шопинг карта ти решаваш. Само определяш вноските по покупката си и лесно разсрочваш всеки разход за избран от теб период от 3 до 36 месеца. Заяви на unicreditbulbank.bg с възможност за доставка на картата до удобен за теб адрес. От UniCredit Bulbank. Банка за важните неща.
Вече 15 години ние в Kaufland се грижим за качеството и свежестта на твоята трапеза. 15 години, посветени на теб. Kaufland. Хубава седмица.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Да избереш кога да обуеш новите маратонки. Не е лесно. Да избереш как да ги изплащаш. Лесно е. С шопинг карта ти решаваш. Само определяш вноските по покупката си и лесно разсрочваш всеки разход за избран от теб период от 3 до 36 месеца. Заяви на unicreditbulbank.bg с възможност за доставка на картата до удобен за теб адрес. От UniCredit Bulbank. Банка за важните неща.
Вече 15 години ние в Kaufland се грижим за качеството и свежестта на твоята трапеза. 15 години, посветени на теб. Kaufland. Хубава седмица.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Да избереш кога да обуеш новите маратонки. Не е лесно. Да избереш как да ги изплащаш. Лесно е. С шопинг карта ти решаваш. Само определяш вноските по покупката си и лесно разсрочваш всеки разход за избран от теб период от 3 до 36 месеца. Заяви на unicreditbulbank.bg с възможност за доставка на картата до удобен за теб адрес. UniCredit Bulbank. Банка за важните неща.
Вече 15 години ние в Kaufland се грижим за качеството и свежестта на твоята трапеза. 15 години, посветени на теб. Kaufland. Хубава седмица!
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Да избереш кога да обуеш новите маратонки. Не е лесно. Да избереш как да ги изплащаш. Лесно е. С шопинг карта ти решаваш. Само определяш вноските по покупката си и лесно разсрочваш всеки разход за избран от теб период от 3 до 36 месеца. Заяви на unicreditbulbank.bg с възможност за доставка на картата до удобен за теб адрес. От UniCredit Bulbank. Банка за важните неща.
Вече 15 години ние в Kaufland се грижим за качеството и свежестта на твоята трапеза. 15 години, посветени на теб. Kaufland. Хубава седмица.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Hello again, and welcome to the second part of this year's Innovation Explorer, Survive or Thrive. I'm Venelin Petkov. I have Maria Cheresheva here with me. She's a freelance journalist, one of the founders of the Association of European Journalists in Bulgaria. She's a freelance reporter. She's very well known as an investigative reporter, not only in Bulgaria. It's a pleasure to introduce her and her panel. A quick question.
Hello, everyone.
Quick question. What is better for journalists, to be a freelancer or to be a full-timer for a mass media?
It's a complicated question. I think both things have their advantages. Being a freelancer, actually there is an illusion that you have more freedom. At some point you become extremely busy. And I have to say that in the period where we live now, it's exactly the same situation, but maintaining my freedom to choose the topics I work for and to leave if I have to is important for me.
Very well. Well, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
You have the panel, so go ahead.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure. Thanks for the organizers for inviting me. And now I will give the floor to our next guest from Turkey, Hüseyin Güler, Business and Planning and Innovation Director at Kastamonu Entegre.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Hi everyone, I'm Hussein from Istanbul. I'm very happy to be with you and I want to share my thoughts about innovation and my views on living with innovation. Recently, my mother told me that you find new topics every 10 years, my son. 10 years ago, R&D didn't fall out of your mouth. Now you are obsessed with innovation. Honestly, I was surprised by such a sensitive observation and didn't know what to say. Actually, my mother is aware that my field is complex and not easy to understand. My mama seems to worry about me. She doesn't want me to drown in this mess. Yes, we need to trust our mother's empathy and insights. Complexity and uncertainty are not comfortable with for our daily life. But as innovation orchestrator, we love complexity and we feed on uncertainty because we like to drive when the road is slippery and the weather is foggy. In normal times, the innovation manager can hardly make this difference, or it's difficult to put it. Anyway, there are many different definitions on innovation, but we are somehow confused. In one of Clayton Christensen's books, translated in Turkish, innovation is described as inovasyon, and in the other as yenilik, like novelty or newness. Two different publishing houses have translated Clayton's term innovation in two different ways. Innovation is in our lives, but our minds are not clear. The unclear definitions also leave the subject blurry. It also makes it a little bit creepy. Innovation simply means novelty that creates value. In fact, innovation differs from invention and R&D here. We can make many novelties. In order to be an innovation, a novelty needs to work, to be a remedy and produce benefits. For novelties to be innovation, then they must create value, in other words. It should also create a dual value. How could this be? First, innovations should bring value to institutions that develop it so that they have the motivation to continue to produce. Secondly, it should create value for users so they are ready to pay money to buy the product. There are many different innovations. For example, Tesla. Elon Musk claimed that he will change the world. Behind it is R&D worth $1 billion. Tesla really can change the world. Even my hometown Bursa and the Turkish automotive industry could be radically affected by this. But not every innovation has to make such a big impact. There are also simple innovations that make a difference in our small world. For example, solar panels installed in bamboo houses in remote corners of Africa. It is possible to generate electricity by this way. A simple solution, but new and useful for that village. This is an innovation in a nutshell. Now let's look at the innovations that emerged from my country, from Istanbul. For many years, we have taken care of espresso machines, but fortunately, Turkish coffee machines came out. It worked very well. It continues to develop. If you ask me the biggest innovation that came out of this land with R&D, it is the machines that make Turkish coffee. As Castamore Entegre, we are progressing to become a global brand in B2B. In just one day, we are reaching 4,500 homes anywhere in the world. We enable people to access the aesthetic floors and furniture they want at an affordable cost. Instead of our mother's home furnishings, we want people to make the innovations they want at home whenever they want. In fact, we are making a first-degree contribution to the democratization of the products and the improvement of our daily lives. Let's touch the fun side of the innovation a little. Sometimes our herbs project turn into innovation. For example, like the kettle in this house. Our passion for tea combined with the laziness can lead innovation from time to time. Nevertheless, I do not recommend this to you. Let's pursue innovations that feed from knowledge and research. I'm a doctor of innovation. I did my doctorate on this subject. I want to break out a few myths now. Most of the books and articles I read associate innovation with globalization. It doesn't always have to be this way. 1,000 years ago, there was innovation. As long as humanity exists, there will be innovation. Maybe we will do some together with artificial intelligence or robots. Maybe we'll talk about hybrid innovation, but innovation will always happen. In many years, innovation, in many images, innovation is associated with a light bulb flashing in our brain. Actually, it's not like that. Except for coincidences, there is no aha moment in innovation. There is observation, discipline, iteration, integration of information. So there is hard work. Innovation is more complex than we can imagine. It is never a single event. The main thing in innovation is not to discover the idea, but to discover the need first. Then it is a series of successive events aimed at developing the best fitting solution. A series of small events combined with knowledge, expertise, desire, empathy, and patience, we approach solutions that add value. But innovation is also a combination. As Einstein said, the most important feature of productive thinking is combination skill. Einstein was a combination master. Einstein success by filtering Maxwell's and Planck's theories, bringing them together with his own ideas and imagination. If we really want to do something good, we need to learn to navigate different ways and take advantage of the minds of the others. Assuming that I know this the best, I know everything, distract us from the truth. Yes, there is imagination innovation, but nourishment from the field and others is also a must for innovation. When we search for the word innovation on Google, we come across many bulb design. Innovation doesn't come out nowhere. It comes from combination of ideas. To innovate, we need both our past knowledge, the knowledge of other, and the creative association of two. Innovation is about understanding needs. It's also observing, diving into the crowd and discovering their needs and problems to be solved. Contrary to popular belief, the first stage of innovation is not generating ideas, but to understand the needs. This requires empathy. If we don't empathize, we innovate only by chance. Failure is part or even essential of the innovation journey. As Stephen Blank said, no business model can survive after the first contact with the customer. So we must accept feedback and failures as wealth and gain the ability to transfer our mind according to the information coming from the field. If we are blindly in love with our idea, we cannot move forward. Innovation is transformation. Innovation is to be equipped with new information and to use them in a way that generates benefits. But sometimes we have to unlearn. It's also necessary to be purified from old and outdated information. As we get more data and evidence, we have to give up our old assumptions. As we give up what we don't really need, innovations start to wink at us. Innovation cannot flourish or grow in an isolated environment. If we lived in the 19th century, maybe, but in an environment where incredible information is circulating around us every day, new ones are added to these, we need new organs to keep us strong and fit. This is an attempt to build a Voltron. That's why we need a collective mind for innovation. There is a saying in our language, all mistakes are easily resolved if enough eyes look. We need a synergetic mix of people who are not alike. People with different perspectives and backgrounds, but people who complement each other. Many companies are now setting up open innovation platforms. The main goal here is to quickly integrate the new skills needed into companies' muscles and innovate faster and together. We don't have to have Supermans to innovate. Innovation is more of an environment than a Superman need. If there is no suitable environment, innovation will be weak. It can mature. That's why we need free flow of ideas, empathy, and collective intelligence. But the most important is passion. If there is passion, we don't put obstacle in it. We navigate despite the obstacles. We learn more, run more, show more empathy. Instead of walking alone, we learn to cooperate and take the advantage of others' mind. Passion is essential for innovation. We cannot separate passion from discipline. Patience means trying with persistence and discipline. As Steve Jobs said, every rational person would give up without patience. Patience is what binds us to the road. It's what allows us to try in 100 times, 1,000 times, as we learned from Muhammad Ali. Patience is what makes us stand up and put on our wings, even if we make mistake over and over. Yes, I think everyone innovates, but some do it passionately. Those who do it with passion become our heroes. If there is passion, there is innovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hussein, for your passionate speech about innovation. Hello. It's nice to have
Hello,
you.
Maria. Hello from Istanbul.
Hello. How is the day in my most favorite city in the world?
It's sunny. It's a nice day.
Nice to hear.
We are waiting for the spring, actually.
Same in Sofia. You said that being an innovation orchestrator is easier in an environment which is complex and uncertain. Hardly ever have we lived in more complex and uncertain times. Does it mean that actually now you're thriving as a professional?
Yes, actually, an innovator needs problems. If everything is okay, so it means that there is no need for innovators. So we search for the problems, and we search for problems to understand the problems, and then we are focused on problems to build some viable business models and create a value to these business models. That's why we live complexity, and we like also these days, also COVID days, which were very innovative days for my company as well.
Would you give us some examples of the successful innovations that you managed to implement in this quite short and dynamic period?
Actually, we developed fire-resistant doors, for example. Also, we have some works on kitchens. We noticed that kitchen is very important for living areas, and during the COVID days, pandemic days, we noticed that our homes and our houses are very important for our lives. So we tend to change our furniture first. So we have a boom in the furniture market all over the world. So it also boosts us to make some innovative products. We are focused on for example, children's room, for example. We have very solid works for children's, also for the bedrooms, which are quite important for our lives. So we are focused on our houses, actually, and we do have some innovations. We are working for antiviral panels, for example, anti-COVID panels, wood-based panels, which is a very good opportunity for us to show our innovativeness. Also, we have some very solid works on antibacterial wood-based products, which are also unique for Turkey, I guess. And I hope that in this year, actually, we will launch more than 5 totally new products.
So you actually happen to work for a business which is booming right now in this complicated situation, which is a plus. But it's not always been like that. And you've worked for big corporations, and I guess that sometimes the environment is not that open, it's a bit conservative. So how do you manage to actually nurture this collective mind for innovation that you mentioned in your speech?
Actually, I think that the innovativeness in a startup culture and big company culture is quite different. In big companies, I believe that innovation process is something top-down instead of our belief that it's a bottom-up. That's why first, I think the commitment of the top management is very crucial. There should be something very touchy with the strategy of the company. if we are not clear about our innovation vision, so it means that mostly we cannot succeed for our work for innovation. That's why in the first place I put the fit with the top management and defining the very clear need for innovation. If there is a clear need and there is a consensus about this need, so then we can start to build about collective minds, free flow of ideas, empathizing with our colleagues, customers, and so on. But the very first crucial thing is commitment for innovation. If there is no solid commitment for innovation, it means that we are in a trouble in a big company.
Have you faced such a situation in your experience?
In my current experience, I'm lucky because we have taught very good fit with top management. 4 years ago, for example, we became a partner of an innovation program in Turkey. And our CEO, I asked to our CEO to be part of that program. And luckily, he replied me in just 6 minutes. In just 6 minutes, he says that, yes, go on. I'm very happy to be in such an environment where innovation is in a very good place in the company agenda. But of course, I had many troubling times during my career. So every is built on failures, actually. And also, I have many failures in my life.
This was exactly my next question, because you said that you have to face and admit failures, learn from them. Could you give us some example, maybe something that really helped shape your mindset for the future?
Yes, of course. When I started my career and at the biggest GSM company in Turkey, Turkcell, I managed a very critical project, which is at the core of the in a very novel business model. But I left that project very early, and I decided to change my career very early. I think this was one of the failures in my career, because you should wait to grasp the fruits of your products. If you don't wait to eat the fruits of your products, so it means that you did nothing. So yes, patience is important, but also we should allow ourselves more time to leave the road and to be able to see that our success is also felt by others as well.
And to enjoy the ride. And my last question for you is that, is your mom more confident now with your situation? You started with the fact that she's worried about you working in such complex environments. After so much time, is she more confident?
No, she's not actually. She's always worrying about me, but my job is like that. We love uncertainty, and if there is no uncertainty enough in our culture, in our daily life, so there will no need for innovators, in my view.
I have to say that we have common things in our professions. Thank you so much, Hussein, for your contribution, and good luck with all your future projects.
Thank you so much. All the best to you.
And now we move on to our next participant, Maria Tupčijska, the director of the Smart Factory of Schneider Electric in Plovdiv. We'll see the interview of my colleague Teodora Lapshova with Maria, and then we'll have the opportunity to ask directly questions.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Hello everyone, today are with a great professional in manufacturing in various sectors. We are here with the plant manager of Schneider Electric, Maria Topczyńska. Schneider Electric is a world leader in adopting and manufacturing innovations. Please share with us what improvements you undertook in 2019.
In 2019, we started the journey of the Smart Factory Roadmap in Schneider Electric Plovdiv, and this journey starts with the deploying of the different eco-structure solutions which are offered by Schneider. We start to connect our products. We deploy the edge control, and we go further to the application and analytic solutions. Then we moved and we shifted the direction not only from deploying of IoT and different type of advisors, but we moved to deploying of cobots, AGV, and other type of automations which support this transformation and which support the efficiency of the plant.
Where is the place of the employees after connecting your devices, sensors and machines? Have you lost any employees after becoming Smart Factory?
So the center of the Smart Factory is always the customer experience, but the pillars of the Smart Factory are the people, the products and the processes. The people, the skills of the people are quite important to be increased, and some of them change completely. For the people of Schneider, these changes are not something new. They are used to have constant changes in the journey of the continuous improvement. So what changes for them is they become more agile, they become more flexible. They adopt all the solutions, starting from the administrative departments and engineering departments, going through the entire shop floor. On the question, did we lose someone? The answer is no, even we hire people in the last year. Linked with the situation with the COVID, in Plovdiv we didn't change nothing. We even higher in the last Q of 2020. So what is changing is actually the interaction and the environment. The environment starts to be more sustainable, starts to be more ecological friendly, it starts to be more digital, and the interaction between the human and the machine is the main focus for us and the main transformation which is happening currently in the plant.
By connecting the physical and digital world, smart factories can monitor the manufacturing process. You use Augmented Operator Advisor. Please share with us about this innovation and how does it work?
So basically the vision of and the mission of Schneider Electric is to provide efficiency, mainly energy efficiency, of course, and to do this transformation and to provide to our customer this transformation, digital and automation transformation. In the road of that, this is done because of the customer, because at the end of the beginning and the end is the customer experience. What we would aiming through our digital transformation is to provide the full transparency of the end-to-end supply chain. The different type of advisors which we have, and we have machine advisors and we have augmented operator advisors which you mentioned now, are helping us to have this customer experience, to have more customers experience, to interact more to have a more interaction between the human and the machine, and to again accelerate the process of efficiency and the process of gathering information and speeding the decisions. The augmented operator advisor is one solution provided by Schneider, which is mainly concentrated in helping the maintenance department team. In our case, this is a benefit between 7 and 10% is the benefit efficiency which we improve by deploying that solution, which is helping the maintenance again to have quick access to the data, eliminating the paper, and in the world where we are speaking about carbon emission reduction and etc. and sustainable environment, this is something which needs to be acknowledged for sure, that the reduction of the paper and the documentation is on place, and is as well providing, not say efficiency, but yeah, of course at the end, finally it's efficiency,
What will the smart factory looks in future?
How the smart factory looks in the future, it will be more, even more digitalized, autonomous. It will be there will be more automation. There will be for sure a big place for the IoT. And there will be a big place for cobot implementation and more interaction between the human and the machines, and in this case the cobots. The factory of the future, when you speak about the smart factory of the future, we will have more analytics for sure. We will have more application which will analyze and help us to meet the right decisions. The smart factory of the future will be what we are offering in our EcoStructure, actually, solutions, more connected products, more application which are analyzing all those products, and in the factory of the future, the human being will change the qualities somehow. It will be shift from this sometimes reactive mode in which we are standing to more predictive and prescriptive modes, which we will observe in the next coming years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Teodora, for this interview, and Maria, of course. Now we'll wait to connect with Maria and ask some questions also provoked by this conversation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Hi, Maria. How are you?
Thanks, excellent. Once again, the great pleasure to be with you today and to have the opportunity to share our experience linked with the transformation of manufacturing into smart factories with more IoT solutions and more connectivity.
Actually, it's really impressive what you said in your conversation with Teodora, that many people relate the automatization, optimization with actually loss of jobs. And I'm impressed that with what you shared, that during COVID, actually, you managed to hire more workers. You also, in one of your other interviews, you said that this transformation of the factory, it was not an event. It's a process, and actually it was finished right before COVID, and that this year proved how needed it was. Could you explain to us actually the benefits of the changes that you implemented in the current environment that we live in?
I must say that the smart factory, I think that you're referring to one sentence when I said that the smart factory is not a destination, it's a journey.
Exactly.
And this journey, especially for Schneider Electric Plovdiv, started before more than 10 years. when we started to deploy different lean techniques, where we started to simplify our processes and to eliminate all the waste around it. When we started to measure the data, to collect the data on the proper way, to rely on it and to take decision based on it. During the last year, what we've said is that, what we saw actually, is that the crisis and the fact that we couldn't interact personally, and even now it's the case. I cannot shake your hand, unfortunately. This time, once we put the masks, actually put down a lot of other masks, and we saw that the people, the manufacturing which are ready to welcome this type of new challenges, which requires a new ways of working, could be met only if we accelerate this adoption of new technologies, if we accelerate the process of deploying of IoT solutions, where we can turn the data into real actions. Because finally, at the end of the day, smart factory is about data. How you treat those data which you collect, of course, in a safety way. That's why the cybersecurity is the foundation of all the steps through the transformation.
I really wish that governments would take more from your experience, because also countries that operate with more open data are more likely to innovate and to provide more high quality and transparent services for their citizens, which is easily proven by your success story. Give us some examples of how, for example, augmented reality and all this innovation that you implemented actually made your work easier, allowed you to travel without actually traveling and not stopping the processes in the company.
So basically, one of the solutions which we immediately deploy, it's a Schneider solution, it's a remote expert, allow us during the crisis at the beginning even to support our colleagues in other countries. This is one of the examples. We transfer several machines. We didn't stop our projects during the pandemic. All the equipment which we needed to welcome, it arrives on time. And it was qualified on time thanks to that remote expert, which is providing the real visibility on the other side so that the people can see what we are doing actually physically. And then what we are doing in terms of IoT deployment, it's mainly helping us in the maintenance department, as well the augmented operator, which I mentioned during the video. It is supporting a lot the maintenance team in order to provide more preventive maintenance. And now we are working more on the predictive one. The other solutions which we are implementing and are ongoing are linked with the quality. So we work a lot on that area because Schneider is a company relying on the premium quality. We want our customers to have premium quality of our products. Therefore, our main focus, especially in 2020, was linked with robust processes and robust quality. So we are working on deep learning currently. Specifically, one case, it's soldering, because you asked for a practical example. We are working on the quality of the soldering processes, which is quite challenging. And the technology will be deep learning.
And you also opened your factory physically for visitors. You share your experience. As many other speakers also say that innovation is a shared effort. So what kind of companies and what kind of visitors are interested in your achievements and would maybe like to learn from your experience?
As you can see, I'm here in our innovation hub. Behind me, it's written. This is part of our smart factory. Here, this is the welcoming area, and this is a space where our visitors, partners, but as well students, interns, young engineers from the region can visit us, and we can share the best applications which could be used in the production. our doors, as we are showcase, and this is specific recognition in the frame of Schneider Electric world. In Europe, there is 2 showcases, one in France, and we are very proud that the other one is here in Bulgaria. So our case is, our plant is the showcase, open for anyone. I'm inviting you, I'm taking the occasion now to invite all of you anytime. We never refuse someone to come and to visit. Really, the real application of each of the solutions which we have in our Schneider Electric portfolio as in our IoT platform, so-called EcoStructure. So, as some of the previous speakers said, this is innovation and creating creativity. This is a space where you should give space to the people to create new things, to invent new things, to interact, and to turn the visions into real practical usages. And this is what we are aiming in Schneider, and we never say no to anyone. For now, I must say that even in the pandemic time, we find a way to welcome guests, limited of course, but from any sector, from any branch, and about the students, for which we are very happy.
Of course, I guess that it's very interesting, unique experience for them. And let me allow me, please, a more private question. As you, as a manager, you are presented everywhere as the first woman director of the factory. And do you get sometimes tired of asking questions if it's different for you as a woman?
Tired, no, not from that. I get tired from other things, but for sure not from that. To be a woman or man, this is a world where it's not important anymore which gender you are. It's important which kind of qualities you have, which kind of person you are, and what you can be as a leader, what you provide to your organization. And I truly believe that in the time we are living, it doesn't matter who you are. It's important what you do and what you leave behind you.
And many people imagine innovators as some very eccentric people, but you also, in your other interviews, talk about your daily habits, about your discipline. Can you briefly give us an example about how your days actually go?
I'm waking up at 5:30.
Wow.
Every morning. Then almost every day I'm doing a meditation before I come here in the plant. Then it starts with the usual walk, either walk in the plant. I must admit that it's not happening every day, the morning walk, but it's going through, and it's not happening because of the data. I'm so connected to my plant that I know in any minute what is going on inside. This is the advantage of the smart factory. It is giving you time. I have spare time to do whatever I want in addition to my professional life, because I'm always connected. I have information from each machine, what is currently the efficiency, what is the issue on that machine, when the people will react, so when the issue will be fixed, how long will it take, who is there to fix it. So basically through my mobile phone I can observe the entire plant without any difficulties.
And maybe have more time about strategic thinking and ideas. Unfortunately,
and this is giving time for that.
Unfortunately, we run out of time. Thank you for this very interesting conversation, and good luck with everything.
Thank you. Have a good day, all of you.
Thanks, Maria. So this was Maria Topčiska from Plovdiv, and now we're moving on to our next very inspirational speaker from San Francisco, a very successful Bulgarian woman again, Pavlina Yanakieva, who is the CEO of the Bulgaria Innovation Hub in San Francisco, organization that was established a few years ago with the aim of helping Bulgarian startups actually scale up to the US markets. Let's hear what Pavlina has recorded for us. and then we'll move on to Q&A with her.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Hello, change makers and friends of Innovation Explorer 2021 in Sofia, Bulgaria. I'm super excited to be here with you today to share my vision about a better post-COVID world and a few simple ways that we could all do to sustain the hard lessons and never repeat those mistakes again. 2020 was the year when the world as we knew it got turned upside down on my birthday. That's for real. 2020 was a leap year, and I truly hope it doesn't repeat itself in 4 years in the same foreign shape. Everything we knew about business, science, technology, environment, politics, and human relations, it all got turned upside down because of the global pandemic. As the founder of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, Professor Klaus Schwab shared in his book, COVID-19, The Great Reset, we are at crossroads, my friends. One path will take us to a better world, more inclusive, more equitable, and more respectful of Mother Nature. And the other will take us to a world that resembles the one we just left behind, but worse, and constantly dodged by nasty surprises. Therefore, we must get it right this time. Today, humanity faces greater challenges that we've never seen before, from rapid climate change to global pandemic and terrorism, all of which deepen the socio-economic gap across the world and disrupt peace and prosperity for all. To tackle these issues, we need unified efforts and one global response, because no one nation or government can stand up alone and achieve sustainable results. Together, we can leverage science and innovation to solve these major challenges impacting the lives of billions of people. We must become better humans to each other and the environment we all share, so we can reap the benefits and continue to thrive. I'm going to share my personal story of impact. It all started 5 years ago when a group of friends in San Francisco gathered together to hear the story and passion of one young woman who came to share her purpose for starting a foundation called Teach for Bulgaria, where she wanted to solve the education and economic gap. That evening, my friends, I got my spark. I found my calling. I wanted to join that movement and help truly eliminate illiteracy and close the economic gap in my homeland, in my homeland, Bulgaria. I had no idea the problem was so deep. That woman was Evgenia Peeva from Zajedno v Čas, Teach for Bulgaria, and that is how I found my purpose. 5 years later, together with other friends from the diaspora, we've organized over 5 fundraisers, which raised over $100,000. The money was used to support more than 3 cohorts of newly elected teachers within the program. I personally mentored 3 teachers in classrooms and over 45 kids. Also co-organized a summer camp for children from the diaspora living all over the world. The camp took place in Chepelare, Bulgaria, and the kids made memories they'll never forget. We also celebrated the personal victory and story of Zdravko, who was the son of friends within our local community. Zdravko left California a few years ago and went on to become a teacher with the program. The impact was priceless. Through my work with Teach for Bulgaria, I also met my current co-founders, Bogomil Balkansky and Vasil Terziev, with whom I later co-founded Bulgaria Innovation Hub. In a post-COVID world, we truly must think it over of our own existence and become better humans and inhabitants of our planets. And so I'll share my thoughts on thriving in such trying times. We all want to do good in the world, I hope. So find your purpose for being here and greatness will come. Remember my personal story? Connect with others based on intentions, and always strive to create value for others. Authenticity is always gold and pays dividends in the long run. Be a human, talk and act like one. Pause and rethink your priorities for your family, your work, your self-love even, and community. Supporting your local community truly builds a healthy and sustainable global ecosystem where everyone thrives. So mentor, volunteer, help in any way possible that you can those that are less fortunate than you. The crisis forced us to innovate and transform the way we live, work, learn, and play. So make changes and take calculated risks, act with urgency. So call a loved one today. They might not be here tomorrow. Listen more, hug more, or elbow bumps more to better understand the needs and feelings of those around you. Don't forget where you came from and how you got here. So share the knowledge, the resources with others. Help others gain new skills. Help them build and support their own systems. Figure out the impact you truly want to create and just do it. Be the change you want to be in the world. Remember what Gandhi once said? I'm really passionate about building a stronger and more interconnected community of global innovators. I'm passionate because I truly believe in its power to accelerate science and innovation to prevent future health crises such as this one, fight climate change, and spread economic prosperity, freedom, and peace. I leverage that passion to achieve sustainable impact with my work at Bulgaria Innovation Hub. At BIH, we support Bulgarian innovators because we truly believe that entrepreneurship is the driving force behind economic prosperity and positive economic social impact. These are the future unicorn founders who dare to dream big and challenge the status quo, and we are so honored and super excited to be part of their journey. So we teach and support, mentor and guide, and here's what happens when you connect the dots. Success and impact happens. BIH stands for world-class education, Silicon Valley mentality, and best practice sharing, connections, and networks. As we believe in the power of collective wisdom and connected networks, we harness the energy, expertise, and desire of the diaspora to give back and stay engaged with the homeland in a meaningful way. So we engage with them as mentors and advisors to our startups. We cultivate a mentality of pay it back and pay it forward to the communities and individuals that once supported their success. This attracts good karma and accelerates positive change for everyone, their communities, their companies, employees, and the global environment. Throughout history, people formed communities to increase their chance of survival. At BIH, we do just that. We form strong alliances with ecosystem partners to exchange ideas and resources and get closer to our goals. The global pandemic has given us a chance to pause and reevaluate our priorities. Again, the way we work, we learn, communicate, and engage with one another is on the line. Get involved in something bigger than your own existence, something meaningful that you care so deeply about. Be intentional with one another in the environment we live in, so we have a better future together. It doesn't take that much to make a difference. You heard it in my story. So stay curious, stay connected and engage with your communities and give back in a meaningful way. It will be truly worth it. Thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, Maria. You were a real inspiration. And now, can you hear us well? Hi, Maria.
Yes.
Pavlina, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just switched from our last speaker. Pavlina, really, you were a true inspiration. Thank you. Thank you for your story. And actually, we'll have the CEO of Teach for Bulgaria just in a few hours here. And you started with the hope that all of us had, that this pandemic that really shaped our worlds will help us change the way that we live in. We have seen the potential of many people to change and to adapt and to try to look for better solutions, but at the same time, we've seen competition between countries. For example, we compete for vaccines, even now in Bulgaria on a personal level. Some events that have been quite discouraging, where it's more than obvious that the world has to have a common answer to the challenges that we're facing. How do you still keep up with being positive and seeing ways to bring positive change? And do you still think that the post-COVID world, because unfortunately we still live in a COVID world, would have the potential to be better than the current one and the one that we lived in 1 year ago?
Yes, thank you for a great question. And again, thanks for having me here today as part of the Innovation Starter. I have to remain positive, and being an optimism is just part of my nature. I always seek the goodness in people, and in this critical situation that humanity faces, we cannot give up. We can't stop to innovate. We can't stop looking for answers, to the biggest issues that are facing us right now, because the other alternative is we just have to give up. And for me, giving up has never been an option. Yes, I understand, there are all these complexities about the distribution of the vaccine, of, personal equipment, as we've seen it throughout the world last year. But at the same time, we've seen tremendous amount of community support across the globe, where countries across borders have delivered PPP equipment, and countries have been supportive of each other in various initiatives, fundraising for specific communities, etc. So I think humanity has a very strong sense of survival. We've survived so many centuries under so many different circumstances, and we just have to remain positive. It's a human psychology to want to, move forward and evolve, and we just have to lean in on that positivity and desire to, to do better and to leave the world better than we found it.
Yeah. Not forget that the first vaccine was actually developed by a startup. the small players really have their key role now in this global situation that we live in. In many of your interviews, in your speech just a few minutes ago, you very often use the word help. Actually, is the willingness to help people one of the drivers for innovation for you?
Absolutely. Again, to me, innovation equals desire to solve problems. I mean, I think at the core of innovation lies the desire and the passion to do something different and to challenge the status quo. So for me personally, helping others has been my personal philosophy and driver behind everything I do, pretty much. Maybe it's my upbringing or the type of work that I've always seek to do. But leaving impact in the world doesn't happen overnight, and it doesn't come easy. And having that laser focus on what do I do as a person, as an individual, as a leader, to create impact for my community or for others. I think if everyone puts on that perspective or that hat, thinking about what can I do, how can I be of service, then truly the world is going to be a better place. And I know people have questioned that optimism before, but again, if we all do little steps in the right direction, if we all pause for a moment to question our intentions related to anything and everything, from the smallest thing of greeting the person who's handing you over your Starbucks in the morning to, smiling behind the Zoom camera during a business call. All of these intentions speak volume, and they create, the exchange of positive energy. And again, innovation is driven by the desire to help others, to solve a problem. And that's why at BIH we stress on the importance of having that empathy for others and desire to get involved with the community and pay back.
Helping your community is a very American way of thinking. You say that you want to transfer the Silicon Valley way of thinking with the companies that you are supporting now. And unfortunately, there is a way to
factor when considering and selecting the companies that we engage with has to do, and it is actually part of our selection process. We weigh in, aside from the potential of the company, as a product, innovation, etc. We weigh in pretty heavily the engagement of the founders with the community, their mindset, and their willingness not only to learn and grow and kind of unlearn bad habits if they have some already, but be open to helping each other, to coming back as mentors, to reciprocate and share that knowledge that they gain throughout the program. The mindset, because it takes a while, like you mentioned, the cultural aspect, it's a big component. How you were raised, what type of environment you innovate in. So right from the get-go, we are truly looking for innovators and teams that are willing to, they're embracing willingly that way of thinking, because that's the only way we're going to sustain the change that we're trying to achieve. People have to be willing to share their knowledge. That's pretty much, I've said it before, the kind of the secret sauce of Silicon Valley. Even competitors have been willing to share knowledge and best practices to move forward with innovation.
BIH was born right before the COVID pandemic arrived and changed all the plans that we have in a very, very radical way. So you had to change a lot of plans too. I guess it was planned for these entrepreneurs to visit, to spend time with American companies, business angels, their mentors. But actually, how did your activities look like in this year? And are you happy with what you achieved, regardless of the, completely different situation that we ended up in?
Yeah. Well, obviously, COVID shifted the way everyone does business nowadays, and the same was true for us as well at BIH. Pre-COVID, the programs and the engagements with the companies happened like with everything in person. Here in San Francisco, the companies would come in, fly into the city, and be here for 2 weeks. And in person, the program was very, very different. When COVID happened last March and shelter in place here in California and San Francisco, we had to adapt fairly quickly because the next cohort actually was scheduled to start in April of last year. So for us, the adoption came by digitalizing the program. We had to switch very quickly to a virtual format, and quite frankly, at the beginning of that change, we didn't know what's going to happen. What would the result be? Would there be more contenders, more candidates, or less? And as with everything, basically, I think people were very quickly to adopt the change. What we saw actually that, of course, there was always, as always, there was a huge interest for our services from companies in Bulgaria. But in the virtual format, it ended up actually, that ended up being a positive factor because we were able to scale the effort and accept a lot more companies than before. And just to kind of give you an example, pre-COVID world, during in-person meetings and workshops, we were able to accept 5 companies, 5 to 7. In a virtual format, last summer, we took 16 companies through the program and continue engaging with them. So in my presentation, I also share some of the success. These companies raised over $5.65 million ever since engaging with the program. They added additional clients and jobs created in Bulgaria and throughout the world. So to us, that speaks volume. And to answer the question, we had to adapt very quickly as a kind of a startup organization that we are. And the message there is for any company, either being a startup or a more traditional business, adoption is the key in those fast-moving, times.
What are those? Of change. At what stage are the companies right now, actually, in your program?
Yeah, the companies that we engage in are early stage startups. They, some of them have already received their pre-seed funding or seed funding from the Bulgarian venture funds. And most of them already have some kind of they're all technology product companies. Most of them already have market traction customers in either Bulgaria, somewhere in Eastern Europe, in Europe, Middle East. Some even have initial clients in the US. We also primarily engage with B2B startups, enterprise software, and our goal is to help them make that next, get to the next level of growth. Of course, US being the largest homogeneous market is the next logical step, and for most of these companies. And so we're trying to leverage our network and knowledge and best practices from our collective, from the diaspora and our network to help them get to that next level, to build that successful go-to-market strategy and expand their business to the US.
A few days ago, I was organizing my morning show, and we dedicated it to the fight of Bulgarians to vote abroad. And it was a really inspiring conversation with people from all over the world who dedicate a lot of their time actually just to increase their ability to vote. And what you're doing really resembles me of that. I mean, successful Bulgarians who have been living in the US for over 20 years and have their lives and careers, you still want to bring a change and to work with Bulgarian companies, and you haven't broken the links that you have. How do you maintain this strong attachment and sense of commitment to your local community when you actually have many other new communities after that?
That's a great question. Well, I mean, I'm not going to take the credit myself for being active and staying active. You have to be part of the diaspora, the local diaspora here in the Bay Area or Silicon Valley, San Francisco, to understand truly what I mean by that. We have an amazing community of Bulgarian professionals who have made San Francisco and Silicon Valley their home. So it's very easy when you have a collective group of people thinking and acting alike to drive, energy and kind of, borrow positivity from one another. For me, it has never been a question, should I get involved or should I not? Actually, it's interesting you brought up the elections, but 3 years in a row pre-COVID, I was part of the section in San Francisco, volunteering and bringing the community together to come in.
I'm not surprised.
But this year it's very different. So anyway, it's you just I guess it comes with wisdom, maybe with age. But for me personally, going back to my roots and staying close to Bulgaria, it has never been a question in my mind. I mean, I've been here for so long. I've gained so much experience, access to resources. The natural transition is to want to give back and engage in many ways possible to drive positive change. I don't adopt to the mindset of complaining and okay, somebody else needs to create the change. I think if every one of us embraces that notion of it's my responsibility to make Bulgaria a better place for the generations, even though we physically are not there, I think change will come quite soon, and it will be very impactful and sustainable.
And your daughter, I read, she's 15 and she's a mentor for Teach for All, and she also maintains her connection with the country where she even wasn't born in. How do the younger generation of the Bulgarian diaspora actually perceive what you're doing and participate in it? Because you are also an activist about youth empowerment, not only about the business success of startups.
Yeah, well, obviously, children are our future, and I guess naturally, my daughter, who is now 16, going on 17. It's been 2 years since she got involved in the Teach for Bulgaria program. I think for her, naturally, as being born to Bulgarian parents and having close connection to her extended family in Bulgaria, has never been, it's been everything. That's everything that she has known since she was born here. She had her grandparents, so very, very close connection. As far as connecting to Bulgaria, anytime you ask her, where should we go this summer, or where should we travel, Bulgaria is always on top of her list, and not so much because of the beaches or the experience traveling from place to place, but it's always about the connection and the people, and to her, family and friends. Her engagement with initiatives such as Teach for Bulgaria, and in particular what you reference is that children's camp that we co-organized, which was like a leadership mentoring type of opportunity. I think to most of the kids who are born and raised overseas, those type of engagements, leadership or volunteering comes very natural. And for her, when the time came to channel that energy towards something, bigger, she wanted to volunteer and do something in Bulgaria. And so that opportunity, when it came about in a discussion, she quickly jumped in it, and actually she participated in some of the
the ideas of how the camp will be designed. But again, kudos to the team for running with the crazy idea of connecting diaspora kids from like all different parts of the world and bringing them together to Chepelare. I mean, she keeps talking about this, and I think it will be very memorable for her and the other kids that participated.
Pavlina, it's a real pleasure to talk to you about all your achievements and experiences. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. Just in 10 seconds, actually, how do you see the future in the next year, maybe?
I see the future brighter than before. I see it brighter because my hope is that us as a human race, we've had a year to evaluate our priorities and the way we communicate with each other, the way we respond to crisis and to change. And we would have taken those lessons and, apply it in the future plannings, on a professional level or personal. So again, me being the optimist, I think the future is bright.
Thank you for your contribution. I really hope that your forecast will come true. That was Pavlina Yanakieva from San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Stay well.
And thank you, Maria. Thank you, Ms. Yanakieva. And this is the end of this panel, and we have a 15-minute coffee break. So we'll see you back in 15 minutes at 3:30 for the final part of today's events.
Thanks for having me here.
My pleasure.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Hello again and welcome back to this year's edition of Innovation Explorer. We continue after our brief break. I hope you managed to have some coffee. We did outside. It's too bad we can't really see you in the hall, but hopefully next year, this time next year, for the next edition of Innovation Explorer 2022, we'll be able to be all together in this hall, in this environment, and be able to talk to each other, and exchange opinions, exchange views, and actually see face to face. For the time being, you're online, we're here, and we enter into the final chapter of today's event. I would like to introduce Ms. Teodora Lapshova. Welcome on stage.
Thank you.
She's a journalist at BNT, and she's an author and scriptwriter of the show Innovative. She specializes in the economy and economic topics. So, the floor is yours. You have the next panel.
Thank you, Vanelline.
My pleasure.
So, I am extremely happy to be here today with you all and to present our first guest of my as moderator. She is the CEO of Siemens Bulgaria and a chairperson of the management board of the Council of the Women in Business in Bulgaria. This is Ms. Boriana Manolova. Let's see the video with her, which we prepared earlier.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Hello everyone, today are with the leader of Siemens Bulgaria, Ms. Boriana Manolova. Hello, how are you today?
Hello, I'm fine, thank you.
Ms. Manolova, please explain the feeling to be a leader of a company with 173 years history and its branch here in Sofia, Bulgaria.
Well, if I can make a comparison, it's like driving a powerful business car. On one hand, you can count on the serious advantages that the engine of a global brand like Siemens provides. Such a corporate machine offers stability to move confidently on the roads and the good speed to be able to overtake competitors. It has also a solid armor for protection in the event of an accident or crisis, as well as enough power to create innovative new paths. But such a car also has some drawbacks, especially in terms of fast direction change. For a large company like Siemens, this is much more difficult than for a smaller company or for a startup. But overall, it's a very pleasant, exciting, rewarding, and of course, extremely responsible.
Each company has its proud moments and inventions. According to you, which are Siemens' top three?
Okay, if I have to list only three things that distinguish our company, they would be innovation, reliability, and integrity. Innovation, because Siemens was founded in the middle of the 19th century by Werner von Siemens, who shaped the technological history of mankind with its inventions. Nowadays, we try to follow his legacy in the business areas where we are active, Namely, this is industry, energy, infrastructure, healthcare, transport, electricity distribution networks, and others. Reliability. This is something that most of the people associate Siemens with for a reason. Our products and solutions are characterized by very high quality that provides their long life and maximum added value for the customer. Just a curious example from Bulgaria. Tsarska Bistrica hydropower plant, which has been operating now for over 100 years, is still powered by an original Siemens generator. So this is reliability. And last but not least, integrity. Integrity to our customers, to our employees, to our suppliers, but also to society as a whole.
If you have a time machine, where would you go? Back in the past or in some future moment?
Okay, I think this is a difficult question. There are many time slots where I would like to go, but probably I'm curious to visit and most likely will choose the future. For example, say 2050. I think that we have exciting times ahead in the future because of the rapid development of technology. Many of these technologies, such as autonomous robots, artificial intelligence, augmented and virtual reality, are already available or under development, but in 30 years, I think they will be probably part of everyday life. Of course, until then, mankind has a long way to go. And last but not least, to cope with climate change and poverty.
Siemens was established 173 years ago. And I'm really curious, what are your R&D teams working on today?
Yes, Siemens is one of the companies that are among the leaders of innovators and by number of patents and patent applications in Europe and in the world. The company has already 70,000 patents globally, which increase with several thousand each year. More than 45,000 employees worldwide work in the field of research and development. For example, for fiscal year 2019 alone, Siemens has invested almost 6 billion euros in such activities. Their focus is on promising and brand new areas such as Internet of Things, additive manufacturing, autonomous robots, cybersecurity, digital twins, grid edge technology, and much more.
In addition of creating inventions, Siemens supports innovation environment here in Bulgaria by taking part in Innovation Explorer 2021. What is your message to the viewers today?
Yes, indeed. I truly believe that innovations are not only critical for the prosperity of any company, but also for the prosperity of our society. Because technological inventions help to solve economic and social challenges that are faced by many groups and communities in both developed and developing countries. For example, innovations in industry and energy sector allows us to produce goods and generate energy in cheaper and cleaner way. Innovations in infrastructure improve quality of life and foster growth. Innovations in medicine ensure better health care and longer life. Innovations in agriculture help us to use all the resources we have sustainably and to fight hunger. And the list can be extended to most any industry. So I believe innovations are among the main drivers of social progress, providing society with the resources it needs to respond to crisis and to improve the life of its members. My personal opinion is that mankind has survived precisely due to innovations and innovators. From the first cavemen who succeeded to light fire, to today's scientists who are gradually revealing the secrets of the universe with the help of technology. The world is as it is today because of the brave ones who dared to go where no one else was. Because of the mavericks who were not afraid of difficulties, even though the stakes are against them. Because of those who work in laboratories, in research centers, startups, but also of others who create technological miracles in their garage or backyard. Because of these open minds and courageous hearts who dare to ask questions, what if, and to find their answers. So this is my message, to continue to keep the pioneering spirit, to pave the way for technology and innovation to move forward.
Thank you very much for this interview. It was a great honor for me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ms. Borjana Manolova, head of Siemens Bulgaria. I am Teodora Lopshova, author of Inovativno on Bulgarian National Television. Thank you for watching.
And now is the time to meet with Ms. Borjana Manolova.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Manolova. How are you today?
Fine, thank you. Hello to everyone, and thank you for inviting me to be among the speakers of this high event.
Ms. Manolova, the interview we saw, you said a question, what if? How would you continue this question, what if?
What if we have in our hands the necessary resources to find a cure for everyone? What if we have the necessary resources to provide electricity, to provide food for everybody that needs that? So what if is really the most important question in order to innovate. Innovative people always ask these questions and search for answers because they are thinking always in a very different way in order to find solutions for problems that no one else could find.
After more than 10 years in engineering business, what changed here in Bulgaria for these 10 years? What change do you find?
Well, when I started in Siemens, it was 11 years ago, I was overwhelmed of all the innovation and all the projects that Siemens performed all over the world, but also if we go back in history in Bulgaria, we can see that Siemens also has a very interesting history in projects within, for example, delivery of trams for Sofia, electricity for our national theater, power plants. In more recent history, we also participate in all the important projects within industrial and electricity sector. So we see that I see personally in the last years that Bulgaria become much more modern country with modern energy and industry sector with a lot of investments that they really has to be done in order to become a real partner in European Union, to be among the countries that has advanced systems. So what I see is a positive change. I see that also that companies are investing a lot. They are using different kinds of funding for their investments. They are using European funds, but also their own funds in order to improve their systems. For example, they're investing in automation, they're investing in different innovative systems for saving, for example, electricity, or in green technologies. So many technological leaders already understand the importance of investing in innovation.
5G is very interesting thing, and as the start of the Internet of Things and making our lives better with it. I'm very curious about your predictions about 5G and when here in Bulgaria we are going to use it.
I think that it is inevitable to use 5G because Bulgaria is part of the world and we are always has to use all the new things that are coming. 5G will help very much the processes that are going into Internet of Things. 5G will help also monitor different industrial processes from far away. So we as a company, we as Siemens are supporting the development of this process. We are working together with telecommunication companies, but also making strategic alliances in order to support also our softwares and our systems and to be much more spread around.
But can you say when is going to be used here? Some kind of period in the time?
I think that it already started. Different some of the telecommunication companies are already offering this service. So my prediction is that it will be very soon.
Okay. You are a part of the Council of Women in Business here in Bulgaria. Please share with us what is the feeling to be a woman in technology business?
Well, first of all, it's very nice to be a woman in the technological world because people and talents cannot be differentiated by gender. It is much more important what qualities, what experience you have, rather than what gender you have. As chairperson of Council of Women in Business in Bulgaria, I am one of the founders of this council. And our idea with the other colleagues was to share good experiences, good role models from different kinds of different industries. We have supporters from every industry, not only women, but men. We see, especially in Bulgaria, larger percentage of women on top positions than, for example, in some countries in West Europe. So we are very proud to share these good examples. And of course, our idea is to support young women that would like to develop, that would like to get the next step and to become much more experienced and to take top positions. We are supporting also young entrepreneurs, young women that develop their own business. And I think in technological field, we are women are very well presented. We are one of the top countries with women engineers and also with women working in the technological field. So this good experience should be presented, and role models for young women should also be presented in order to have even more women on these positions.
If you have to make an advice or just to say 5 qualities to be successful woman in technology business, which are going to be they?
Difficult question, I think.
You are so successful, I'm sure it's not difficult for you. Only if you check your program for today, you have them, maybe.
Yes. First of all, to be a very organized person, to have some technical understanding. Of course, I think it's good to have it. But also I believe that it can be developed, but also to be very open for new things, to be open for new educations, for all new things that are coming in the world. Also to be people and customer oriented, because communication is very important in order to be successful. And of course, to put a lot of efforts, but also passion in what you do every day.
Okay, Ms. Manolova, it's very interesting. What are the innovations that are most important for you in the past 11 years? By your experience, you can share with us some of them which are with a very huge meaning for the all humankind.
Well, probably all of you already know that we are working very hardly in the world of augmented reality, digital twin, edge technology. So maybe these are the most important at the moment. But if we go a little bit out of the big picture, maybe innovation is what we do every day. For example, when COVID crisis pandemic came, we had really to improvise and innovate every day. So all the small things and all the small innovations that we do, they are the ones that make this progress with small steps. And these small steps lead to a very big innovative progress.
Thank you. Would you share with our audience something that you want to wish them, because it's the end of our talk?
I wish all people in the audience to be innovative every day, to think about innovation, but also to be very confident in what they are doing, and also, of course, to be themselves. I really believe that future is much brighter, and as positive person, I wish to everyone that we are healthy and that best things are coming ahead.
Thank you very much for your time. Have a great day and continue making our world better with your innovations. And
Thank
now,
you very much.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you.
Goodbye. And now we are going to say hello to Dr. Krasimir Marchev. Dr. Krasimir Marchev is a professor of advanced manufacturing at the College of Professional Studies at Norton University. He is also faculty director of undergraduate engineering program at CPS. And also, his expertise in materials, nanoengineering, advanced product and technology development, physical metallurgy, and surface science were instrumental to the development of some of the most advanced Gillette blade edge, such as the Fusion Pro Gillette. Now we are going to see a short video with Dr. Marchev.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Hi everyone. It's a pleasure and honor for me to be with all of you today at this great event. I would like to thank Dr. Leona Slanova for inviting me to share my knowledge and experience in innovation management. I was born in Bulgaria, graduated from the Warsaw Technical University in Poland, and got my interdisciplinary PhD in the United States. My wife and I have two teenage boys, Gregory and Michael. After 20 plus years working in advanced R&D, doing innovations and product development in the industry, I returned back to Northeastern University in 2016 as Professor of Advanced Manufacturing and Innovation Management. To present what I learned over these years, I decided to introduce you today to my third baby, the Gillette Fusion Pro Glide. We all have days in our lives which are precious, and we remember them forever. I remember the day in my third year at the Gillette Advanced Technology Center when I was called and asked to lead the development of new generation of Gillette razor blades. The objective was clear: develop the most comfortable blade. Develop a comfort blade, a best a man can get. Beat any product on the market. As simple as that. When you hear your boss saying, "Sky's the limit," you understand immediately that stakes are high, that there will be a lot of excitement, and perhaps some pressure. We form a diverse team of knowledgeable and experienced specialists. Without going any further in details, let me just say that one thing I cared about was that myself, and every single member of the team, we put our egos behind. We focus on the project. We focus on our mission. That was really important for me, and it was important for the team to make us successful. As we agree to proceed, we started looking at what was there for us. And you know, when you start a project like this, you start with the essence of the assignment. For us, there are two keywords: shaving, comfort. So let me introduce you a little bit in the world of shaving technologies. What we are dealing with? We are dealing with a process of cutting hair with a razor blade, and at the same time having some kind of controlled exfoliation. In other words, you are also controlling the interaction between the razor blade and the skin which is being shaved. What needs to happen? Well, let's think about this. What will give a comfort of shaving? When you shave, the discomfort will come from pulling the hair. You'll minimize this discomfort if you lower the cutting force. And here comes the next question. How do you do it? How you could minimize the cutting force? Well, this relates to something else. It relates to minimizing the friction between these two surfaces of the bevel of the blade and the hair. So this is just the beginning. As we agree on what needs to be done, the next step will be how to do it. So, as I said, we pick up a smart team, creative team who had years of experience, team which was motivated. Well, as you put all these smart people in the room, they will come with a lot of ideas. We came with a lot of ideas. Quite quickly, I would say within a day or two, less than a week in any case, we had 50 different new ideas on the table. So, this is great. This was a testament that we did have a good team. But now comes the next challenge. How to move forward? Is it reasonable? Is it possible that you can work on 50 different technologies and make it in a reasonable time and come up with a product? No. Well, there is a challenge. Let's think about this. There are people, well, some people maybe, it could happen that some people may perhaps like their own ideas better than the ideas of others. So how could we go through this difficult stage to really pick up the best? And I found that in cases like this, the easiest way to move forward is by simply agreeing on some criteria. Criteria which will allow us to sort through ideas. Clear criteria allowing us to pre-screen, to test, to do concept evaluation, to think about, again, our ultimate goal, what we want to achieve. Sometimes we have great ideas, but they cannot bring us where we want to go. Long story short, we did shrink the pool of potential technologies we need to focus on, and this really gives us a lot of air to breathe. Well, again, that's just the beginning of the project. So now we had to focus on each and every one of these possible approaches and possible technologies. And let's also think about this, that our final solution may not include just one of these possibilities, but each of them could potentially interact with each other and give us the results when all 2, 3, 4, or 5 technologies get combined. So Let's think about one of them, and I just want to push you a little bit more in this direction of technologies. So let's say here is a hair, and here is a blade. And this is the profile of the blade, and the blade is moving up and cutting the hair. What do you think? Which blade will have lower cutting force? A blade with a profile like this, or a blade with profile like this? Well, yeah, you're probably right. The blade, which is a slimmer one, have better chances of cutting the hair with lower force, thus providing better comfort. But as we agree on this, then comes the next question. Can we make it? And how we can make it? Can we make it, for example, from the same steel? Can we sharpen slimmer blade using the same steel? If not, how to change the steel? Then comes the next question. Can we sharpen the blade using the same technology? If not, how can we change it? Well, then comes the next question. Is it just enough to have a slimmer blade? Well, how about we change the profile of the blade? Have blade like this, or blade like this, or blade like this? You see, we started with several what questions, and these were followed by many how questions. And all this required the team efforts to sort it, to think about this, and to do proper evaluation. Because the next question, when you shrink the possible approaches, or you go deeper into each and every one of them, is the question, how do you know? Well, you can say we measure it. Well, how do you measure it? How do you know that the methods used for measurements are reliable, and you can have data with proper resolution? These are reliable and could provide statistically significant results. Do you have equipment to measure this? Does even this equipment exist? You see, this is what makes research, development, and innovations so exciting, because you have to define, you have to state the questions, and then you have to find a proper answer to these questions. So let's say that we addressed all this, and then we come to the next stage, when we need to test it on individuals, test it in small groups, do large-scale testing, and at the end of the day, you end up with a product. So it takes a lot of efforts, but it also gives a lot of pride. So you understand now, when I say that this is my baby, why I feel that it is so dear to me. I got a few patents out of this process, but more importantly, I learn a lot. And the product, of course, is a billion-dollar product of Procter & Gamble and Gillette. So I'm very happy that all this happened. We all agree. We all agree that we should always look forward. But I think what will help us to look forward and move forward with our development, with our research, is to look back as well and think what we'll learn. And if next time we face another challenge, how we are going to approach it. If you learn something and then you come to a bigger project and then something which is totally different, how are you going to approach it? And a quote by, famous quote by Werner von Braun comes to my mind, who said that you cannot have a baby in 1 month if you make 9 women pregnant. Why I think that this is relevant? Well, it is relevant because companies, governments, organizations more and more realize the value of innovations. All of us know the famous S-curve of innovation model, how new technologies develop and mature, and how you want to jump from one S-curve to another S-curve and do disruptive innovations and so on and so forth. But this teaches us one thing, that just putting money on the table is not sufficient to achieve all you can achieve by innovation. Managing the innovations, the proper management of innovations, is something that all of us has to be aware of. So we don't waste money and we achieve results. This brings the discussion to another place. It brings the discussion to the involvement of academic institutions. Most universities have the capabilities of doing advanced research and development. Companies, even big companies, not always maintain sophisticated equipment which they are going to use, as Americans say, once in a blue moon, or use it very rarely. So, moving forward, what we have to be aware of is the change in realities. You see more and more small companies of recent graduates starting some new ideas, engaging, doing them successfully, exchanging information, working between themselves. And this is something that I encounter more than once, and I highly encourage. We have at the university, for example, at Northeastern, we have Research Innovation Show every April, where faculty members, graduate students and undergraduates present their innovation projects. And I found this extremely beneficial to students and helpful to all of us. There are also other things which happen, and all of us have to be aware of. The old paradigm of people going to school, learning for 4 or 5 years, and then based on the knowledge which they acquire, they move through life. They get a job, another job, maybe third job, and they go higher and higher, and one day they retire. Well, this is something, this paradigm is gone. The new paradigm, and I think we live into this more and more, all of us, including myself, we have to learn continuously. We have to learn, apply the knowledge, learn something else, apply the knowledge, because skills that we develop with the new technology existing today have shorter life, because new and newer ones are coming all the time. So how we should do it? And I think in order all of us to move forward and succeed, to have better and better innovations, we have to challenge ourselves. Something that Franklin Roosevelt said many years ago comes to my mind, that a smooth sea never makes skilled sailors. We need to challenge students. We need to work with them to develop their skills. And we need to encourage cooperations between academic institutions and companies to make this happen. Think about this. If you manage industrial organization, where your employees come from? Your employees will come from universities. Why not engage these future employees of yours early? Why don't you engage their faculty members? Form a team, start projects, work together. Do some of your research and development, not only in your own facility, but do it also in academia, do it together. Because students will learn the skills even before they join you. And this will be of great value to you. We had this model of co-op education at the university. And when I was working at Gillette and I was working at other companies, we always tend to bring students for shorter period of time, for 3 months, for 6 months, and then send them back to the university. Every 6 months they were coming to us. By the time they finished their degrees, they already had the skills to hit the ground running, and we were hiring them pretty much immediately. This is a model which works, a model which is proven, a model which is good for academic institutions, it's good for companies, and it is good for individuals. Furthermore, it enables this continuous learning approach, which I just mentioned. There are so many things we can talk about, but the important thing here is the value of innovations, the value which it brings to us as individuals. And I'm not just talking about the fun, obviously it's a lot of fun, but it is bringing value to universities and it is bringing value to companies. So let's focus on this, let's do it together. This is how we're going to succeed. Thank you.
And now is the time to meet Professor Marchev is here with us already. Hello, how are you today?
Hello, nice to see you. I just realized how many questions I had asked during this video I recorded, and then I thought, but perhaps this is what innovation is about: defining questions, asking, addressing them, and developing new products and innovations.
Today I'm very happy journalist to be standing in front of you and questioning you, because I know you have all the answers here for our Innovation Explorer 2021.
I wish I had, but the truth is that I had suffered and enjoyed a lot of this, so hopefully I will be able to answer some of your questions.
Mines are not of the difficult ones, so I start. You explained to us the whole process of creating the innovation, the blades, but I am really curious. How did the idea come to you? At what time, at what moment? What was your feeling back in the time?
Well, the first couple of years when I joined Gillette, I was put in charge of developing a model of structures of Gillette razor blades. And the reason was because at the time this was a company with a 100-year history, and technologies had moved to a point when deeper understanding of structures based on the latest technologies was very essential of doing it. And I was given the opportunity to develop this network, outside network, as P&G call it C&D, Connect and Develop. So I was attending a number of scientific events and conferences, and I published 6 volumes of about over 900 papers. So I knew people globally who was expert in the field. and we could make together with the management, we could make together decision who to bring on board and how to engage. And I believe that we identify the best people we could, not only in the United States, but in UK and globally. And this enabled us to move forward. You do not do innovations and technology development alone.
Yes, that's extremely important, I am sure. Dr. Marchev, on what are you working lately with your teams at the Faculty of Undergraduating Energy Engineering program at CPS?
Well, we are a unique program in many respects because we work with working adults. Recently, for example, I'm leading a program at General Electric, which is quite unique because we have a number of students from the aviation company, and we came up with this new idea that the company is about 15 miles from Boston. So we send faculty members there, and actually I teach on the manufacturing floor. So some of my students assemble jet engines for F-18 or for Black Hawk helicopters, and you know, we get into this process together with them, and we work with the company. This is very, very interesting, and you know, we get them involved in some innovation development as well.
Dr. Marchev, how do you think nanoengineering would influence the future of the products?
Well, clearly, nanoengineering as a product will have very significant impact on the future of the fourth industrial revolution and so on and so forth. But I think looking down the road, 5 years or 10 years down the road, I think the way we develop nanoengineering products will change significantly. And I'm looking back I was just looking at some picture, 1952, when IBM was moving 4 megabytes of memory in one of these huge containers, loading it in a plane. We're talking about 4 megabytes of memory. Remember, now this is much less than we have in our watches or in any devices around. I think the process of developing nanotechnology products will significantly get simplified. At present, a foundry, this is a plant where computer chips are produced, cost about $20 billion, and there are already technologies which are liquid-based and do not require such expensive facilities. This will definitely will make a significant impact. There will be miniaturization in terms of equipment, and we have seen this quite extensively on the manufacturing floor. I think this is the way where things are going.
And nanotech coating for different products like air filters, surface sanitizers, and it is the new hit due to COVID. What are the latest innovations which you heard about, and what is the future of this type of medical and sanitary products?
Well, there are certain things, which are happening quite extensively. We're working, for example, on a method for supersonic jet printing using artificial intelligence with colleagues from Northeastern University. And I think this has will have very extensive implications in the future. Other direction in which I see things moving is the utilization of virtual reality and augmented reality for training the workforce. And this is something that we are working with Microsoft, and we are working with some colleagues from the university and also with industrial partners. As the technology gets more challenging and more developed, the need for training of workforce needs to move with the same steps. Another thing which I think will be very important is utilizing the expertise of those people who have the most development skills, which cannot be in 1,000 places at the same time. So this is something that we are also working on, and I think this will really move quite ahead in the next few years.
3D printers, e-cigarettes, and high-density battery packs. They are ranked in top 10 innovations for the 21st century. What are your top 3 innovations of our century?
That is a tough question. I would agree with this, the order in which we see it. I do work in 3D printers, especially in metal 3D printers. We use quite a lot of these products, and I'll give you an example. You know, we were dealing with a part which was 25 inches, 75 centimeters in diameter and about 15 inches tall, so you can count it about 40 centimeters. In the past, it had about 180 sub-assemblies, and after redesigning and manufacturing it, this number of components went down to, I think, 12 or 13. This is where things are going. So utilization of these technologies and this approach will lead to new designs, to new applications, to new devices, and that will be the direction. I see significant move in the direction of biomedical equipment and bio applications, healthcare applications in general. It happens now, and it will get deeper and deeper. There are a lot of efforts in the United States, also in Europe, in Denmark, and I'm aware also of some efforts in this direction happening in Bulgaria. So I will highly encourage these Bulgarian institutions and researchers to engage others from overseas.
COVID changed the paradigm, and the situation now is changed. I'm sure it changed also the work of the scientists. And I'm wondering, what are the sectors affected by the change?
I think the changes are great because they change the way we work, the way we become more efficient, and there is one thing which, and one word which I think is important. It's interdisciplinary. Right now we are restructuring our engineering programs. We are moving from individual mechanical engineering, electrical technologies into combined profile mechatronics, where we require students to have knowledge of everything, but develop deep expertise in particular fields, because when needed, they could easily talk the same language with other researchers, with other engineers, with companies, and become much more productive. So I think this will be, is happening, and it will be much more significant. Involving students in this process, involving researchers and business management will be also a key factor defining the success.
Are the scientists in a rush to create innovations due to COVID?
It is a good question. I mean, scientists should create innovations, but there is also a process which should define the safety of the final product. And, you know, people should consider this and should always keep in mind. On the other hand, if you think about this, I hate to say this, but you know, usually during the wars, there is a lot of innovations. If you look, for example, the German Ho-2 planes, they are very similar to B-1 plane. If you look, one is made of wood, the other is made of metal, it has different coatings, but the design of the plane happened so many decades ago. And there are many other examples when the challenging time call for changes in the approach, changes in the philosophy, putting extra efforts and bringing success to the table.
Is it possible this rush could affect the quality of those innovations?
Let's keep in mind, if you're referring to vaccines, let's keep in mind that some of these approaches have been developed for the past 15 years. So they are not, these scientists working in the field, they are not starting from scratch. And they just had to have this additional challenge and additional resources to make it happen. So I believe that there is also, it's not one-step process, it's a multi-step process. And at the end of the day, it will be good for everybody.
Dr. Marchev, this is my last question for you. In the mid-20th century, the United States seemed to be the scientist's heaven. Is it the same today?
Very tough question. I think the world is changing, and it will continue changing. And I think the United States is responding to the needs to the changes. And I think US, again, there are some political factors and other influences, but I think we are very much open to work together with others. Our university, Northeastern University, for example, open campuses, although we are based in Boston, open campuses all over the United States. We open in Canada, in London, and we'll be opening in some other countries. So we realize that this is the way to do, and this is the direction in which we will be moving forward.
Thank you very much for your time. It was a great pleasure for me to do this interview with you. Have a good day. And to all the people there who are watching us, please stay with Innovation Explorer 2020. We are continuing. Mr. Venelin Petkov is going to tell us more about the next in the program.
Thank you, and thanks for this great interview. And I just wanted to jump in before the end of the interview with Professor Marchev to express my personal gratitude to him for developing the Gillette Fusion.
Yes,
As you can probably tell, I am a dedicated fan of Gillette Fusion. Once you touch Gillette Fusion, you never touch another blade again, ever in your life. Professor Marchev, if you're still watching us, thank you from the bottom of my heart. As a dedicated fan to you, I never knew you were the one standing behind this great innovation. Thank you, sir.
As a woman with a husband, I'm also very grateful to Professor Marchev. Thank you very much for taking
Thanks once again, and hope to see you again soon. And we'll continue with the final part of our event today, our final panel. I would like to invite Irina Obushtarova again to the floor for the final panel.
Hello again.
Hello. So what do we see this time? Last time was Coca-Cola. It was an insightful interview. Now what do we have?
Yet again, we have a very inspiring lady who is spearheading the IT department at the World Bank. Yet again, we have a traditional company which is innovative, which is multinational and transforming. And yet again, we have a woman who is dedicated to supporting other women.
All right, the title of your panel is Bankrupt or Disrupt. That's pretty interesting, so let's watch it.
Yes.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.
Welcome to the Innovation Explorer Forum 2021. And how I wish I could have been there with you in person in one room, without a mask even, perhaps. However, I am still delighted that we are able to communicate and share knowledge, even within the global pandemic. And I must say, thanks to willpower and technology, I would like to also offer a big thank you to all those people who make this forum possible from my home, and that you are able to watch this from your offices and your homes. I will be talking to you today about 3 topics. One is innovation, the second one is leadership in crisis, and the third one is why knowledge is contagious. What I love about innovation is that one size does not fit all. I also like that innovation has very different definitions and that there are different types of innovations. For example, innovation can be about a new way of doing something, but innovation can also be about solving a problem, and that is what energizes me, is when I can solve a consumer or a business problem in a way that has impact. In terms of types of innovations, there's incremental innovation, there's radical innovation, there's disruptive innovation. One thing that I noticed during the pandemic is that it has the breeding ground for all of these and many more. Think about the different ways that we have adjusted in our behavior of doing things. The way we have come to enjoy the retail industry, what we do for food supply, and not to mention going 100% virtually. Now, it might be a little crazy for me to say that the beauty of COVID, but let's be a little crazy and I will say that the beauty of COVID is that it delivered to our doorstep the future of the world much faster. There were times when education, retail, none of these things were virtual. Everything took time, so we did incremental innovation to get to the point where we're comfortable buying retail products from Amazon, where we can take a class at the university virtually and get a degree that is accepted. Think about how long that took over time. But now, due to the pandemic, we don't know how long it's gonna last, so we don't wait for the pandemic to be over and then. For example, within the World Bank, we had to come up with different ways of doing things. We had to implement a zero-touch policy so that we can provision IT equipment to people we have recruited, also 100% virtually, so that business can continue. These were things, again, we probably would have done over time, but the pandemic made us do it right away. It is often said that innovation is created by necessity. That necessity is the mother of innovation. And we have an opportunity as knowledge worker to make this happen. The pandemic also forced us to look at solutions that our clients need that we did not deliver before. For example, we are familiar with monitoring and tracking tools and technologies. But this time, one solution that my team has delivered for our clients is one where we are tracking staff going in and out of our offices, not just for tracking purposes, but also to make sure that we stagger them, to ensure that we comply with social distancing rules so that we don't have too many people at the same time in the building. And these are the parameters we're able to set within the solution. So this is another example of the pandemic crisis of any sort, really, creating a necessity for us to build a solution that we can call innovative, but it would not be necessary if the catalyst was not a crisis. The second topic I want to talk about is leadership, naturally female leadership, and what the pandemic has requested of us as leaders. And I have had this discussion with many of my colleagues and staff, and can I tell you, it's been tough. I know it's been tough for everybody. However, sometimes I feel that for leaders, there has been an extra burden. And here is why. All of a sudden, we have to take responsibility beyond what we took in the office. Now, I am very concerned about the safety of our employees. Not that I wasn't concerned before, but if I'm in a meeting and someone is not present, I no longer have the benefit of somebody walking by my door and saying, oh, by the way, such and such a person is running late or is out. I have to worry about their physical and mental well-being. So in terms of leadership skills, there is this notion of adaptive leadership where you adapt to the situation. And as leaders adapting to the pandemic, what it really has done for me and my peers and the conversations that I'm having here is it is bringing out the humanity in us, because all of a sudden the home has become the childcare center, has become the office for the husband and the wife, or anyone else that you room with. It has also become a gathering place where you gather, but with social distancing. It's very complicated all of a sudden. So, and the manager, leaders as ourselves, we have become these bopping heads on a Microsoft or WebEx screen, instead of being, for some, the authoritative figure or the collaborator or the coach. So as a leader now, I have to pay more attention to being empathetic. When I hear the baby cry or the dog bark in the background when I have in a meeting, I need to find some extra patience, again, humanity. So the leader in the pandemic, the skill set that is required of us, in addition to being agile, collaborative, solutions-oriented, is to have empathy and be human. In addition to having empathy and displaying humanity at the line levels, executives at the top levels of organizations also have increased responsibility. Now, they have to think about what to do for the survival of their business, to continue to serve their clients, and whether they need to change in strategy. They have to be able to pivot, and they have to be able to implement changes swiftly. For example, when the world needed more sanitizers and the demand was much higher than the supply, there were some distilleries that made their excess alcohol available to suppliers and others so that they could have more sanitizers on the market. There were folks who were supplying food to the restaurant industry who were all of a sudden faced with so much food supplies in a very short amount of time. They had to think about what to do with it. So some of them offered their produce to direct customers. I read an article in which there was a bookstore next to a restaurant, and the restaurant did not have outdoor space, but the bookstore did. So what the two business owners did is they created a partnership. They created a partnership where the bookstore owner allowed the restaurant owner to use the outdoor space for its customers. And as part of the partnership, they displayed the books. So while people were eating, they had the chance to look at the books and increase sales in the bookstore. So this comes back to partnerships. So one thing the pandemic is showing us, that partnerships continue to be one of the most powerful relationships that we can build in maintaining our business. Last but not least, knowledge is contagious, indeed. And this is one infection I would like to have, and I would like all of us to be infected with knowledge. Knowledge helps us understand the world better. It helps us contextualize dilemmas and new situations. It helps us understand the root cause analysis of problems. Let's look at the very basic concept of knowledge. There would be literacy. In the past, if you could read and write, you were literate. If you couldn't, you were illiterate. Then came the digital age. What happened then? We started to talk as a community about digital literacy and digital illiteracy. If you did not know how to use technology or simply did not have access to technology, you were part of the digital divide. It meant you were at a disadvantage. There are scholars who believe that the illiterate folks of the 21st century are those who are unable to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Sometimes I say things like, I miss my BlackBerry, and somebody is bound to ask me, did it have a GPS? When I was in business school, which was almost 30 years ago, what we were taught in business school is so different from how business is conducted today. We were learning about incremental changes. Today, it's about exponential changes. We were learning about slow and steady. Today, it's about disrupting. So when we talk about knowledge, we have to put it in the context of today's world, of the knowledge economy, and we have to understand that we want it to be contagious. It has to be like the coronavirus in a way. It has to have many-to-many relationships which are exponentially growing and taking their own forms, rather than the one-to-many, the way it used to be in the old days. Contagious knowledge is particularly important when you embark upon uncharted territories. It is knowing what you don't know that will contribute greatly to your success. I believe we have come to the end of my time with you, and I would like to leave you with a quote, and I would like to read it to you so I can stick to its accuracy. It is a quote from Abraham Lincoln, and it says, "The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew." So I would encourage you to go out in the world, think anew and act anew. Learn, unlearn, and relearn. Thank you for spending some time with us.
Thank you, Irma, for leaving us with this quote, and thank you also for these inspirational words. I'm looking forward to having you here on the stage of Innovation Explorer now live. Irma, can you hear me?
We certainly can.
Hello, Irma. I'm really delighted to see you again. We have met each other already some months ago, I think last year, and we spoke also some months ago. Again, it's always a pleasure to talk to you about things in life, usually very philosophical conversations that we're having. I wonder where to start, because you mentioned three very important topics, and I have so many questions to each of them, but I guess I'm just going to start with you. You have a very versatile career. You have a background as a teacher, you have a background as a consultant, and then you managed to make a career in IT, and then, yet again, to climb to a leadership position. And I can imagine that in a very traditional organization as the World Bank, this is hard for both reasons, because as a woman in IT, you're challenged, and also because as a leader, you're challenged, especially in times like now. Can you share a bit more of which were the challenges on the road?
The challenges were plentiful, but the rewards were even more plentiful. So I like that you say we can have philosophical debate, because my very first degree is actually in literature and my second degree was in psychology. And I will tell you, though, that every day in my life, I derive more power out of my psychology knowledge than I do technology. And leadership definitely has a very close correlation with understanding the human. But you ask about my challenges. The very first challenge, of course, was the gender, which was more true 30 years ago than it is today. In fact, I started in technology the way most people my age started, which is we just fell into it because technology was starting at that time. And then I felt a little inadequate, even though I had degrees. You know, I have a math degree, I have a psychology degree, but I felt that, you know, I just needed to go back to school. So I went back and I got a degree in IT management with a focus in computer science. And it was really interesting because you know what we learned in those classes? When Bill Gates was born. Very different. And it was on the test. You know which year was Bill Gates born? So you see, it's kind of ironic, but the human aspect of it remains, right? I mean, I cannot imagine a world full of robots. So then I get this degree, and the next challenge is it was a 2-year program, and at the end of the program, my degree was kind of obsolete because the things that I learned, you know, the operating system, the world is just moving too fast. So that was, okay, yet another challenge. Then I can go on and on about many of the challenges that I could mention, but what has been most helpful is the stuff that I have talked about you in other organizations and in other meetings that we've had. I'm still continue to be big on relationships, partnerships, and a combination of skills. I cannot tell you how many times I sit in a room with our engineers, our very technical people, and the brilliance is unmeasurable. But if you cannot communicate that to the business world and you cannot tell people what the value is of it, what is it going to do for you? If I give you a GPS, but I don't give you an end destination, what are you going to do with it? So rather than thinking about the challenges, I would like to say we should focus as technology workers on value, more value, and efficiencies.
By the way, because you mentioned Bill Gates, I just remembered that yesterday was Steve Jobs' birthday, and actually Bill Gates was also talking about it on Clubhouse, which is an iOS app as we know it. So I found it kind of ironic that it doesn't matter anymore. We're all in the same platforms. So you spoke as a leader that empathy is a very important quality, and I have the feeling nowadays that we see empathy as a kind of a panacea to almost all the world's problems. Empathy or being empathetic as a leader can be also very overwhelming, and sometimes it might lead us in the wrong direction because we react emotionally and not rationally and maybe not efficient. What is your experience? How do you deal with that?
I will tell you that this is probably one of the hardest questions anyone has asked me, because I have been on this, showing empathy, and I have 2 teenagers, and every time they misbehave, they say, hey, what happened to your talks about empathy? So in there, you can see the abuse that can occur within that context. So let me tell you this, I was always this person who was focused on the goal, and I made a lot of mistakes in my leadership. I remember before I had children, and a parent would come to me and say something like, my child is sick today and I cannot come to work. As a young, naive manager, I would say, well, your child is sick, you're not sick. What's the problem? And then I had children, and I'm like, I get it. When the child is sick, you don't sleep. That's why you can't come to work, and then somebody has to take care of the child because you can't send it to daycare. So on empathy, the pandemic did one thing. It put us all in the same situation. So this notion of empathy that if we were lacking, and I must say that I'm not sure I'm the most empathetic person on the planet, but I'm certainly learning. And also learning that I have to be able to give my team members flexibility within flexibility. So I would not say it could be empathy in the traditional sense, because you know what empathy in the traditional sense actually means? It means feeling what the other person is feeling. Mm-hmm. So empathy is perhaps not feeling what the other person is feeling, but understanding and allowing flexibility. And what I am noticing is happening is that it goes both ways. While I, as the manager, have to be empathetic to my team members, by golly, I'm hoping they are empathetic to the deadlines, the solutions, the clients. So I personally think that perhaps somebody should do some research on a new definition of empathy. But at the core of it is still allowing the humanity to seep through and not be so convinced that if you have to meet the deadline or else. It has to be that, okay, instead of working 9 hours straight, can I do it for 3 hours, tend the dog, tend the kids, and then come back and do it? And in a way, it's not that new. I have worked, been lucky enough to work in different cultures. I was working on a project in Brazil about 8 years ago, and I was a little bit surprised that their lunch was very long because they go home for lunch. They don't, eat in the office, and they pick up their kids from childcare. I said, how are these people productive? I found out they're actually one of the most productive people in the world because they have the flexibility as part of their culture. So I hope that it answers your question on the empathy. And for those of you who are listening, let's all be empathetic to one another. Empathy cannot be a one-way street. It has to go both ways.
That's a great input. I was just about to ask you, what about limits? How do you put your limits also as a leader? Because as you spoke, sometimes it is very overwhelming, especially now during the pandemic. A lot of us in leadership positions were challenged to take over also new responsibilities, still leave headspace for thinking of innovative ways of how to get out of certain situations, maybe even new business models. And at sometimes, I think we were almost at the limits of our energy, of maybe going slightly into burnout. How do you put the limits? When do you put the limits? And where?
So this is a really hard one because for me, I have to learn to, so pre-pandemic, I would get some flexibility built in. I feel like I'm very lucky. I have a very good support system. And I would work weekends, not all weekends, but an hour here, an hour there, whatever. And then the pandemic came and I didn't stop. And I just went on and on and on. And the next thing I know, I look in the mirror, and I'm 10 pounds heavier and, my mind is cluttered. So I had to make a conscious decision to say, okay, stop. I have to be able to, self-care is incredibly important. So what do I need for self-care? So in typical, my fashion, I make a whole list, I do research, and, on self-care, I'm like, what the heck am I doing? All I need to really do is disconnect for a little bit. So what I am doing now is that I make a point that in the middle of my day, I take small breaks, a 15-minute break, take the dog for a walk, 15-minute break, take a cup of coffee, and not have it in front of the computer. I wish I could do longer, but every time I waited to take that 1 hour break where I'm going to go to the gym, and it's not happening. There's always some kind of crisis. So I learned to space myself. But we're having these conversations, by the way, within our management team, and some folks are doing phenomenally well. Others are not doing very well. I have to disappoint you. I'm one of those people who's not doing very well, but I'm trying. I'm really, really trying.
I can totally relate to what you're saying. I would like to ask you a question that I've actually asked you before, but with a different perspective. And I'm going to start with this quote that we once discussed from Madeleine Albright that said that there is a special place in hell for women who don't support each other. And back then you've told me that actually the darkest place in hell would be for such women who are already in the position of being able to help others. And since I know that you do devote to this topic, and you're currently, right now, in a position to send out a message, maybe to Bulgarian women who still lack the confidence of claiming their spot in a leadership position in a professional capacity, what would you say to them?
So your question actually is very timely. You know, March 8th is International Women's Day, and for the past 10 plus years, I have also made it a point to sponsor a get-together for women. And this question came up yesterday about, you know, what do we do to claim ourselves as for women? You know, this is the first year that I'm not only inviting the women to this event, but I'm inviting all the men in the department because, and I have said this before, it takes both men and women to make the world go round. Many of the opportunities are in the hands of men, not the hands of women. So that's why I say the darker place in hell are the women who have those opportunities in their hands and are not helping other women get to those because they're few and far between. Look, at the World Bank, we do, our current leader, our CIO, he has fantastic report with us for promoting women, hiring more women, diversity, you name it. Yet still, I came to the current team 4 years ago. They had one female in that group. In a span of 4 years, I have expanded 30% today of that team is female. But it's also very difficult to attract female, particularly in Sofia. I thought it would be easier because I was looking at the statistics, you know, that say there are more women in the STEM programs in Europe than there are others. And as I'm looking for them, you know, where are they? I'm looking for the engineers. Yeah, the women are there, but I feel that still in traditional roles, coordinator, business analysis, all we have to do is understand that none of us were born with all these skills that we have, right? Someone gave us an opportunity and then we worked hard. So what I would like for us to do is pay attention to the opportunity because sometimes we feel we have to prove ourselves first and then somebody will notice. All of that is true, but can we like equalize it a little bit and say, you know what, look, I have taken women straight out of college. I have taken women who have zero experience, and it takes a lot of work on our part, and I have to talk to the team leads, and you know what I will say to them, male or female? Her success depends on you, but in your performance evaluation, I am going to use how successful you make her as a measurement of how you're performing.
I would agree to that. I think this is the capacity of the true leader. Dear Irma, I hope that we meet again. It doesn't matter if it's virtually or if it is in person, hopefully soon in Sofia. I'm looking forward to that. Thank you for being here with us today. And now I'm just going to give the stage back again to Venelin for the closing words.
Thank you, and that's about it for today. That brings us to the end of today's event, to the end of this year's Innovation Explorer. The only thing I would like to say at the very end is that I do hope that for the next edition of this wonderful event, the Innovation Explorer 2022, or even at the end of 2021, whenever Leona and her team decide to actually make it happen, we are able to meet each other eye to eye, and we have everyone, or most of you, in this room or a bigger venue so that we could talk to each other and exchange ideas, even arguments. So thank you once again for being with us. I hope you had a productive and fun day. And I would like at the end to invite the Innovation Starter team at the stage. These are the heart and soul of the event. They made it happen, so thank you, ladies. It was great. Okay. So it's time for a picture. We should probably move slightly forward. I keep kicking this little table here.
We need some distance.
perhaps move this way a bit. See you again. See you again later. Soon, I hope.
Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха. Време на пандемия. Време за избор. От ръба на оцеляването до световните постижения. София на пътя на иновациите. Време е за среща на върха.